Dear friends who dream of a magical world with gods and mystical dragons, are you ready for this journey? In a world where magic is considered everything, our main character suffers from magic blockage and cannot learn magic, while his status is the sole heir of an extremely prestigious family. And because his ability was not commensurate with his family's reputation, he had to live in criticism throughout his childhood. Until one day he received a blessing left by his ancestors that allowed him to eat demons, swallow demons and drink demons. From then on, the journey of continuing to accumulate demons within himself officially began, constantly devouring and becoming stronger than anyone, with the hope of restoring the glory of the family. I wonder what his path ahead will be like. Erich Mioving, the magic doctor's voice rang out with the magical projection shining into this boy's not-so-calm eyes. He is suffering from a disease called magical blockage. Unlike normal people, his body suffers from a rare disease because mana cannot circulate freely, and mana is the source of energy, essential for magicians. Even though the doctors at the Royal Magic Hospital have tried everything possible with his body, I'm afraid they're helpless. Under the setting sun, Ulick silently listened to the doctor's verdict on him. Unfortunately, he could no longer use magic. Ulick, are you listening to me? The screams from the other side of the magic ball startled Ulick, and he quickly replied, "Sorry, what did you just say?" And now Ulick standing in the communication area of Udon Academy. "How is your body? What did the doctor say? Have they found a cure? If you need more money, I can." Looking at her sister's worried face through the Ulick globe, she smiled in response, "Sister, calm down. I'm not a child anymore. You don't have to worry so much. I'll get better soon. How can you not worry about your only remaining relative, beep beep." Before she could finish, Ulick quickly told her that a friend was calling, so he quickly turned off the phone and then let out a tired breath. He couldn't tell her the truth that it was very possible that he would pray. Can't go back home anymore. Udon Magic Academy. Today is the day to announce test scores for the final exam, which is quite important for the students, so very early many people gathered at the announcement board to see the scores. Mine. I don't know who was talking to each other and they accidentally mentioned Ulick's scores because those scores were really different. I don't understand how Ulick's scores can be consistently high in several subjects. That's okay, right? The place in front of the scoreboard was now crowded with people, but everyone seemed to know how to stay orderly and not make too much noise. Yurik was also in this crowd, and when he saw his score, his eyebrows furrowed and wrinkled. Oh my god, he failed again. This was Ulick's score, and he only got a plus for each black magic history subject, and for other practical magic subjects that required the use of mana he only got a weak grade. A red cartouche with the word fail was enough. Was stamped, and he did not meet the class requirements. Slowly turning around and leaving, Ulick couldn't help but sink into thought. This was the fourth time he had failed, and according to the Academy's regulations, 4 failures meant expelled from school. These 2 words made Ulick's face even darker, and if he was expelled from school like this he would no longer be able to bring glory to his family. Since entering school he has tried his best to study and to be able to stay here, trying his best and learning everything he can to make himself improve. As a result, he was able to understand all the knowledge that the Academy required. Of course, he topped all the theoretical exams with a perfect score. Above all, Ulick did not mean to be complacent, but for some reason he believed that he was more special than other people in the same school or the same age. That special thing doesn't just lie in intelligence, but because the ability to detect and understand mana is much deeper than others. From understanding the theory to understanding mana for a magician is a wonderful thing that they always want to have. When Ulick entered the mana control practice session, the instruction to absorb the surrounding mana in the air and gather it all inside each person's heart was something called a magic circle. But even if he had the ability everyone wanted, so what? One by one, he watched each of his classmates perform magic, but he was the only one standing there helplessly. Oh my god, why is that senior still stuck in a first-year class like this? Haha, I can't believe he's a magician. I can't even create a magic circle. The teachers quickly discovered Ulick's strange condition, and in the end they all suggested that he give up studying magic and become a scholar, with his extraordinary ability to learn theory. Surely you will still be outstanding. So there's this damn magic blockage. Just because of it you can't use magic, which means the best path right now is just being a magic scholar. You can't bring pride to your family only with a royal professorship like that. As he walked and thought, the boy unconsciously walked to the middle of the schoolyard where a giant stone statue was placed. He looked up and looked at the statue for a long time. Ulick silently called out 2 times, "Grandpa." He was the hero in the demon battle with the title of Star Magician. Someone who possesses unfathomable power and always shines like the stars in the sky. His name is Udon Mioving. Is the biological grandfather of this young man, Ulick, who is suffering from magical blockage. The Empire's top magic academy is Udon Academy, the academy that Ulick's grandfather single-handedly built. If he was kicked out of this place now, it would mean that he himself had destroyed it. The pride of this Mioving family. Suddenly, behind the window, the sound of two people's conversation rang out, making Ulick's ears hear it, thinking that he was the grandson of the first principal. It's truly the shame of the Mioving family. When do you think a magical royal family will enter into decline? Those are just idle words of two young people, and after saying that, they said they left together. At that moment Ulick called out, causing the two of them to turn around. Hey, you guys are first-year students in the elemental magic department, right? The two people were quite startled and quickly responded. Ulick slowly walked forward and his cold voice rang out, do you two know an assistant professor called Sin? He's very friendly. Let me see, Ulick said while staring at those two gradually frightened faces. Let me see what your names are. Let me see, I don't think you guys can stand that damn Sin playing with your necks. In the blink of an eye, those two people panicked and quickly ran away, not daring to mess with Ulick, so quickly run away. Damn it, really. Looking at the rat's back, he looked like a mouse and saw Ulick's cat calmly breathing a sigh of relief. Then he once again turned his gaze to the statue next to him. The statue depicts the figure of a man with long hair covering his eyes and a smile that seems to flicker on his lips. Grandpa, even if Dad is still here. No, I have to concentrate. This is not the place to weaken this cursed body. Ulick gritted his teeth, trying to keep himself awake and not fall into those negative emotions. As for this accursed body, you will definitely get rid of it. On a cool, clear morning, Ulick sat on a picnic table in a store, reading the report in his hand, occasionally making a regretful sound. The Academy's first report, but there's no mention of magical blockage at all. While attentively reading each word, Ulick's sharp eyes suddenly noticed something from behind him. At the same time, a fierce figure descended from the sky, aimed straight at Ulick's hand and attacked. The event was so sudden that the other students of the Academy sitting nearby fled in fear, and Ulick angrily shouted, "Oh damn, who dares to hit my head?" In response to his scolding was a cold and magnetic voice, "Damn, you just spit out something and you dare to arbitrarily use my name again, right?" The person who just appeared is the third son of the Nemeth family. Ulick smiled dazedly and replied, "Oh, who is this? Am I the wonderful and good brother Sin Nemeth?" The red-haired Sin angrily gritted his teeth. "This bastard, didn't I tell you that you can't? Are you using my name to scare the first years? Okay, I understand. Anyway, it's a special occasion, so let me buy you something to drink. Why don't you use the nose-reshaping magic?" Ulick said as he sat down at the table, and Sin couldn't stop being angry. "Damn it, I'd rather die than do that. Come a little closer, that's why I told you never to do that." Ulick used his deep eyes to look at the man in front of him and said incomprehensible words. This hot-tempered man is named Sin Nemeth. After the fall of Ulick's family, the Magic Tower was led by 6 royal families. Sin is also a member of Instagram and a child of the Nemeth family. As soon as he graduated from the academy, he immediately became a professor and an elite member. Even though Sin chose the opposite path from Ulick's, he was still the only one on his side. Suddenly, Ulick was staring at me and gave me an incomprehensible smile, making Sin both angry and goosebumps. "What is that? Why are you staring at me?" After finishing speaking, Sin placed a file on the table and pushed it towards Ulick. This plan is a plan to explore the Diamond Dragon's lair. Although this is still an ancient word, it is still being explored until now, and recently the Sin people suddenly discovered their nest. Sin wanted Ulick to join this expedition. Hearing that, Ulick was startled and immediately grabbed the file on the table and stared at the words in it. What an ancient dragon, a species that should be extinct, yet they found a dragon cave where magic is said to be from. Sin proudly understood that Ulick should look at the map and open his mouth to explain. If you find an artifact, do you think the Academy will forgive expulsion, and that's thanks to honesty? The city is all yours, Ulick. Yes, it's amazing that it's not just the expulsion. Who knows, maybe the Dragon's Cave, which has an abundant and strange source of magic, can solve your magic blockage too. But Ulick's already agitated heart suddenly calmed down because he realized that even if there was something interesting there, the director would take it away first. But wait, that's not really it. Ulick thought while staring at the map, and then his pupils shrank when he discovered something. Ulick immediately slammed the table and stood up, making Sin startled. Ulick looked thoughtfully at his friend and wondered why he hadn't thought of it. Going was clearly an opportunity that God had given him. Thinking of this, he hugged his face and smiled comfortably, and his laughter grew louder and louder. Sin saw Ulick's appearance and was extremely panicked because what the hell was wrong with this crazy guy? As if seeing a thread of doubt in Sin Ulich's heart, he stopped smiling and pointed at a red dot marked on the map. Sin, look at this place, there is no nest here. Ulick pointed to the map and said that the dragon's den would not be here. Hearing this assertion, Sin was very surprised, but instinctively he immediately glanced at the people next to him. There was also someone sitting behind Ulick. It's the same with Sin's side, but it seems like they're chatting loudly with each other but haven't heard what Ulick just said. After looking around for a while, Sin was able to breathe a sigh of relief and silently say that he was lucky no one heard him. So he whispered to Ulick in a serious tone, "Be careful with your mouth. Do you know how many professors are involved in this? You are challenging some big guys at the same time." "So what?" Ulick shrugged his shoulders, looking unconcerned. Looking at his appearance, Sin frowned uncomfortably. "I'm going to break your head right now." "Calm down, my friend, you are the son of the Nemet family," smiled. Ulick smiled and thought to himself, "I couldn't do anything about my damn friend." Sin let out a breath, then placed his hand near the table and used some kind of magic, causing one corner of the map to begin to glow. In the blink of an eye, the light covered the two of them and in an instant both of them appeared in an illusory space. At this time, Ulick observed the ground where the dragon's cave was said to be and made a comment. This crack was formed by two strata colliding. Therefore, a large amount of mana poured out from the crack. This much must have been stored for 100,000 years, which is little, and no wonder Sin rests in the dragon's cave here. But what are the three principles of mana flow? Ulick suddenly asked, making Sin frown. "Are you kidding me? Haha, of course you have to know basic things like this, right, assistant professor?" Although quite frustrated, Sin still answered his friend, "The three principles of mana flow are from high to low. Flows from wide places to narrow places." As he spoke, the surrounding scenery began to change and Sin slowly entered an icy cave, finally from hot to cold. After hearing the answer, Ulick nodded and smiled and continued, "With those principles, everyone will be sure that the dragon's cave is located in this location. But because the very hot lava flowing through the crack, mana does not gather here, so dragons cannot live here." Looking in the direction of her friend's hand, Miss Sin saw a scene that shocked him beyond belief. Each stream of molten lava carrying deadly temperatures that could burn even the air began to erupt. In the blink of an eye, the earth was covered with lava, making the land look like purgatory, and this land was where the Akan volcano was located. That's right, the Akan volcano's lava flows under the continental shelf. Ulick's judgment is worth trusting, but Sin still feels that everything is too good because his group has recorded the mana wavelength of a dragon in this area, so what should they do? But the dragon's cave cannot be there. Ulick put his hand on his chin and asked again that he didn't say there wasn't a cave there. Under Sin Ulick's surprised eyes, a mischievous smile appeared and he nodded that there was definitely a cave. Here in Karagun Cave. A dragon cave that has not been explored and is still hidden deep underground. A cave filled with dragon treasures that have existed over the years, and it is definitely still there. A moment later, at the end of the hallway in the school building, Sin stood hesitantly and scratched his head tiredly. What should I say to my superiors about this matter? He raised his hand to knock on the door but stopped and thought, maybe I'm just pretending to be stupid, or if I make the dean angry, I'll be kicked out. But what if what Ulick said is true? Then that guy, thinking about this, Sin can't help but remember his friend. On a certain moonless night, Sin went to the practice room and saw a scene that made Sin very emotional. It was late at night, but Ulick was still alone in the practice room. He constantly tried to clench his teeth and poison the spell in the hope of being able to use magic because he couldn't be banished. He had to take care of his grandmother and sister, and he had to become a glory to the family no matter what. What price? But this damned magic-congested egg almost became a ghost that covered Ulick's entire body. Remembering this, Sin smiled. That son of a bitch can cure magic blockages and always researches without giving up. If so, as his friend, I have to help him. In the iron-filled room of the director, he read the newspaper and asked after hearing what Sin had just reported. "Oh, so you're saying my research report is wrong?" His voice contained a bit of anger, and he was the director of Udon Barak Academy. Standing in front of him, Sin was sweating and quickly shook his head. "It's not like that, but I want to ask the teacher's opinion because I can." Before he could finish his sentence, the dean interrupted, "Mr. Sin, I don't know why you came to such a conclusion, and if you can't convince me, even if you are the son of the Nemet family, I will not ignore this matter." As he spoke, the dean's aura changed, making Sin's entire body feel like he had just fallen into a pool of fresh, sticky, and strange blood. Sin's whole face was solemn because the mana power that he or the principal showed was too strong. Could this be the power of the seventh magician? The pressure from that terrible flow of mana made it difficult for Sin to breathe, but suddenly all the pressure around him seemed to be shattered and disappeared. At the same time, a noise rang out. Ulick, with a smile on his face, opened the door and walked in. Sin was surprised for a moment, then immediately shouted, "Ulich, are you crazy? What are you doing here?" Ignoring my friend Ulick, he took a few steps forward and bowed. "Hello, Principal. Please forgive me for barging in like that." The director narrowed his eyes at him and didn't seem very friendly to him. "Ulick Mievenge, did the assistant professor infer from your opinion?" Putting everything together, the dean came to such a conclusion. Without hesitation, Ulick smiled and nodded yes, it was me. Haha, there were compliments for your insight and clear perception. It's hard to believe a student would think something like that, but there's no proof, it's all just speculation maybe. Hearing those words, Ulick looked up at him with a smile and asked back, "Why is this so basic that even a 3-year-old child knows that you need proof?" Headmaster Barak's face was dark and cold as he looked at the boy in front of him. Ulick was not afraid at all but looked eye to eye with the old man. The two of them were here glaring and Sin was standing next to him, crying without tears and screaming inside, "This guy is crazy, why are you insulting him, you devil, you came here to help me, why are you here? To kill someone for you is more accurate." After a moment of heavy silence, the rector rubbed his bald head and laughed. "Hey, the basic thing? I'm so speechless that I can only laugh. A guy who can't even condense mana says those words." Looking at his fat appearance, Ulick was extremely disgusted, but he still slowly continued to ask, "So you mean my guess is wrong?" The director regained his smile and nodded, "Haha, yes, some people are lucky. For example, trash like you keep talking without knowing your place." Faced with a direct, malicious insult, Ulick stood there silently without objecting. "But as a professor, I cannot ignore my students' opinions." As he spoke, his eyes looked towards Ulick's collar where he was wearing something. The fire of greed burned in his heart, causing him to make a decision. "Ah yes, why don't you bet with me?" The words came out with a smug and cunning smile. Ulick immediately asked again what kind of bet it was. "I will prepare for you everything you need to create an expedition team and let the finance department know what you need. You should go find the dragon's den in the place you mentioned, and if you fail, the Mievenge family heirloom will belong to me. That thing will belong to me, the necklace passed down from the first director of this academy, Udon Mievenge." In the carriage on the street, Sin's incomprehensible voice rang out, but he didn't feel inhibited. Ulick leaned his back against the window while reading a book and shook his head. "Come on, my eardrum is bursting, I'm going to die, Dad, please be gentle. It'll be fine. They said they wouldn't bother me if I found the dragon's lair." As soon as he finished speaking, Sin coldly grabbed the book from Ulick's hand, making him bewildered. "Hey, we're getting to the good part, so don't take my book away. What if you don't find it? If your prediction is wrong, the family heirloom will be taken away, you idiot. Did you forget that pendant? It was only given to the head of the Mievenge family, according to Sin Ulick, who also looked down at his family's pendant." Then for some reason, Ulick smiled. It was true that that guy always wanted this pendant. Sin was angry, but you still smiled. Don't you understand the situation? Looking at Sin Ulick's enthusiastic appearance, he smiled sweetly. "Come on, thank you, at least you're always by my side." The thanks made Sin tiredly sit down on the chair and sigh. "Oh my God, you know my life will be ruined if we don't find the cave, right? So what's the plan?" Ulick sat up straight, clasped his hands and spoke up. "My friend, do you really think that Ulick Mievenger would accept a bet just because he was threatened? If he had the audacity to covet the Mioving family heirloom, he would at least have to bet his life on the fact that it would be enough." A dangerous smile appeared on his already immature and seemingly young face. Ulick's harmlessness. Looking at this smile of his friend, Sin woke up and almost forgot. This Ulick guy in front of him has two nicknames. One is the disgrace of the Mioving family, and the other is the most feared man of the Mioving family. Seeing Ulick's dangerous smile, Sin suddenly realized that he also agreed and laughed. He and they were like that again. Everything happened 7 years ago when Sin was still a student and he didn't want to remember it at all. Ulick was only 15 years old at that time and he sat gloomily in a corner when he couldn't practice magic with his friends. Of course, in this situation, teasing is indispensable, and at that time there were also some brainless people who came to Ulick to show off. "Are you sure you are a member of the Mioving family? Even the famous Mioving can't do this trick, it's just a simple fireball." Surely the family head picked you up from somewhere, huh? The teasing laughter echoed throughout the auditorium and no one agreed with Ulick's situation. The poor child also hid his expression in the dark. Looking at the backs of the guys who had just left, Ulick slowly stood up and wondered, don't I feel unlucky? No, I know I'm very unlucky. Something on the ground. But that's bad luck for these idiots. As soon as the voice ended, a loud pop rang out in the auditorium, making everyone bewildered. Ulick held a magic ball and hit the guy's head hard while saying teasing words. That poke caused fresh blood to splatter. The beautiful magic ball was covered in blood and the guy was unconscious and lying on the ground screaming in panic. And of course punched his classmate. Ulick was taken to the Udon Academy's disciplinary conference, but he was still very calm when facing the old men there, a boy from the Viscount family. Defame me, the head of the Duke family. So what's wrong with me punishing him according to the Empire's laws? This 15-year-old boy's dangerous aura and sharp words made everyone present at the conference shocked and timid. So Ulick was suspended because according to the Academy's rules all students are equal, but after that day no one dared to touch him anymore. Remembering Ulick's glorious achievements in the past, Sin couldn't help but shiver and put his hands on his face. Then suddenly his eyes saw the title of the book that he had just snatched from Ulick's hand just now. That book made Sin startled and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Ulick shrugged and said, "Don't bother. If you scream again, you might have high blood pressure." "High blood pressure? What are you, crazy? This is a forbidden book and you've run out of things to read. Why are you reading a forbidden book?" Sin's hand holding the forbidden book trembled slightly in fear. Ulick smiled and said yes, but unfortunately it was discovered that I was being grilled on a skewer. Too helpless, Sin had to return the book to his goddamn friend. "You're really crazy. What are you planning on learning the Beast King's body strengthening technique for?" Hearing Ulick's question, his eyes moved slightly as if thinking about something before answering. "Well, I'm just wondering if this will help me cure my magic blockage or not. When the Beast King invaded the Empire with his army of beast men, we encountered many difficulties. Because this technique helps him enhance his physical abilities and gives him an unimaginably strong body. When the war ended, this technique disappeared because the Empire drove out all the beastmen and built walls to block them. How scholars have failed to reproduce this technique." Ulick nodded, turned the pages of the book and said, "Yes, but I've already recreated it. I don't know how it will transform its body." Your calm words once again made Sin petrified. "What the heck, you managed to recreate it?" I'm so shocked that my heart is about to break. Mr. Ulick, now do whatever you like." Just as the two of them were chatting, the carriage, which was moving smoothly on the road, suddenly stopped and shook, leaving the two stunned. Sin stepped out of the carriage, frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why did the carriage stop?" At this moment, in front of the carriage, a series of people in academy uniforms walked forward, saying hello to Ulick, "Long time no see." Ulick glanced at the people walking slowly and said, "I didn't think I would see you here, and why are you here?" "Why is that?" "Because I love my classmate very much." The guy who spoke with the double bangs and thick glasses is Riven, a senior researcher at the Varen Research Institute. "You son of a bitch, if you speak again." Sin boldly stepped forward and scolded loudly, causing the others to jump back in surprise. The leader Riven quickly pointed behind him and explained, "Why did the dean ask us to come and assist?" Following the direction of his finger, Ulick used sharp eyes to look at the people behind him. "That's very kind, but I remember saying I don't need help." Sin walked to the side and whispered to his friend. He felt that there weren't many people hiding mana like that. Ulick nodded like this. He really was the headmaster of Viret, right? "But don't worry, I've already prepared for this," whispered Ulick while deftly opening his shirt so Sin could see inside. Seeing the object hanging in front of Ulick's chest, the boy's slanted eyes slightly twitched in surprise. "Oh my god, how did he get this thing?" Ulick smiled happily but did not explain. At the same time, in his room, the rector was so angry that he trembled and screamed when he heard his subordinates report, "What did he take away the breath of Gehenna and Tien Tan King?" The subordinates nodded in panic because you told us to support him as much as possible. The bastard abbot roared because Gehenna's breath was a sealed ball of phosphorus fire that could burn a pepper to ash. The Blue King's armor was armor that was very resistant to Blow's physical attacks and also elemental magic. "Oh my god, do you think it's okay to lend a level 4 magic weapon to a student that can turn a town into dust, and you're that crazy guy too? Oh my god, I'm going crazy, I don't want to see your face, you too." The angry subordinate was scolded and immediately walked out and closed the door. "Yes sir, I'm leaving now." The dean's hands tightened, telling himself that if the other candidates knew about this, there would be big trouble. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly searched before closing the file on the table. Wait, if that kid really found the dragon's den. Not bad, I guess that bloodline isn't just a rumor. After reviewing and closing the file, he nodded and made some comments. Then he slammed his hand on the table and mumbled angrily, I should replace this stupid research team that dares to call themselves scholars but doesn't know even this basic thing. His voice was angry but his whole body suddenly trembled as if he was extremely excited. No, thanks to those idiots, I will have the opportunity to take possession of the pendant. As long as I have it I will definitely become the next prime minister, haha. His big, fat hand squeezed the pieces of paper, causing them to crumple. That kid, even if you win, it only has meaning if you can come back alive. So the group of people moved to the land where Ulick judged there was a dragon's cave. At this time, Ulick was standing to the side, constantly flipping through the book in his hand to explore. Riven's group of people stood nearby and observed, while the air continuously echoed with the sound of chanting spells with strange syllables. Sin's eyes were closed and each chant came out of his mouth. The chant ended and the ball of light in Sin's hand glowed and the magic was activated with the effect of searching for mana. I only saw the bright yellow light source from the ball constantly spreading to the surrounding campus, covering the entire land, making everything seem to glow beautifully. I don't know if someone screamed in horror when they saw a giant column of energy appear right behind that mountain range. Sin turned his head to look towards that energy source and whispered that Ulick had guessed correctly. The group of people under Riven's leadership were also surprised because it was really here. Ulick wasn't too surprised because he had already predicted it, so he grabbed the book in his hand and loudly announced it. Our entire team must move quickly before this pillar of light goes out. As soon as he finished speaking, Sin came next to him, wrapped his arms around Ulick's waist and whispered, Hey, if you borrow it again, please bear with it. In the blink of an eye, Sin took Ike with him and jumped into the sky towards that pillar of light and flew away. In a split second, the two of them flew high into the sky, leaving the group of Riven people standing there in shock. Hey, what about us? This group of people couldn't fly freely like Sin, so they had to walk quickly to chase after them and were exhausted. Please wait with the two of us, we're so tired, so tired. Until they reached the scene and looked at the scene before them, they asked again incomprehensibly. Hey, why is there nothing here? Didn't you say the cave gate would be here? There's nothing here, not even a cave. The light column in front of us has gradually disappeared, but in front of everyone's eyes is an endless series of plains without a single tree or blade of grass. I know right away that this Miavenge always brings unlucky endings. Now it's okay, Riven silently said. I can go ahead and open it to see what's in your skull. Wouldn't it be best if someone paid for this mistake? While he was proud, Ulick suddenly spoke up, startling him. Sin looked over there. Can you make a big hole here? Sin nodded and left it for me. Next, Sin's hand gently clenched as the powerful magic source began to manifest. The strange syllables of the spell were chanted again by him. This time he used a lot of energy in his body to use burning magic with power that could not be underestimated. A huge noise rang out, causing the eardrums of those standing around to tremble. Dust and smoke began to fly and blinding light began to spread. I only saw the normally flat ground in front of me being fractured and shattered by a terrible explosion. Waiting until the shock and dust dissipated, a giant, pitch-black cave appeared before everyone's eyes. Riven's group of people couldn't believe this scene and wondered what was possible. If worst-case scenario there could be a dragon here. Just as everyone was talking to each other, from that giant hole, a terrifying source of mana erupted. The group of Riven people were startled and thought they were being attacked by some creature in the cave, so they immediately screamed in panic. Oh my god, what is this dwarf mana? It's so terrible and so powerful that it's unimaginable. Suddenly, Ulick stepped forward and signaled everyone not to move. It was just compressed mana that was released when the hole appeared. Wait until the mana is gone, then everyone should go inside. Having finished speaking, he alone took the lead and entered the deep cave without seeing any light. Ulich was waiting for us, everyone follow Ulich quickly. As soon as they entered the cave, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, making everyone shiver. Oh my god, why is this place so cold? Even after using the warm spell, it still doesn't feel any warmer. Ulich was the one leading the way, but suddenly he stopped and stared into the pitch-black space, making everyone confused. What did he see? Ulich solemnly shook his head. It's not just that I just felt a chill run down my spine. Sin said quietly because you felt cold. I think I'm about to get sick. Ulich nodded, trying to suppress the strange feeling in his heart, then followed everyone inside without even noticing that his pendant had flashed for a moment and then extinguished. Maybe he was right. There. At the same time Ulick felt a strange feeling somewhere deep in this cave. A pair of bright eyes had awakened after 1,000 years of sleep. Here you are, finally I have been waiting for you. Groping deeper into the cave, I don't know how much time passed. Ulick's group stood in front of a giant door and everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes. This is a door, why is it so big? Very quickly Riven's team ordered people with strong energy to gather together. Let's all try pushing it or just destroy it with magic. Just as they were about to use magic to attack the door, Ulick shouted loudly for everyone to stop. He silently scolded these idiots in his heart and then pointed towards that door and said, "Don't you see the dragon seal on this door and still want to attack with magic?" Having said that, Ulick also looked at the strange characters on the door. "We don't know what will happen if we do anything to this door." Riven frowned and thought to himself that this guy is always trying to show off and just ignore it. "Surely you are good, I understand. So when we try to open the door, just stay away from the door if you're scared." As soon as Ulick and Sin were discussing how to break the matrix on the door, the arrogant Riven saw something strange. "Let's make sure that no one acts on their own from now on. We don't know what could happen if," Ulick said, looking around constantly giving everyone instructions and suddenly saw his back. By Riven. He was sitting right at the door, about to raise his hand and touch it to see if this thing was made of gold. Seeing that, Ulick's eyes widened in terror and he shouted loudly not to touch it. Hearing the call, the stupid guy turned around and looked back, and at that moment, a light suddenly appeared from nowhere. As the temperature increased, the magic flames spurted out, causing Riven to scream in pain. "What is this? It's too hot." Ulick gritted his teeth and silently scolded these idiots. In front of everyone, the whole cave and the giant door suddenly shook as if something wanted to awaken. Looking at each line of slowly glowing spells on the door, Ulick loudly warned to be careful. "That's a trap." As soon as he finished speaking, a person standing behind him seemed to touch something and it started to explode. Everyone was frightened and turned their heads to look back when consecutive explosions took place. A mess with the loud sounds of explosions and the screams of the Ulick group, everyone quickly used shields. "What's going on? What should we do now?" Sin used the summoned mana to bathe and protect his body along with Ulick and asked worriedly. Ulick, who was safe for now, hurriedly flipped through his books and kept searching. "I'll try to decode this note first, so I'll try to hold back a bit. I don't want to die, don't run away, save us, save us." There were screams and cries all around, and Ulick's mind suddenly became quiet and motionless. "Calm down, this is a situation handling test." "That's right, just imagine this is just a test to handle the situation and you will definitely find its solution. I believe in myself like the way I always do, even my eyes sparkle with the light of wisdom." He almost entered a special state with his thoughts flashing with intelligence and his hands constantly writing calculations on paper. On this side, people tried to resist with magic shields, but very quickly some people couldn't stand it and were burned, making the situation worse. The screams around him were getting louder and louder, the tremors were getting stronger and stronger, and Ulick's hand writing on the paper was getting faster and faster. Suddenly his hand touched the round ball on the surface of the door and there was only a little more left as long as no mistakes were made. In the blink of an eye, Ulick recited the mantra with each incomprehensible and inexplicable syllable, "Please, let's succeed." After a while of heaven and earth collapsing under Ulick's spell, everything seemed to have calmed down. The entire surrounding cave became desolate after the explosion just now and Ulick's group sat panting on the ground. After breaking the spell Ulick quickly ran to Sin's side to ask his friend, "I'm okay, thanks to you, I'm still alive. Just wait a bit and the wound will be healed quickly." Everyone around me also started helping their teammates treat their wounds and gradually get up. Sin bared his bright white teeth and smiled as he looked at his friend praising his son for being very good and this and that. Ulick also confidently smiled back, Hi my strength, you bastard." At this moment, a cold stream of air appeared from the ceiling of the cave, covering everyone. In the blink of an eye, someone keenly felt something and looked up at the ceiling, but suddenly a sharp piece of ice shot straight down and hit that person's hand. Amid the screams of everyone, Ulick solemnly looked toward the falling icebergs. A series of ice spikes like clouds covering everywhere and attacking everyone made Ulick unable to help but scold his lame pants. The magic shield once again succeeded in this case, helping them to somewhat block those icy attacks. The strong impact from the ice tips made them feel like they were about to collapse to the ground. Ulick angrily gritted his teeth and pulled out his pen and paper again. His mother was there again. The sound of chanting incomprehensible and confusing spells was heard again by him. Her small hands were constantly scribbling on the pages of old books with magical calculations. Sin supported the ice blocks while loudly screaming at Ulick to hurry up, and he was about to have enough. This situation seemed even more dangerous than before, so Ulick's eyes seemed to light up, making his calculating power become more terrifying than ever. At that moment, through his magical eyes, Ulick seemed to see something. What could that be? The source of magic, a dragon in an icy cave. Immediately Ulick's closed eyes opened and he shouted for Sin. Sin immediately understood and used support magic to increase Ulick's speed and rushed towards the giant door. Having to fend off icy attacks while also casting support magic also pushed Sin's body's energy level to the limit, and it seemed like he could no longer endure it. Just now, people had lifted up sharp ice blocks from their protective shields, as if they had a premonition, aimed at Ulick to attack, but he still didn't hesitate and rushed forward regardless of the danger. Faced with death, Ulick immediately summoned weapons with a powerful source of energy covering his entire body. On the other side, Riven was defending but suddenly encountered that light, so he screamed in horror. It couldn't possibly be. Could it be that he had the armor of the Heavenly King? In everyone's surprise, a protective armor plate right on his chest with a shiny golden color appeared in time to help Ulick block the ice arrows. That price. Everything happened so fast and so dangerous, but Ulick was able to reach the big round golden button on the door. His eyes immediately closed and he thought for sure this time. Behind the attack, the intensity of the arrows increased and everyone could no longer resist. At this moment, an icy arrow appeared from behind and was about to crash into Sin's weak body. Too dangerous, Ulick immediately opened his eyes with an explosion of power and the spell was uttered. A dazzling flash of light crackled and the ice floes floating in mid-air shattered. The trap finally disappeared. The whole air was filled with tiny pieces of ice like snowflakes falling in the cold winter, making everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Ulick was also tired and sat down on the ground because he thought he was about to die. Even his precious clothes were completely torn. Everyone was exhausted after twice being exhausted from struggling with life and death. Perhaps Ulick had successfully broken 2 deadly traps, so the giant door began to open to reveal a bright light behind it. Ulick immediately ordered the entire expedition team to help the injured and go inside. As soon as he entered the door, his eyes widened in shock at what he witnessed. Is this huge treasure the dragon's treasure? Glittering in front of everyone are mountains of gold and silver seas, hovering in gold are bookshelves filled with ancient magic. This place also has many magical props and even armor made from precious dragon scales. Many ancient books have been passed down intact and this is a priceless treasure. Seeing that Riven's people were attracted to magic books and magic tools, Ulick naturally felt relaxed and thought to himself that after all, they are still magicians, right? Suddenly, a person came forward and patted Ulick's shoulder, smiled and praised him for being great, Captain. Faced with intimate and respectful words, Ulick somehow felt strange. Then he helplessly watched the back of that person leave. Right at that moment, Sin walked over and put his arm around Ulick's shoulder in a friendly way and asked, "What were you doing outside the door, son of a bitch?" Ulick smiled and replied, "Who gets perfect scores in theory tests? I just imagined it as a test and then solved it using spatial geometry and then using principal theory. Element. Just explaining to Sin." Suddenly Ulick's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, a test? There was something strange about it. It felt like he was given practice questions before the exam. Noticing Sin's strangeness, he immediately asked him what his deep thoughts were. Ulick regained his composure and slowly shook his head that it was nothing. That's right, don't think you have to smile for so many wonderful days like this. As he spoke, Sin placed his hands on Ulick's shoulders solemnly. Listen here, Ulick Miavenge, from now on no one can ignore you or the prestigious magic family anymore. His friend's appearance made Ulick suddenly blush. Well, even though there's something that's still making you anxious, you just keep playing the damn thing because you've finally achieved freedom, Ulick said to himself and laughed at the pat on his head. Friend set. As everyone scattered around searching, someone stepped up to the top of the golden mountain and held a light pink magic ball. His mouth showed an evil smile and he kept chanting incomprehensible spells. On this side, Ulick was suddenly grabbed by someone's arm and pulled away. A person in the expedition team tried to drag him away on the grounds that he discovered a very important laboratory. Seeing this, Sin originally wanted to follow Ulick, but was called back by that guy Riven. Hey, there's a dragon corpse behind this treasure mountain. At that announcement, Sin immediately smiled in shock. Why is it really a dragon? Then, under the guidance of Riven Sin, he followed him. It was as if he could see Sin's worry. He was angry at Ulick when he left and turned away and said, "Don't worry, Ulick will be there later." "Okay, let's go," trying to attract Sin in Riven's eyes flickering through the indescribable darkness. Just as he said, behind the treasure mountain is the skeleton of a giant dragon. My god, at this size, this dragon must be a dragon king. Yes, it seems it has been here for more than 4,000 years. While Sin was attracted by the dragon, Ulik was alone and was pushed to the ground by the other group of people and took away the heavenly king's armor. Ulik gasped and scolded these dogs. At the same time, he was also angry at himself because he was so excited that he let his guard down. The guy with long hair covering his eyes stepped forward and smiled. We don't have any bad intentions, we like you. Work is the top priority. Over here, looking at the giant natural dragon skeleton, Sin discovered something, so he immediately called out to Riven. Wait, Riven, didn't this thing just move? As soon as Ulik was beaten up by them, he heard faint sounds of other people outside. Where were the other people going? They must be taking their time to explore. Haha, oh, what is that I have never seen before? They seem to have discovered something. Next, a cry for help rang out, but on this side, Ulik was in danger of his life, so he didn't bother paying attention to the rest. The guy just grabbed his collar, making Ulik bewildered. I shouldn't have trusted anyone after coming all the way here. Facing his helpless eyes was a fierce fire summoned by the other person. Ulik's feelings were extremely dangerous, but at that moment, someone suddenly shouted that everyone should get away. The guy with the long hair covered his eyes and was about to attack Ulik. He was stunned when he heard that and barely had time to ask again. Then he was swallowed by the fierce energy. Ulik's eyes widened in shock because he was just standing next to that source of energy. The long hair covering his eyes had completely disappeared, leaving only one of his hands. Ulik stared at that hand and trembled and asked what the hell was that. Then a commotion rang out in the distance, causing his eyes to glare, and he turned his head to look in that direction. I only saw that Sin and Riven were running away from the treasure with all their speed, and behind them, a dragon skeleton had come to life with destructive power. Save me, there is a dragon, there is a dragon. The terrifying scene made Ulik petrified and not knowing what to do. The dragon moved, causing the whole ground to constantly shake and the rocks and soil on the cave ceiling to scatter around. Damn ghost beans, why did this skeleton come back to life? Ulik wondered in his heart. Very soon the dragon will approach here and there will be no way to retreat anymore. Trying to suppress the panic that made Ulik's whole body tremble, his mind became strangely calm. Let's find the cave. Ulik, this is also a test. You just need to find the cave. Don't be discovered by the dragon. Ulik's eyes opened wide and stared at the dragon. In the moment he discovered something strange because it seemed like the dragon had stopped for a few seconds. The dragon continued to rush forward with an attack that had been brewing for a long time, while Ulik began to piece together everything in a split second and carefully analyzed the current situation. The magic from the dragon tongue is just magic and its power is amazing. Its casting time is delayed, the source of its power, Sin, is safe and the idiot Riven is scared. Even so, the amount of magical energy consumed is still too great. That's right, if I want to do this in one beat I need a little time to prepare, Ulik said to himself, and it seemed he had found a solution to this terrible moment. Immediately he turned back and shouted loudly. The expedition heard the order to set up a defensive barrier and take it down together. At this point, the only way to combine everyone's strength together is to hope to find a way to survive, so without hesitation, the group of people pulled out their precious shields and created them into a sturdy turtle shell. Ulik's eyes widened because at the same time the energy from that dragon had arrived. The destructive power hit straight into the protective barrier made of shields, and the shockwave radiated around, causing rocks and soil to explode. Cracks began to appear on everyone's protective barrier, but it seemed to still resist for a moment. Actually, the dragon's attack was too powerful, and this attack would last for about 20 seconds. If the current Ulik group can block it for 20 seconds, they will have a chance. Sin shouted, using all the magical energy in his body to strengthen the shields. Everyone try harder and don't give up. While everyone was resisting, Ulik looked towards the door they had entered earlier. From here, running to the door would take about 17 seconds. Plus, if you can close the door in 3 seconds, everyone will survive. Just thinking about this, screams rang out as the shield began to shatter. Unable to think or hesitate any longer, Ulik immediately shouted loudly, "Run now. Let's all speed up so it can catch us and it will crush our ass." The dragon's attack has just ended and it takes a little time to execute another group, and this is a chance for everyone to escape. As soon as everyone followed everyone, he quickly ran away towards the Ulik door, thinking to himself, if it keeps going at this rate, it will be okay. But just as he thought about that, the person running right in front of him was suddenly cut in half by something, causing blood to splatter. Ulik's eyes widened as each drop of blood splattered on his face, causing him to have no time to recover. I only saw that several people walking in front were constantly attacked by mysterious creatures and without time to resist, they died. From the ceiling, a group of zombies with terrifying appearances jumped down to block their path. It couldn't be that they were the legendary entities protecting the dragon. The legendary entity that protects the dragon is called Chap. Just as Ulik stood still and turned to stone, before he could react, a powerful fire came from behind. That fire barely missed his body and hit the zombie monster. Ulik was immediately startled and turned around to look back and heard Sin's voice calling, "Ulik, don't be so confused anymore and take it down with me." This side fight hits and misses with Sin's fierce battle with the zombies. People's screams began to echo around. The situation was hanging by a thread with an army of zombies in front and a dragon chasing them behind. The only person who could do anything right now was himself. Here's Ulik. Because he believes that every problem has a solution. The moment Ulik's brain moved at high speed to find a solution, suddenly the pendant he always wore around his neck sparkled and flashed. At the same time Ulik's head hurt like a hammer with something. Strange energy awakens. When the pain went away, he opened his eyes and the world in Ulik's eyes had become different. Why did everything look like this? He could see straight lines woven like spider webs everywhere. It seemed like Sin was trying to say something but Ulik couldn't hear anything. All the surrounding sounds had disappeared as if he was watching a slow-motion movie. Although he couldn't hear what Sin said clearly, Ulik realized from his mouth that it was a cry to get away. Immediately, Ulik turned his head and looked back when suddenly a zombie rushed up to attack him. It slashed downward strongly, but Ulik used a strange speed to easily dodge that attack. A strange light flashed in Ulik's eyes and the next moment he kept dodging, causing the zombie to become furious. That's right, this is not a fantasy. Ulik can see them, he can see where the zombies will move and how he needs to dodge to stay safe. I can see where he will attack clearly with each green thread. If so, then I'll be safe as long as I follow those bright spots. As I said, the world in Ulik's eyes became unusual and gave him a glimmer of hope. But if unfortunately this was a trap, why did Ulik wonder suspiciously? But the cries for help from his friends behind, especially for Sin's safety, made Ulik immediately put away the worries in his heart. He had no time to rest anymore because if things continued like this then, everyone would die in vain. Immediately, Ulik followed the points of light he saw, avoiding all attacks and rushing towards the door. "Everyone please follow me quickly." Sin immediately ran after him without hesitation while the others hurriedly supported their teammates. "Hurry up everyone, it's dangerous." Damn Riven at the end was so scared that he peed his pants and hurriedly chased after him screaming. The chaotic sounds around and the dangers waiting make Ulik even calmer. "Now go where your eyes can see." A group of crippled people covered in injuries under the guidance of Ulik overcame countless dangers. Following the strange points of light that he saw, he continuously dodged, ducked down, jumped up, and even turned towards the direction. Lead Sin to attack with fireballs at precise points. A miracle happened, they were almost to the exit and only had a little more left. That split second, the first people got through the door. Seeing that, Ulik also secretly breathed a sigh of relief because everyone would live and just close that door and it would be okay. Just as Ulik's hand was about to touch the control button to close the door, a voice rang out from behind, causing him to pause. "Someone save me please." It turns out that Damn Riven was exhausted and collapsed on the back and couldn't move anymore. Ulik looked back and whispered curses. "Damn, if I want to close that door then I'll have to leave him behind. What should I do? This guy is so annoying. Damn it, but even so I can't let him die." Ulik gritted his teeth and immediately rushed forward to pull Riven back. Until Riven opened his eyes from the chaos and looked around, he had safely passed through the door. The zombie monsters were blocked by an invisible wall and couldn't get through the door anymore and Sin walked over and scolded his friend. "Are you crazy?" Euch sat tiredly on the ground and smiled. It was the other guy's fault because his legs were so weak. Why did he scold me? Sin was angry but in the end he couldn't do anything to his friend. After calming down, Ulik looked at the zombies and more doubts began to arise in his heart. But why can't they go out? Until now, Ulik has not thought about this. There were signs of destruction above the cave, so were the intruders right next to them? It was like an invisible hand was manipulating and controlling everything. Moving his gaze towards the roaring dragon, Ulik quickly discovered something strange. On the dragon skeleton's forehead was a spear as bright red as blood. At that moment, the ceiling of the cave suddenly exploded, sending smoke and dust flying. Riven looked up in horror and couldn't help but scream, "What, the zombies are coming here. Run quickly, but where are we going? We're surrounded. We can't." Just a zombie just appeared. Just run quickly. Everyone panicked and started running away, but Ulick alone stood still. Didn't react at all. After running a few steps, Sin realized something was wrong and immediately turned to look back, only to see that Ulick was slowly returning to the room behind the other door and the door was slowly closing. Sin screamed pitifully, "Ulick, what are you doing?" Responding to Sin's worry and fear was Ulick's sweet smile with an echoing voice, "Don't worry, go first." Of course Sin couldn't leave, but he also turned back to the closed door. Unfortunately, the giant door was slammed shut and Sin was in a panic and kept banging on the door. "Hey, you damn bastard, why can't this thing open anymore?" For a while there was no response from behind the door. Sin helplessly closed his eyes in panic. At that moment every memory from the past appeared in his mind. 7 years ago, after Ulick was suspended for attacking his friends, Sin came forward and raised his hand and smiled, "Nice to meet my Uncle Nemet and make friends." Faced with the strange greeting of friendship, Ulick coldly glanced at the person in front of him. Then he just uttered a slanted word that made Sin petrified. Then, on another occasion at the library, Sin still boldly walked up to him with the question, "Let's be friends," but only got 2 words from Ulick in return. A strange picture takes place in the schoolyard with a cold Ulick and his red hair constantly chasing behind him with the desire to be friends. Who knows how many times he was rejected by Ulick with scolding. Cursed, but Sin never gave up and never stopped wanting to be friends with this stubborn kid. Until one day in a certain jungle, the students of the academy gathered under the leader's announcement. "You must be truly tenacious to become a true magician. You will get points depending on the order of completion, so work hard. However, if you use magic you will be eliminated." The chants began to ring out and all the magic practitioners began to scatter towards the river. With excellent abilities, Sin climbed alone on a horse at unbelievable speed in the dark forest. He kept going far ahead of everyone until at some point he stopped and stood panting. "Maybe it's about halfway, but should I bring Ulick along?" Suddenly, a foot appeared from nowhere and kicked Sin straight, causing him to lose his balance and fall and roll several dozen times on the ground. By the time Sin regained consciousness, he was about to fall into the abyss, but luckily he was able to hold on to that small ledge. Sin's whole face was stained with fresh blood because the attack just now was too strong and he gritted his teeth as he looked at the people standing on the edge of the cliff. Someone didn't save him. Clearly, on the edge of the cliff, several human figures had been standing for a long time. Among them was that damn Riven with a mocking voice. Why would he climb up and whine with that magic? "No, you can't use magic. If you use magic you will be disqualified." So the boy just gritted his teeth and endured it and didn't know how much time had passed until he was about to not be able to hold on anymore. A tear of pain was forced out by Sin. "I could die like this even if I'm eliminated. Should I use magic? But if I'm eliminated, how can I see my dad again? Here again." In the damn curse, Sin's whole body separated from the rock and fell, but at that moment a small white hand promptly grabbed Sin's rough hand. Ulick appeared from nowhere and used his strength to keep Sin from falling. His whole face was contorted and deformed because he was using too much force. Hold on tight, don't give up." Then, after a final effort, Ulick was able to save Sin on shore. Sin's feet were bruised from injury, so he slowly opened his mouth and said to Ulick, "You go first because of me, you're already late." Ulick moved his eyes to look at the wound on his leg and stepped forward to support Sin on his shoulder. "Hey, what are you doing? I told you to go first," but Sin questioned in confusion. With his eyes looking forward, Yunhyuk slowly said something that surprised Sin. "You said you wanted to be friends with me, right?" The guy with red hair is now adorned with red cheeks and a faltering voice, "Mister, forget about giving me some artifacts from your house." Ulick's next words made Sin's touching feeling immediately disappear. "It's okay, right? We're friends, huh? Damn you, are you trying to scam even your friend? I saved your life so at least you should repay the favor, but your hair looks so messy but it's so delicious, why don't you let your bangs down?" Sin loudly protested that shut up was a matter of honor. "You bastard. This bastard, even though he is weaker than me, still likes to go out." Standing in front of the giant motionless door, Sin whispered, and behind him the zombies rushed in. "Ulick, please wait a moment, I will call the elders or at least my father. Please wait for me, Ulick, and please don't die," Sin said, then turned around and rushed towards the zombies looking for a way out of here. Behind the huge door, Ulick leaned his back against the door with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Sin. That's why I can't let you get into danger. And you're worrying a bit too much. Who do you think I am?" Blinking, Ulick immediately rushed forward to confront the army of zombies and that dragon. The strange ability that suddenly awakened just now allowed him to see their movements and easily dodge in positions with impossible angles. Ulick's eyes opened wide and he found what he was looking for. At the same time, the zombies also attacked with their rotten arms and explosions of magical power, but Ulick avoided them perfectly. Immediately Ulick's hand opened wide and shouted loudly, touching something dropped on the ground. In the blink of an eye, bright yellow energy covered his chest, and that was the Heavenly King's armor that the others had dropped in their panic. At the same time, the remaining treasure also appeared in Ulick's hand. "That you brought with you. Now take this chemotherapy fire," Ulick whispered and began to activate the treasure. "You guys also want to taste our products, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the red box in his hand emitted a terrible fire. Covered by the blazing fire, Ulick's body was somewhat protected by the blue armor, but his eyes still bled out because he was supposed to have mana to be able to use the artifact. This work. But Ulick will use his own life to replace mana energy. He successfully unlocks the lock and causes the fire to burn. In just a split second, the zombie army was swallowed by the sea of fire and their screams echoed throughout the cave like screams from hell. After dealing with the zombies, the dragon's attack group had also arrived. Of course, Ulick was also proficient in dodging, and if he guessed correctly, all of this was just a test for the dragon. The answer is this spear. After a while of rolling around, Ulick safely used his strength to land on the head of the angry dragon standing next to the spear stuck straight on its forehead. This is the key and also the key. Answers of the test. If Ulick's answer is wrong, and this is just someone's prank, then he probably won't have a chance to return to the ground again. But even so, Ulick will never give up because he is a Miavenge. With a crazy smile and the zombies gradually surrounding Ulick, he slowly raised his hand to hold. Take the handle of the other spear. At that moment, the undead also rushed forward and engulfed Ulick in their pitch-black bodies. A sudden event occurred with a bright light bursting out. The surrounding space and time seemed to have been pressed on a pause button, and Ulick's consciousness was also swallowed by that light. Waiting until he opened his eyes, the surrounding scene had completely changed, making Ulick's soul constantly shaken. What happened? Where is this? Suddenly, in front of Ulick was a giant ice dragon whose body constantly radiated magical and powerful power. At the same time, standing near the dragon was a mysterious back with a flowing cloak. Fly. Staring at that dragon, Ulick didn't know for a moment whether this was a living thing or a dead thing, but the man, or rather the creature, made him even more wary. It was a creature with long hair and two giant horns on its head that didn't look like it was pure human. As soon as Ulick noticed that back and wondered who was on his mind, that guy also turned his head to look at him with a ghostly smile and eyes shining like a devil's. Ulick's eyes widened in panic because the creature's aura was terrifying and completely overwhelmed his soul. In his eyes, the demon face seriously raised his hand with a hidden source of magic. His whole body emitted strands of murderous aura carrying insane, deadly power, and his cackling smile echoed throughout the air. I only saw at the same time that the normally quiet dragon opened its mouth wide and roared, and in its mouth there was also a strange light that shone brightly throughout this space. The demon-faced man held a red spear in his hand and rushed towards the dragon with dark power. Could it be that these two creatures would fight? But what Ulick was interested in was the strength of these two creatures. Could it be that these two creatures would fight? But what Ulick wanted to know was the strength of these two creatures. The main idea is that the power of the two of them is revealed. This terrible amount of mana, is he a level 8 magician? Ulick wondered aloud and quickly denied it himself. Because in Ulick's eyes, the demon-faced man's aura had now reached its peak and seemed to be able to suppress the dragon. No, it's not an 8th level magician, it's much higher than that. In the blink of an eye, time and space were disrupted with explosive destructive power. The demon-faced man stabbed that red spear straight into the dragon's forehead, causing it to roar pitifully, and his ghostly voice also rang out, "This time things are different." When a substance container appeared in front of me, and this was not a test of the dragon but a trap of the Demon King, before Ulick had time to recover, he was rushed by the Demon King. Painfully enters the body. Ulick's entire body was covered by dark energy and his soul seemed to be torn out of his body. Ulick's consciousness became more and more tired and he wondered if he would die like this. Even more terrifying things appeared, and from within Ulick's body the voice of the Demon King echoed out, the Dragon King's mana was making the body of the vessel become stronger. Confronting the source of energy that was constantly attacking Ulick, he tried to keep his last bit of sanity, and memories from the past somehow appeared in his mind. It's so damned that he and his entire family sacrificed their lives to fight off the demons in the final battle, and then both parents had to face death as well. Only Ulick and his sister were left alone. Taking that opportunity, the Magic Tower royal family and vassal families competed to throw stones into the well, and they all revealed their corrupt nature. Even the person Ulick trusted and relied on the most betrayed him. He also tried to take over things that belonged to his sisters when his sisters were trying to protect them. The older sister's small hand was raised towards that man and called out, "Please." But after all, the two sisters were abandoned. Confront those who betrayed and insulted the family. Little Ulick can do something. Everything was like a dream that vanished and didn't exist at all. Damn it, no matter what, I will cure the magic blockage and restore this family. After that, Ulick's consciousness gradually sank into the darkness as the Demon King's energy invaded all of his cells and continuously transformed his weak body. In that dark night, Ulick's heartbeat became clearer than ever, and the screams from deep within his soul seemed to have awakened the hidden power in the pendant, causing it to begin to play. Bright, meowing, an ancient call made Ulick's deep consciousness clear again, and he immediately screamed, "I will not let you devour me like this, you damn bastard." Every wave of sound details with the strange chant emanating from the pendant that gradually suppresses the Demon King's power. A voice rang out, making the Demon King stunned and gradually forced out of his body. "I hope this voice will reach our descendants in the future." At that moment, just when the Demon King was about to run away, Ulick's hand reached up and grabbed his soul, sealing the deal so that the Demon King would be swallowed whole. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King only had time to scream pitifully before being completely devoured by Ulick's arm, turning into a strange tattoo on it. Everything was done by Ulick unconsciously, and it seemed like he also didn't understand what was going on. "No, no, 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 it's not like this." The Demon King's roaring sound still echoed but became smaller and smaller and then disappeared. Until all the energy disappeared and only Ulick stood there with his glowing arm. A blue tattoo representing the symbol of the first Demon King. Ulick opened his eyes, looked at his blurred hands, then wearily asked, "Where am I?" Looking forward, I saw the figure of someone with a strange feeling. "Who are you? Why do you seem so familiar?" The mysterious person turned his head to look at Ulick and answered, "We are the first scholars to pursue the pinnacle of magic. Is this voice the one I heard before, Ulick?" "Wonder. We were the first scholars to pursue the pinnacle of magic, yet those who vied for greater power. They brought misfortune to the world because they were corrupted by demons. We have come to the decision to correct this and atone for our past sins. We finally created a guild in this world." While listening to the voice, Ulick looked up at the sky and discovered a giant demon head floating there. "What is that, a demon or Demon King?" "No, that's not the Demon Lord. We have created an association that can purify the demons at their roots. Destroying all the demons in the world is our mission and what we pursue. However, things will not be easy. The demons will never completely disappear and they will always reappear." Following the man's voice, the surrounding scene began to change with countless demons appearing. "You must continue to destroy them over and over until the entire guild cannot be disbanded." One day in the future, the man who mentioned that suddenly raised his hand in the air to reveal his shiny golden hair, and the surrounding demons did not come to attack him. Looking at the body with the aura like an eternal night sky, Ulick sang in horror, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that his hand had returned to reality. Outside the window, warm rays of sunlight streamed in, causing Ulick's dazed consciousness to gradually become calm. Until Ulick regained his composure, he discovered that Sin had been sitting next to him. "Shin, are you crying?" Sin turned his back to Ulick and coldly answered, "Me," but he was crying. "I'm sure you're crying," Ulick said to himself, and Sin wanted to dig a hole and crawl in. Damn, why is he awake at this time? It's okay, he can cry. Now he remembers that when he was in the cave, he also cried. Each of Ulick's exclamations made Sin's eyebrows become weaker and tighter with a deep expression on his face. His anger did not rise. Sin coldly looked at his friend with bullet-like eyes, causing Ulick to shut up. "Oh, sorry, I won't say any more. But you brought a rescue team to rescue me." "Yeah, you sick guy, you should be grateful because at least I can still give you something, slut." Ulick tiredly held the egg, rubbed his forehead and sighed, "But you can use magic. Can you use a magic trick to heal this bruise instead of just giving me the egg? You're the head of a family, so why do you keep calling me this guy and that guy? What do you think, sick man?" Sin's cold voice and intimidating aura made Ulick quickly turn his head away. "What's the matter?" "I didn't say anything." Sin's eyes narrowed and he breathed heavily. "By the way, if he ever played stupid like that again." Having said that, Sin suddenly realized something unusual and shouted loudly, "Wait, stop standing up, shut up and stand up for me. You're taller now, Sin raised his hand to gently measure the height difference between himself and Ulich. Look in the mirror and see. Ulich also did the same and walked to the mirror to look inside and looked at his body. Until he determined that the body change was true, Ulich's eyes widened slightly in worry. What happened? His body has changed. While he was absent-minded, Sin walked up to the side and asked, what happened? Tell me, what about the dragon? I'm sorry Sin, I can't tell you yet, Ulich thought to himself and turned around with a shy smile. Well, I'll tell you first when the right time comes. Sin sighed, put his hand on his friend's shoulder and nodded. Okay Ulich, I believe you already have some ideas. But really, this bastard kept it a secret from me too. Ulich quickly followed and smiled coyly. Don't be angry, don't be angry. But what's wrong with that dragon cave? Sin sat down on the chair and picked up the egg from earlier. Ulich rolled his forehead to eat it and replied, my family will take over that place so don't worry. Ulich also sat back on his bed and nodded, he will probably be busy. Excavate it here. No, they just hate and don't allow anyone to go in or out of that place. Sin's words made Ulich startled and shouted, why? What's more, because it belongs to the guy who found it, they can't let anyone do whatever they want anymore. According to the law of this magical land, the dragon cave will belong to the person who finds it, but usually large academies can take advantage by asking for permission to excavate. To Ulich Sin's surprise, after eating the egg, he smiled again. The magic waterfall and the academy will be crazy trying to find a way to get into that place. Haha. He kept laughing but the laughter became smaller when he saw Ulich's beautiful face with a gentle smile. What the hell are you looking at me for? Sin was looked at shyly so he asked. Ulich did not answer that question but just nodded slightly and said thank you very much. Ulich believes that the Nemeth family also really wants to be allowed to excavate, but they still do this for him because of this red-headed guy in front of them. I'm so sick, clown, please don't talk like that and what are you laughing at, you damn bastard. Ulich smiled as well as his best friend, thank you for the compliment, sick man. But suddenly the smile on Ulich's lips suddenly disappeared. Wait, I can't be happy like this. Now is not the time for this. That old tiger must be trying everything to get the right to excavate the dragon's cave. Did he dare to plot to end me? Thinking of this, a dangerous smile appeared on Ulich's face. Seeing this smile, Sin excitedly shouted and asked, what crazy trick is that guy planning to pull? Every time he smiles like that, something is about to happen. Sin, Ulich said and smiled, why are you calling my name, what are you going to do? It's nothing, I just want to ask this one thing. Sin immediately closed his eyes and screamed, I didn't hear anything, I didn't hear anything, I didn't hear anything. Please inform me that I have been seriously injured. Sin helplessly hugged his head. Damn, I didn't hear it. Outside the gate of the hospital where Ulich was resting, footsteps sounded. Silhouettes of people wearing royal uniforms appeared. The palace's soldiers lined up to guard the hospital gate, not allowing anyone to step inside. The fat principal grimaced when he heard someone just announce. Can you repeat it? So the butler with the thick glasses nodded again and repeated the announcement. Student Ulich Mievenge is currently in a coma due to quite serious injuries after the trip to the dragon's den, so I hope you will get out. The surrounding elders immediately protested, I've come all the way here and you're telling me to turn back. As for the right to excavate, why do you intend to leave the cave there? Why did the Nemeth family block the hospital gate and not let anyone in? Please answer. They were angry and shouted but the butler turned around and walked in without saying another word. Ulich stood from the window, looked at them and silently cursed these idiots. The butler just walked into the room with food on the table and he is the spokesman for the Nemeth family named Catanite. Mr. Ulich, please rest. Waiting until the butler left the room, Ulich stood in the quiet atmosphere and suddenly spoke up. By the way, why don't you stop staring and say something? How long are you going to keep staring at me? Mephisto, Ulich asked, slowly glancing at the figure that only he had. Can see that. The demon king Mephisto revealed his soul in front of Ulich, grimacing in annoyance and replying, Xiaomi, don't you show any respect to the respected king standing in front of you? The great demon king who once made the whole world tremble in danger and chaos was called Mephisis. However, now maybe I should call him Fifio, he asked Ulich while slowly scratching his nose, causing the demon king to roar madly. Don't you dare, you bastard, he is now just an evil spirit and can no longer harm or hurt Ulich. In a quiet hospital and strictly guarded by the Nemeth family. When the demon king's spirit became quiet, Ulich still stood silently in the middle of the room. Suddenly, he slowly put his hand on his chest and felt his heart. In any case, it was just as Ulick thought, and he could not have imagined when he felt the great power in his heart. The dragon heart is the source of energy containing the absolute power of the ancient dragon. The dragon clearly died after being stabbed by the Demon King's spear, and is it possible that its heart is the dragon heart in Ulick's body at the time? But that's not right, he still felt something different. Ulick didn't say exactly what the difference was, but when he felt each beat in his body, a strange feeling still surged. Ulick only has a vague memory of when the Demon King tried to take over this weak body, but nothing else. That's why Ulick told me to ask the Demon King Mephisto about what happened at that time. Stop staring at me and say nothing. How long are you planning on looking at me like that? The Demon King was full of anger and crossed his arms. Don't call me by my name like that, it doesn't have any respect at all. The powerful Demon King who has plunged this world into fear and suffering. Everything has to do with ancient times when gods ruled this world, in which the demon god representing darkness had 4 powerful servants. Fine, it serves to destroy everything with the power to destroy everything. The insane servant is crazy with a mind-bending light that drives the creature into madness. The promiscuous plant symbolizes all sexual immorality in the world. And finally, the source of evil originates from the Demon King Mephisto, the supreme and most powerful Demon King in legends. And now this guy Mephisto is reluctantly tied to Ulick. He angrily pointed at Ulick's head and scolded him while he yawned tiredly. I said, "My name was given to me by the great demon god, so don't call me that casually." Oh my god, I'm so angry, I'm so angry. People swore that they would tear him into pieces to vent his anger. The Demon King screamed and punched Ulick's back hard, but it didn't hurt him at all. Ulick sat on the bed tiredly and cried out, "Oh my god. Noisy die. The Demon King often behaves so stupidly. I've told you many times, but you still don't understand, or are you deaf due to old age?" Looking at the damn human lying scratching his butt on the Demon King's bed, he was so angry that he was shaking. He had been waiting for 1,000 years, yet his mana was taken away by someone like this. He is the Demon King Mephisto who once made the whole world submit to his feet. Chaos, destruction and the ultimate pain of humanity are the reasons for the Demon King's existence. However, until one day the Demon King encountered the Dragon King Shinar. The Dragon King stood in Mephisto's way and caused Mephisto's progress to stop. The battle between the two people at that time was very fierce, but everything ended when the Dragon King's giant throat opened wide and the chains began to erupt from there. Before the Demon King could react, he was bound tightly by those magical chains. Then be swallowed by the Dragon King and sealed into the dragon's cave. Demon King Mephisto, you will be buried here with me. Although he tried to struggle, all efforts were in vain, and just like that 1,000 years passed. He kept waiting and waiting for a small hope, and finally waited for that day. The day you and Ulick's men entered this cave. You are the vessel that will help the Demon King escape this damned seal. The perfect vessel successfully completed all the tests right in front of the Demon King. Even though he couldn't use magic, Ulick's intelligence and understanding as well as his terrible talent made the Demon King extremely satisfied. Finally, after a while of arranging, he almost succeeded in gaining control of Ulick's body and soul. Yet when the source of energy exploded, all of the Demon King's plans over the past 1,000 years vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind. He stood by the window and sighed weakly because now he only had a piece of demonic energy left, and even his avatar had disappeared. After all, what kind of power can absorb the Demon King? Ulick lay on the bed looking at his pendant and smiled. "Stop acting like you're noble and powerful, Demon King." The Demon King angrily shouted, "After a bastard like you. How dare you? If it were me 1,000 years ago, I would. Damn, this thing could only have been caused by some Mioving guys. They think they what the hell, I was alone against the whole world before." The Demon King's angry words made Ulick remember something. Then in his days he heard a person's voice, and that person said that hopefully our message will come. Okay, I hope the message will reach my descendants in the future someday. At that time, Ulick felt extremely familiar with that voice, and now he wondered in his heart if that voice belonged to him. Here, following the contract, the first demon will be devoured, which is also what that person said when controlling Ulick's body to devour the Demon King's energy. Remembering these words made Ulick startled and sat up from the bed. Could it be that God had swallowed him, meaning that he had absorbed the power of the Demon King? So this magical pendant is a tool to devour the Star Demon King. If that's not true, then it's still too narrow. To be more precise, it's a tool to devour demons. Ulick seemed to have discovered a hidden secret from this pendant, so he immediately glanced at the Demon King next to him. Can it devour other demons similar to Mephisto? Suddenly, the boy looked at him so much that he had goosebumps. What was he looking at? But if there is a first demon, it means there will be a second and a third. Thinking about that, Ulick excitedly showed a devilish smile that made the Demon King suddenly feel cold and shiver. Prepare yourself, you ghost kings will die soon, haha. A few days later, Ulick found a cliff in the deep forest, making the Demon King wonder why he suddenly wandered out here. So answer, adults should know how to answer properly, right? Lich was annoyed and scolded you for being too loud. Please shut up, this tongue-burning ghost. Then, ignoring the noisy Demon King, he meditated on the cliff. Before finding out how to use the power of this pendant, Ulick had to confirm a few things first. At this moment, his whole mind was completely relaxed and a magical feeling constantly spread around him, feeling everything in the world. There is a ladybug flapping its wings on the fresh flower branches, a gentle breeze passing through her hair brings a gentle feeling to the whole body. Ulick can now feel everything in a subtle way that he could not feel before. And if his suspicions were correct, thinking of this, Ulick gently opened his hand and in his mouth began to chant the spell with each green thread that he had seen before when escaping from the flood. Zombie. Ulick's hand sank very slowly in midair. Until that hand is clenched, it seems like nothing is happening. But immediately the mysterious heart in his chest lightly beat, releasing a great source of mana. In the blink of an eye, the empty space in front of Ulick was burned by magic and exploded. The Demon King, who was still noisy, suddenly fell silent and glared ahead because he realized how terrifying the scene ahead was. What is this? This is dragon law. An ordinary person like him is using the magic of the star dragon, even if he has the blood of the Mioving family. This is a bit too much. Successfully used mana and cast magic. Ulick stood still for a moment, then looked up at the sky and started laughing. Haha, now I can use magic. Finally the miserable magic blockage that tormented me has been released. The humiliation of the Mioving family, every contemptuous word from the past appeared in Ulick's mind, but now those words had absolutely no effect on his mind. You too, the future lies ahead of all those who betrayed the Miaowing family and abandoned Ulick. You will definitely make them all regret it. In front of the hospital gate, a large number of reporters appeared with cameras in hand. They kept asking questions and were concerned about student Ulick Mioving being in a coma, and most importantly, whose hands would be the right to excavate the dragon's cave. Nemeth Donut family's spokesman pondered the constant questions and then slowly answered. The official announcement will be announced at the Magic Tower, so please confirm the announcement. After dealing with the reporters, Donut returned to the room to meet his boss. You're here, well done Donut. Facing the boss's praise, the spokesman Donut shook his body and shook his head. Boss, please don't make me do things like this. But it's nothing. The noise you caused every time I was with Ulick almost killed me. Hearing Donut's complaint, Shin could only smile awkwardly. The most important thing is that if your scam is exposed outside the magic waterfall and the royal family won't support it, will you have to bear the consequences? His brother was covered in sweat and wiped it off. Shin smiled bitterly and gave Donut a handkerchief and continued, well Ulick said he had already calculated it all so I would trust him. That guy said that the greater the risk, the higher the reward. Even though he said that with his mouth, in his heart Shin had already cursed Ulick 1800 times, because that bastard did he know how much he had to endure? Announcer Donut wiped his sweat and wondered where Mr. Ulick had gone. I don't know anymore. It faded away somewhere. Ulick left behind only a letter, making Shin so confused that he wanted to die because with that weak body, where could he go? Butler Donut held a pile of letters and files in his hand until he discovered a letter. His expression changed and he said, Master, we have something to do. What's going on? Shin wondered again and before the butler could explain, the door in the room was kicked and broken by someone with bright red hair and a girl's sharp voice rang out. My sister's younger brother, what are you planning to do without telling me? Hearing the sound of cursing and looking at the person who just walked in, Shin panicked and shouted at me, why are you here? The girl slowly walked into the room smiling, why are you so surprised? I'm just your sister. Is it strange for a sister to come to see her brother? This girl with the bright red hair typical of the Nemeth family and a beautiful face but majestic appearance is the famous Fire Bird Witch. This world has magical towers with royal families and pious alliances, each of which produced the great geniuses of the century in the same generation. Those geniuses are the 3 stars that will lead the empire and be called the new 3 stars. Shin's older sister, the youngest person in history to achieve the title of Great Magician, is one of those 3 people, one of the 3 new 3 stars, with the nickname Fire Bird Witch. She also has a hot-tempered and fierce personality like a flame. That fierce fire. Facing Ms. Shin, she was a bit timid but still asked with a serious face why she came here. The girl, who must be a witch, immediately smiled. I heard that your friend is sick, so as someone who also has a magic certificate, I can't leave it alone. Is Yulik not in the room? The boy is somewhere else. Star. Hearing her question, Shin was startled because he had left her. If she entered the hospital room without seeing Yulik there, his feet would be cold. But my sister is catching on too quickly, so I have to quickly chase her away before she knows the truth, Shin thought to himself, so he quickly shook his head and replied that Yulik is very tired right now and inconvenient to meet other people. The fire bird witch looked at her younger brother with deep eyes and nodded, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Was she seriously injured? That's right, so stop bothering the doctor or him and go home. Before Shin could finish his sentence, his arm was grabbed by his sister, forcing him to stop. Little brother, are you giving her an order? The cold voice of the older sister just spoke and the air around Shin seemed to be pressed by a terrible mana to the point of being unable to move. Please continue our conversation. What happened to the right to excavate the dragon's cave? Shin gritted his teeth and suddenly remembered his sister's strange personality. Dragon cave, that's right, I forgot this witch is a dragon fanatic. Looking at her younger brother's stubborn face, her sister's voice became a little softer. I guess no one has taken that dragon's den yet, right? Shin clenched his teeth and sweated, but in the end he still answered firmly, the dragon's cave was Yulik's decision and has nothing to do with us. This answer made the fire condor witch frown and stare calmly at her younger brother. Then there was no way, she finished speaking, the terrible mana exploded again, but this time Shin also tried to use the energy in his body to resist his sister's power. I thought the two sisters were going to have a great fight, but suddenly the fire bird witch slowly let go of her hand and left. Okay, when will your friend contact me? But if you don't contact me first or hide something, then prepare to be beaten, my dear brother. Looking at the back of his sister leaving here, Shin shivered, remembering his sister's fear in the past days, making him scream in his heart, please do something quickly, Yulik, save me. On the busy streets of the empire, the voices of hot newspapers were published and there was a person in a tight cloak standing at the newsstand reading. The heir of a famous magical family was unconscious. We'll have the right to excavate the dragon cave here. Reading every line of content that the Nemeth family announced, the mysterious person smiled softly and exclaimed, Shin is handling everything well for me, isn't he? Hey, look who's here. Yulik in the robe will look away when he sees a familiar name and he suddenly smiles. Our director is also very photogenic. Please keep smiling as long as you can go to the hospital because I'm not sure what your future will be like. At the same time, in his office, the headmaster of the Magic Academy was also holding a newspaper with his picture in his hand. At this moment, Revi wearing glasses walked in and immediately bowed his head in flattery. Congratulations, principal. Now you can do what you want. The principal put the newspaper on the table and slowly shook his head, don't be in such a hurry. The election hasn't started yet. Holding everything in his hand, he spoke but in a tone that couldn't hide his excitement and joy. Shoulder smiled with white teeth, I was too hasty and could not understand the feeling of wanting to protect the future of the academy and its students, principal. Actually, I told him that I haven't become a principal yet and keep calling him like that. After saying that, his satisfied and amused laugh echoed throughout the room. By the way, how is that student Yulik's condition? Revi, still with his head bowed, quickly replied that he had to barely survive every day. The director smiled and tried to look heartbroken with a warm cup of tea in his hand. Oh my god, how unlucky huh? Right at that moment, Revi raised his head and said in a serious and somewhat worried tone, but if he wakes up, he'll be gone, so we should hire some assassins to take care of him. Before Revi could finish his sentence, the source of the horror in the dean's body immediately exploded with a cold expression, causing Revi to remain silent and tremble in fear. Will you shut up now? His heavy voice was like a dumbbell with that terrifying aura hitting Revi's mind, making him tremble like a leaf. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Suddenly the surrounding atmosphere returned to normal and as if nothing had happened, the dean put a cup of tea on the table. There would be a vacant professor position after the election. I wonder who will sit in that position? Faced with her erratic anger and this question, Revi was bewildered and didn't understand anything. I'm just the dean, I don't know what's going on outside the academy. Listening to those words, Revi suddenly understood the dean's intention, so he seemed happy and immediately bowed his head again. I won't disappoint you, principal. I will definitely do well. Looking at his sincere and fierce appearance, the dean's profound eyes will move under the setting sun of the late afternoon. The night that covered the whole city. Ulick in a mysterious cloak walked to the foot of a tall building and said softly, "Let's begin, shall we?" In that blink his eyes sparkled with a strange green energy, and with this vision he could see the other side of the world. The world in Ulick's eyes was intertwined with mysterious threads, and if he could find the hidden space, then infuse the mana in the dragon's heart into that hidden space, thinking to Ulick at the same time. At the same time, practice and follow without omission. Immediately, the mana in the dragon's heart connected with its exposed body and entered the hidden space, causing Ulick's whole body to suddenly shoot up into the air. He was like an arrow shot by the entire ocean with ease and without wasting any effort. The powerful thrust caused smoke and dust to fly until Ulick climbed over the roof of the tall building and slowly landed on the terrace. This way he can use magic without complicated incantations. Ulick took a breath and looked up at the big round moon and the night sky sparkling with stars. Is the first step okay? I'm finally at the starting line. Ulick breathed a sigh of relief as if his entire soul had been liberated. A confident smile appeared on his lips, and the future ahead would certainly be extremely glorious. Suddenly the spirit of the demon king Mephisto appeared right behind him and began to criticize. "Pathetic, you can only use magic of that level even with my power, just a single high jump. It's pure, are you using tricks?" Ulick did not feel too uncomfortable with this comment because this demon king was right that he needed to be stronger and stronger. But I didn't see Ulick answer. The demon king Mephisto angrily shouted, "This bastard, how dare you ignore me while I'm talking? Did you know that in my time, the demon world and the dragon race were all the same?" I cringed when I saw that I wasn't there. Ignoring the demon king's noise, Ulick's mind was now completely immersed in each mysterious spell, and he suddenly remembered the giant dragon door in that dragon cave. There is a thing called the mind. The spell seal in the dragon's tongue Dharma. The mantra takes shape in the mind. Then, speaking out loud to activate the magic, Ulick's hands blinked into a strange position and golden energy erupted. His windless cloak fluttered on its own with strands of mana radiating from his body, making others blind. Looking at his posture and his hands, it seemed that this demon king had realized something, so he was startled. The moment the mind spell was completed, Ulick silently said a jumping sound and a flying sound in his heart. His whole body jumped high and floated in the air. Very quickly, Ulick flew up in the sky to look down at the city that gradually became smaller under his feet, and unprecedented feelings appeared in his mind. For the first few seconds, he was still panicked because this was a height he had never been to before, but Ulick quickly tried to calm down and gradually adapted to the feeling of flying. It's amazing that the magic seal is simple but extremely effective. Ulick secretly praised, humanity has always pursued flying because it brings a feeling of freedom that is difficult to achieve. Can describe. Ulick was the same, the feeling of flying in the vast sky made his soul feel like it was liberated, and if so, let's try it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Ulick immediately took off at an unbelievable speed. Under every cloud. Behind him, the demon king's spirit also flew right behind him, and his expression was very panicked. An ordinary kid who had just learned magic was able to use mind seals and dual magic indeed. Is unimaginable. The demon king stared at the back of the boy in front of him and remembered every scene in the past that the demon king had experienced. In this world, the eternal enemy of the demon world is the Mioving family. But even the most terrible Miovingers are not sure to be able to compare with this flying boy. Each opponent after each opponent appeared in his mind, causing the demon king to comment. Oh no, the demon king couldn't help but remember the image of a person who left an extremely deep and indelible impression on his heart. That's right, there is only one person who can compare to this kid. Stop. Oh my god, I shouldn't think like that. It's so tiring, the demon king whined as he flew after the boy. No matter the cost, before this boy becomes even stronger, I must take over that body and stomp on this dangerous seed. If we let him grow up, he will become a nightmare of the demon world. Is there any way? The demon king kept wondering while Ulick was still flying in the air, completely ignoring him. He was immersed in the magic of magic and true consciousness. It's great, but it's still difficult for you to take advantage of it yourself. To become stronger, Ulick must understand the core of dragon magic, and he needs a teacher who can keep this a secret. Thinking of this, Ulick's hands tightened slightly. In that academy that had been controlled by Barak, there was no one qualified to teach Ulick, and moreover, he could not trust anyone in that school except Shin. After flying for a while, it was already morning. Ulick landed in an open field in a certain forest. To be able to teach him, he had to be at least a person of the same level as a Hezagam, but there was no way they would accept it. accepted him as a disciple. The misery and situation at this time made Ulick unable to help but remember his appearance. If he was still alive, it would be great, not including his father or uncle. Suddenly Ulick's train of thought was interrupted when he looked at the figure in front of him. That is the soul of the Demon King, who is still thinking about how to trample on the seed that is Ulick, not paying attention to the fact that he is being stared at by you. As if he had thought of something, Ulick stood up and called out to the Demon King Mephisis. Can you teach me magic? Ulick did not hesitate to ask directly because now he thought about this method, Mephiso is probably the most suitable to be his teacher. Faced with the unexpected question, Mephiso was stunned. What the hell did you just say? Then he coldly turned around and said nothing more. Ulick immediately called his name again and a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Mephiso seemed careless and asked in return, what good would it do me? Of course I will. I will create a new vessel for you using alchemy. Mephiso frowned. You think a common human being can create a vessel for me? Ulick immediately smiled and shrugged. Then make me strong enough to do that, Demon King. Still not enough. Seeing that, Ulick asked him what he could do if I couldn't get stronger. If it's not enough, please specify the exact conditions, Ulick said, smiling sweetly. The Demon King's next answer made the smile on Ulick's lips stiffen. I would like to refuse. Why should I enlighten you? I can consider it if you become a fellow. Is that my kind? Having finished speaking, Mephiso secretly glanced at Ulick's appearance and felt excited in his heart. Looking at that confused face, he was really satisfied. He dared to play tricks on me at this time. Even though I'm still too weak to devour him, if I secretly use evil magic on him while teaching him, will become increasingly stronger and at the same time his soul will also be invaded by evil magic and my breath. At that time I will devour him and now kneel down and beg me to accept you as my disciple. Come on, kid, know your place and obediently become my vessel, you stupid Mioving. Mephiso was delusional with his thoughts when suddenly Ulick shouted, making him completely startled, oh that stupidity, please stop it, you bastard. Listen, Mephiso's demands have limits. Ulick's cold words made the chaotic Demon King in the wind panic. Ulick gently scratched his ear and let out a breath. He still didn't understand what kind of situation he was in. Looking at the dangerous smile approaching in front of him, the Demon King was bewildered and didn't realize anything for a while. What did you say? Just seeing Ulick's appearance in the Demon King's eyes suddenly become bigger and the dangerous smile on his lips made him feel shivers and couldn't help but tremble. You damn bastard, you could only scream in helplessness. The Demon King's soul had been forced by Ulick to the point of being about to break. In a split second, Ulick's mouth suddenly uttered two silent words carrying magical power. The Demon King's soul was immediately forbidden from speaking, unable to utter another word. Ulick smiled happily looking at his results. Oh wow, success beyond expectations. The Demon King angrily pointed his finger at him and scolded him, but he could only utter a sound but couldn't say anything. Ulick covered his ears and grimaced, oh my god, you're so noisy. The Demon King was angry and roared in his heart that there was no way I could be conquered with just the mind seal, but before he could recover, Ulick immediately uttered another word, cute action. Immediately, the Demon King's soul also performed a cute act of winking and pouting, making people's eyes sting so much. Seeing this terrifying image, Ulick immediately turned to stone and froze. Oh my god, my eyes, I couldn't help but throw up, making the Demon King so angry that he couldn't stop crying but couldn't even make a sound. Oh my god, why did I ask him to do that disgusting thing? Oh god, I feel like I'll have to vomit if I look any further, Ulick wondered with a tired headache. And then he brought a notebook in front of the Demon King. Calm down old man, I don't want to see what just happened again. If you change your mind then write down all the explanations about mind magic. Click here, then I will resolve it for you after I finish reading the content. The Demon King remained silent and wondered if you thought I would compromise with this much, given that I had endured being sealed for 1,000 years. He put the notebook on the ground and immediately turned around and stretched, so now I have should I use this time to practice. Another day passed, night fell again on the world, Ulick diligently practiced his magic and the Demon King was still in the pose to perform that lovely action, he was tired but still tried to scream. I will generously forgive you in my heart if you admit your mistake. But the next day, Ulick was still practicing magic and the Demon King was in complete chaos. He should have begged me now. That's the only way he can use magic, right? The next day, according to the Demon King, he was about to go crazy. And the next day and the next the strong defensive wall in the Demon King's heart has almost collapsed. I will teach him anyway, should I pretend to compromise? No, I can't give in like that, that's what he thought, but his body was trembling very honestly. He picked up the pen and wrote in the notebook the other day. Ulick sat by the fire and looked at him and laughed softly. Did you have to do that much? Wouldn't it be good to write from the beginning? The Demon King held a pebble and wrote magic on a piece of paper while trying to control himself like a volcano about to explode. No, I can't be the Demon King Mephisto. There's no way I'll hand it over to a human. Waiting until he finished writing and handed the notebook to Demon King Ulick, he wondered why he was acting like his dog. Ulick ignored him and completely focused his mind inside. The contents recorded in the notebook. The basic principle of the mind seal was an ancient knowledge that he could not find in any book. The Demon King had very thorough insights and research and comments on the mind. Uncle Seal. Ulick opened his mouth to praise. Good job, shouldn't you be happy to help me? Then he immediately stopped acting cute and asked what the information behind this was. Can you write this part in a little more detail? Maybe I'll let you talk. Isn't it a bit frustrating not being able to talk? The Demon King was released from his lovely act but still couldn't speak, making him angrily roar at you, you bastard. What the hell is this? Don't you know you should write more than the other day? So you can write many times a day, each time add a little bit. I will cancel the tribute for 3 days, what do you think? Ah, your handwriting is so bad, look at how well you write. I've thought about it many times but it's not enough, or could you just write it all out at once? Have you ever thought about teaching me some special technique? No, every word of Ulick made the Demon King angry like a bomb about to explode, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to roar angrily in his heart. Just wait, the black magic bastard hidden in these records will completely tear apart the body and soul of those who don't know the sky and the earth. You come out. Reluctantly, Mephisto picked up the pen to continue writing, but this time he had even more dangerous black magic in each note than before. As time passed, Ulick only learned the first part, but with just that much he was able to possess a wonderful power. This giant ice mountain in front of him was Ulick's magical masterpiece. Staring at the back of the Demon King, I felt confused in my heart. This is impossible. Why is there no sign of evil magic happening? I clearly remember that I put it there. Suddenly Ulick turned around and smiled and asked the Demon King, what's wrong with your expression, Mephisto? On your face it was clear that you intended to do something shady with my body, but nothing happened. It makes you disappointed. The Demon King panicked and turned away. I don't understand what you're talking about. His appearance made Ulick laugh. Do you think I'm so stupid that I'll learn whatever you give me without even considering it? That's fine. Anyway, thank you. Thanks to you, I've reached a new level, right? Looking at the sarcastic smile of the Demon King, clenching his teeth in anger, he knew that, damn money, all this shit. Thanks to that precious knowledge, the Demon King became stronger and stronger, so he didn't want to stop at all, so he took out the notebook and wondered what else was left in the angry Demon King's atmosphere. You, what a dream, that human. Seeing that he was stubborn, Ulick immediately threatened him so he could stop talking, but the Demon King's answer left him a bit stunned. I said, there's nothing left. Besides my true magic, there's nothing else I can teach you, he said in a calm voice, and it didn't look like he was lying, but that made Ulick fall into another predicament. By that kind of real consciousness, does he mean the highest level consciousness magic besides the divine voice and the magic spells? Ulick wondered in his heart, confused. Looking at the Demon King's panicked face, he shook his head sarcastically. You can't fully understand it at your current level, you could be haunted by fire. Ulick smiled bitterly and scratched his head because the Demon King did not lie. Now what can he do to progress further? On the other side, the Demon King continued to say that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. His words startled Ulick again. That has been the fate of your Miavenge family until now. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. The father's haggard appearance appeared in Ulick's mind. His father had once said the motto of the Miaving family who would join this is the custom of protecting the continent from evil. Father taught her and Ulick the honor of the Miavenge family in the territory destroyed in the war with the demons. Even though he didn't say a word, his father was seriously injured from the effects of the war. Surely he still remembered the days when he was allowed to fight as a magician alongside his grandfather. Looking at Father Ulick's face that was pensive with memories, he smiled and patted his chest. Father, when I go to war in the future, I will be able to use cool magic like you, right? Here comes the great magician Ulick. The innocent words of his little son made the father hesitate a bit and want to say something, but a strong hand slapped his shoulder and the mother's gentle voice rang out, calling Ulick's name. Mom has already told me what to do if I want to become a strong judge. Ulik immediately blushed but also replied, "Yes, that's right, son. You can't just have a cover of ridiculously powerful magic like your father. Didn't I tell you that your grandfather became the greatest magician before he became the strongest on the continent?" Mother's words made father hesitate to explain, "Ma'am, that I am still the head of the family," saying that was a bit much, but father was immediately silenced by the roof of his house. "Dear husband, stop bringing the children out and giving them illusions. Seriously, none of the Miavinj men know how to listen at all. Our Hay daughter is always good at listening to what her mother sings." Being pushed by his wife in a wheelchair, the father still tried to turn around and whisper to his son, making Ulik's eyes sparkle, "But magic should only be perfected on the battlefield, son." After saying that, his father was pushed away by his mother, making Ulik bewildered. "Ulich, please make sure you finish reading the compendium of research on the relationship between the ancient formation system and the new era language system, by the end of the day. Okay, Hadie, look at you. Lick." So my mother took care of my father and my sister grabbed Ulik's ear and pulled him away. "Mom, no, I want to play with my father today. My ear is about to break, please let me go." The father was also very reluctant to face his wife's rigidity, so he immediately advised her, "Ma'am, studying is good, but after all, they are just children." The mother shook her head in disapproval. It was because he pampered the boy too much, causing him to have bad habits. It was truly like father, like son. Under the beautiful and warm sunset, their family passed each day like that together. But things didn't last long until one day, it was pouring rain and crying sounds could be heard in the small family house. Father's illness became more and more serious and his mother, who took care of him day and night, also suddenly passed away. Father spent his last breaths beside her and they passed away peacefully together. The father with a haggard face lying on the bed said the last words to his beloved wife, "I'm sorry you always shine brighter than anyone in this world. It's all because of me." "Don't say that, but since meeting you and having obedient children, there hasn't been a day that I haven't been happy." The two of them clasped each other's hands tightly, intertwining every last strand of energy. "Thank you, you are the one who raised our children, so this person is truly a wonderful mother." Using a little strength, the mother called out to her daughter, "Hadie, are you there? Please take care of your little brother, I'm sorry and thank you." Hearing her mother's last words, Hader shed tears of pain but tried to clench her teeth to not make a sound. "Here, I also apologize to my son Ulik, I'm so sorry. Ulik, your magic blockage is all because of me." Ulik sobbed weakly and helplessly, calling for his father. "Dad, I'm so scared, why did you leave like that? If my father is no longer there, what should I and my sister do?" The father's thin and weak hand will place his cheek and caress his son's face. "Looking back on my whole life compared to the time I spent as a wandering magician fighting on the battlefield, I was much happier during my days as a father to my children. You don't have to become a magician, Ulik. In the end, I just hope that you will live happily with the people around you." The father's voice became weaker and weaker until it gradually faded and died out. The hands that were placed on the son's cheeks also dropped helplessly. Ulik seemed to turn into a lifeless statue in the face of this situation and could do nothing. In the middle of the dark night, father and mother's hands clasped together, taking their last breaths in this world and then disappearing forever. "Dad, but do you know that you were wrong when you told me I didn't need to become a magician? If I wasn't strong enough I would be thrown away in this reality." Now standing in the middle of the dense forest, Ulik looked up at the warm sunny sky and exclaimed, "That's why you have to become stronger so that no one can turn their back on you anymore. Just like what my father taught me, magic can only be perfected and improved on the battlefield. What I need most now is real combat experience and walks between the lines of life and death. So where should we go to the bloody ghost forest full of ghost-like monsters?" Ulich wondered and quickly dismissed it because that place was too dangerous. Then the goblin's cave, "No, there are too many people and too much gossip, where should we go?" While thinking, Ulich suddenly remembered his father's story that there were secret rooms scattered across the continent where mankind's ancestors once lived. "That's right, that's the right place." Thinking of where he needed to go, Ulich immediately turned around and told Mephisto to go. The Demon King wondered where he was going. "We will go to the territory of Dti, a place called the Dti Plateau. Blue sky, white clouds." Ulich is peeling off the dirt and residue from his body in a cool stream in the middle of a dense forest. His body is strong after being enhanced by the dragon's energy, with white, rosy skin and outstanding blonde hair. No matter where he goes now, if his identity is revealed, it will bring a lot of trouble. It's so confusing that Ulich needs to change his appearance. Immediately, the magic used by Ulich caused the surrounding water to suddenly rush violently. The words that come out according to the mind and the spell seal only need to use spiritual thoughts to be able to use magic without the need for a long and single spell. A cutting word is uttered in streams of boiling water as if turning into a sharp blade. Cut off Ulick's hair. The water surface became calm again after a brief explosion and Ulick had a completely different hairstyle. Not only that, the two words transformed were uttered by him with light covering his whole body. Waiting until everything was completed, Ulick's appearance had transformed into a mature man with sharp eyes and gray hair. His rosy white skin had also turned into a healthy tanned bronze color. Well, that seems fine, right? The scene changes to a town located in the middle of cold icy plateaus with white snow all year round. This building is the guide branch and the guide is saying something to the disguised Ulick. There's a team preparing to depart, you're in luck. Nowadays no one goes to the TI Plateau anymore and it's surprising that suddenly many people want to go there. My team just said over there, he said while pointing in one direction. The door there also opened with the sound of footsteps. Ah, they came at just the right time. Under Ulick's attentive gaze, a continuous line of people walked in and at the front was a child covered in fur clothes, smiling happily as he walked. Oh my gosh, it looks like we have someone new. Okay. Ulick's sharp eyes glanced at the group of people and immediately guessed a bit about their identities and abilities. That group of people included 4 herbalists with stern faces, 3 demon hunters with extraordinary auras, and finally, the 5 people were trying to hide their energy. While Ulick was thinking, the boy came forward and continuously introduced himself with a friendly look. Well then, I'll reintroduce myself. Our tribe has a tradition of naming people based on their date of birth. My name is Manhwa, which means Monday morning of the week. Are you asking about this? What, today is Monday morning this week? The child just stood there and chatted for a long time, making the Demon King's spirit angry. This bastard talked too much and swore that one day I would rip his beak off. Ulick left him alone. Raised his hand and said to the boy, yes Manhwa, can I buy a communication crystal? The little Manhwa immediately shook his head. What's the point? Our village doesn't have crystals, you can use something like pigeons or letters. Then suddenly I remembered an extremely funny thing that happened before related to pigeons sending letters. Seeing that the kid was about to say something, Ulick immediately turned around and left. Let's go. The boy who was ignored not only didn't get angry, but also excitedly ran after him, making the people around him helpless. What a pity. I'll tell you on the way. Let's go. Just walking on the street, Ulick slightly frowned because she would be very upset if he didn't contact her soon. Things were getting more and more complicated, but anyway, he had already told Shin. I'm sure he can handle this. And then the pigeon suddenly rushed down the chimney, but before he knew it, that information was that the chimney must have belonged to the person who had stolen the money, wandering among the snowy mountains where the child had just walked. While constantly telling its humorous story, behind the team, Ulick suddenly heard the Demon King say that he had a feeling that this place was quite familiar. This was where Dti lived. Seeing this, Ulick wondered if the Demon King knew about Dti. Have you been here before? Of course, they are scum who dare to admire us. This answer makes Ulick still good. Is Dti a devil? Mephisto immediately coldly snorted, don't put me on the same level as that trash. While Ulick was extremely surprised, Dti is just a bunch of monsters who, unexpectedly, are related to demons. The world is truly amazing. Although they were just ordinary monsters, their previous king was actually useful and he received the demon lord's blessing, although his fate was not so lucky. Hearing the complaints of the ghosts, Ulick wondered if his ancestors had a ruler in the past. This is a mystery that is difficult for anyone to know. At this moment, the Demon King Mephisto looked around thoughtfully and then suddenly blurted out, his grave is probably still around here. Ulick was immediately frightened and asked again later if he knew where it was. Who would have thought that even if it was still here, it must have been visited by a grave robber a long time ago. The information accidentally told by the Demon King Mephisto made Ulick's heart flutter because if Dti was a demon, surely their grave would have some connection to the secret room. Your family. Father had said that the secret chamber was an ancestral hideaway that was built to protect the family's heritage. His father also told Ulick that when he grew up and became the head of the family, he should go to the Dti Plateau first, confirm the entire family heritage in that place and pay respect to the ancestors. Ulick was quite wondering what the family's legacy could be. He wondered if he could learn about this magical pendant if he went there, staring at the pendant given to him by his ancestors. Passed down Ulick's thoughts. The child walking in front kept telling the story that he knew gave everyone a headache. If you follow the legend that was passed down from generation to generation in the first Ti tribe that ever appeared, it was destroyed. Abandoned by her husband and left behind in this plateau. That woman died, and after taking revenge she met Dukiona, who suddenly appeared, and that's how the story began. Its narrative lyrics fell into the hands of the Demon King, causing his brain was pounding like a bell had been knocked on his head. I can't use magic to make that guy's throat shut. Look at my ears, he's bleeding. Yoonhyuk tiredly walked beside him, shaking his head trying to endure. What kind of ghost would bleed like that? Sir, talking about the Ti that the other guy kept mentioning, why haven't they appeared yet? I wondered to Ulik while keeping an eye on the surroundings to prevent possible incidents from happening. They walked a little further and the child excitedly stopped and signaled, "Okay everyone, the distance from here is quite difficult. Before continuing, what should we eat and drink?" In the midst of the cold, desolate snow and ice, warm fires were lit by them and gathered together. Each team split up to form a fire, for example Ulik sat alone. At this moment, a mysterious person in the group who had hidden his power walked up to the three demon hunters and spoke, "Let's sit by this fire." From afar, Ulik slightly opened his strange eyes to look at the group of 5 of them and felt that he was as strong as the aristocrat's sister. Receiving the consent of the 3 demon hunters, the group of 5 people hiding that power gathered together and sat down next to the fire. Seeing their appearance, Ulik gave the answer that they didn't seem to be targeting him, so were they carrying out some kind of secret mission in this plateau? While thinking about Ulik, he turned his eyes to a cloaked person who seemed to stand out in that group of 5 people. This strange guy was the leader. He didn't look like he was the leader. Suddenly Ulik's thoughts were interrupted and the person in the blue cloak slowly took off his cloak to reveal his beautiful long hair. A look of surprise flashed in Ulik's eyes, and so did the men around him, because the leader was an extremely beautiful and gentle woman. "Thank you, we will cherish it." A bearded guy in the group of medicine pickers whistled softly and opened his mouth to tease, "Why do you hide such a pretty face like this, young lady? Oh my god, I didn't think I'd be so lucky to have a wonderful experience like this." As the 2 of them finished laughing, a sharp sword was brandished by a man in a black cloak. In that blink of an eye, the smile on that humble man's face seemed to have been pressed to a halt with each bright ray of light that the blade reflected. At an unbelievable speed, the black-cloaked person in the girls' group rushed to her side. This bearded man's entire face was pale with fear because in just a moment the sharp sword had pierced his throat. Scary eyes hidden deep under the cloak stared at the man and warned, "You have offended the lady by daring to speak like that. Atone for your crime with your life." Far away next to the fire, the girl witnessed this scene and immediately called out loudly, asking her to put down her weapon immediately. Ulik was on the side watching the play with the Demon King, but he couldn't help but wonder if a guy like that dared to flirt with a noble. Does that guy have any brains? Suddenly, both Ulik and the Demon King glanced back at the same time because they felt something and their faces suddenly changed color. A terrifying aura from the approaching phase made Ulik's eyes widen in panic. On this side, the knight still hasn't put down his sword and is full of anger, but ladies, these bastards. The beautiful girl firmly ordered her to put down her sword quickly. Finally, the rearguard knight had to put the sword back into the martial arts, but at this moment Ulik stood up and sang loudly to everyone, "Everyone should run quickly." His screams made the surrounding group panic and did not understand anything. The situation was like this in the middle of a warm fire. Ulik sensed the danger and immediately stood up and shouted loudly, signaling everyone to run away. The knight named Chen, who had just drawn his sword, also looked bewilderedly in Ulik's direction. The medicine pickers around could only show stupid faces because they didn't understand anything. Suddenly, the knight instinctively blocked forward with his sword. Immediately, a series of beams of light like bullets with extremely huge destructive power rushed towards the group of people, pushing the knight back. The child leading the medicine pickers opened his round eyes in horror to see this situation. Very quickly, in the group of medicine pickers, several people fell down when hit by those mysterious rays of light and fresh blood began to flow out on the white snow. The knight blocked the attack and shouted loudly to the remaining 4 people in the team to protect the lady. They all solemnly drew their swords to face the unknown danger. Ulik's eyebrows furrowed tightly because this reminded him of the nest. Looking up at the sky, Ulik's face was solemn like never before, and this was also the danger he was looking for. I only saw that the sky, which was originally clear and blue, was now covered by a dark rain of arrows. Ulik stood in place, preparing to enter a fighting stance, and those arrows also pointed straight down. Danger was imminent and Ulik immediately released a word with his hand glowing with golden mana. In an instant, a giant protective shield formed, temporarily blocking a wave of arrows. Protecting himself, Ulik glanced back to see if the others had entered. The knights were a bit panicked at first but were also very skilled and easily blocked each wave of arrows and protected their masters, but some demon hunters and medicine pickers were not so lucky. Fell down in a pool of blood. They kept shouting to help me, but now no one was paying attention to them anymore and fresh blood began to fill the air with a foul scent. The Demon King is a spirit so he is unharmed by these physical attacks. He happily looked at the forest in the distance and smiled and said that it was those idiots from the Blood Eye tribe. Immediately, Ulick's magical eyes began to use all their strength in the hope of seeing as far as possible. In the blink of an eye, the whole forest in front of them was covered by magical threads. In the distance, through his eyes, Ulick could easily see the silhouettes of the Dti and he had heard that the Dti often followed a herd of 10. But if it's like this then it's too much. In the blink of an eye, the Dti were approaching and everyone was shouting at each other to rush in and wipe them out. The roar of the monsters echoed in the mountains with their giant fangs, white fur and strong bodies. Fighting immediately explodes when touched, and relying on humanity's small body, the knights expertly dodge each powerful punch and counterattack. The Demon King standing next to Ulick suddenly laughed and said that you are starting to feel scared when the time to fight comes, you are truly a bunch of humans, but before he could finish his sentence, Ulick turned cold. Called his name and uttered 2 silent words. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King Mephisis was once again banned and this is not the time to talk nonsense. I guess the Demon King is a bit unconscious, right? Ulick said while observing the battle situation ahead with the majestic knights in iron armor. The speed of those people was also extremely terrible and with sharp blades they quickly defeated several large Dti. This is how a knight optimizes his aura. Ulick wanted to see more but this was not the right time because the Dti performed a surprise attack but this was not all. What Ulick sensed was that there was another group of Dti waiting for an opportunity to ambush from afar. Everyone could be in danger if they made the wrong decision at this time. However, the story would change if Ulick attacked them first. Immediately, the surrounding rocks and soil seemed to explode with Ulick's leap. As soon as he launched himself into the sky, he immediately removed the transformation magic and returned his golden hair intact. Next, the 2 words armed were uttered and the whole body was covered with strange energy. It seems that using memorization to record some enhancement spells has proven useful in such emergencies. Just memorizing and using the mental seal very quickly can cast magic easily. Quickly gliding across the sky, Ulick quickly discovered the remaining Dti herd hiding in the dense forest. One of the sharp Dti discovered something strange in the sky, but before he could shout, Ulick's powerful foot smashed its head, although he was not sure whether the attack is your work effective or not. But at least he could temporarily stop them, jumping alone into the middle of the ferocious Dti flock. Not only did he not feel afraid, but he also felt more and more strangely excited. The 2 explosive words he uttered created a terrible explosion that repelled the Dti that wanted to attack him. With sharp eyes, Ulick looked like a magician who only uttered a few words but easily created terrible magic and this time it was burning. At that moment, a sea of fire appeared and the Dti were all swallowed by this sea of fire along with their screams. It's not over yet. The surrounding ice and snow energy begins to be converged by Ulick and transformed into countless icy blades flying in the sky under the beautiful moonlight. Staring at the ferocious Dti, Ulick's eyes became unusually bright and penetrating magic was cast by him. Under the control of a series of icy blades, they rushed straight into the Dti herd, cutting off their flesh and penetrating that giant body. After a long battle with countless magic spells quickly deployed by Ulick, only 2 Dti were left standing on the battlefield. They were scared and wanted to leave, but Ulick blocked their way. Why were they so aggressive just now? Where were they going? A dangerous smile appeared on his lips and binding magic was cast. Oh my, I'm also really great, right? By the way, let's talk a bit. The 2 surviving Dti were tied up by Ulick and lying on the ice, continuously making some sounds, but Ulick couldn't understand. Immediately, he released the sealing magic for the Demon King and intended to ask him to translate, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he cursed, "You son of a bitch. There's no time left, so quickly translate for me." The Demon King wonders what you're saying but has to follow along. Ulick stood coldly to the side and told him that if he told me where their tribe was, would forgive him. The Demon King nodded and then turned to talk to Dti for a while before answering that he was told him to untie him. Ulick coldly shook his head, thinking, what do I believe? Seeing this, the Demon King came forward to advise that in this situation, we should negotiate through dialogue instead of threatening violence. Elich had no choice but to gently snap his fingers and untie Dti. Then I let him go, quickly told him to speak, and immediately the Demon King came forward and whispered something to him. But suddenly he felt something was wrong because the eyes of these two guys were not kind at all. Ulick did not hesitate to use translation magic to hear what they were saying to each other. The Demon King is discussing with DTI that now we will pretend to cooperate with this rotten guy. The two of them are there discussing the plan without knowing that Ulick has heard everything and he is also helpless. Speak up, sir, what are you talking about? Suddenly, the giant DTI rushed out to attack at a very close distance to Ulick. In an emergency situation, Ulick immediately released the mana energy in his body through his fingers and shot it aside. Everything happened so fast, and by the time everything was settled, Ulick's head and neck were covered in sweat because he almost made a big deal out of it. The energy that Ulick had just revealed was so strong that it made DTI and even the Demon King was trembling uncontrollably. When facing these bastards, we can't use normal methods. Ulick gave a bloodthirsty smile. It's over now, so let's talk again. As he followed DTI to lead the way, Ulick said that the gullible snowman almost died because of you, sir, while the Demon King next to him was punished in a clown pose for others to see. While walking forward, Ulick gently touched his chest and felt his heart beating inside. The dragon's heart contains the dragon's magic, and even the Demon King Ulick can only exert 3% of his magic power from here. If he unleashed all that strange magic power, his body would not be able to bear it and would explode. Just like the sudden attack just now, his body would also have to accept a strong pressure, but fortunately he was able to stop it in time. At Ulick's level now, it would be dangerous to keep fighting like before. After thinking for a while, I finally arrived at the DTI camp deep in the dangerous snowy mountains, and there was no one there. Human footprints. At this point, Ulick clenched his fists and said to himself that he could no longer retreat. If you give up even controlling your power, how can you build a family? Even if the energy source in your body is like a time bomb, you still have to make use of it. Suddenly, Ulick's characteristic green eyes looked up into the space behind him, thinking. Besides, that young lady is safe and sound. On the original battlefield, the young lady's group of people were now fighting fiercely with the DTI, as evidenced by the fact that everywhere that was originally white with snow was covered in fresh blood. The knights with swords full of red blood were also panting after a fierce battle. Fortunately, there were 5 of them and they coordinated well with each other, so they were able to eliminate all the attacking DTI. At this moment, the young lady panicked and ran closer to ask Mr. Tran if he had seen someone here just now. The knight in question whispered that he must have died running away alone or was hiding somewhere. So he turned around, smiled at his lady, and replied that perhaps he had escaped safely. The young lady couldn't hide the worry in her eyes, but now she had no other choice, so she nodded, probably so. Almost at the same time, on this side, the young lady silently said, "Please be safe." On the other side, Ulick also quietly said the same thing. Next, he solemnly looked forward when the DTI in the barracks gathered to surround him. Facing each giant body like a small mountain, Ulick smiled softly and said, "Don't look at the blood differently, let me see the patriarch." I don't know if they heard or not, but they just stood there growling and staring at Ulick's small body. A moment later, a powerful roar rang out from deep inside the barracks, causing the DTI to quickly step aside to make way. Strong footsteps made the ground gradually shake, and under Ulick's terrified gaze, a DTI with a body full of scars and many times larger than a normal DTI appeared. Walked in front of him. Ulick tried to suppress the shock in his heart and said seriously, "I have something to ask the king of DTI." The other DTI used its bright eyes to fixate on Ulick's body and then growled and said something. On the back of Ulick's robe, Ulick's hand was preparing magic and could be used at any time. It would have been better if he hadn't gone to this extent. But if talking fails, that's the fastest way to defeat this clan leader. At the same time, Ulick also used translation magic so that he could understand and converse with DTI. Its noisy voice asked what the name of your green eyes is. The guy was a bit bewildered by this situation because something was a bit wrong, but he didn't hesitate to answer, "I'm Ulick Mioving." Receiving the answer, the DTI patriarch was silent for a long time and then signaled to follow me. Ulick's heart panicked and many questions arose, but he still slowly followed it towards the nearby mountain range. As he walked, the leader DTI told him that his tribe had a legend. A long time ago, there was a great king who ruled this mountain. The patriarch DTI began to tell about the mysteries of his tribe, causing Ulick's eyes to flash with surprise. He immediately turned to look at the Demon King behind him. Indeed, just like what the Demon King said in the morning, these DTI really did have a ruler. That king said that there is only one person whom the day recognizes as you. That person has blue eyes and Mioving is that person's name. Ulik was very surprised that his family's ancestors could be friends with the Snowman King. Dedi, the patriarch, did not understand Ulik's panic but continued to tell the story. Our elders continue to manage their house according to the king's wishes. When he caught important information that might be related to Ulik's secret knowledge, he immediately solemnly asked where that house was. Deti suddenly stopped, stared forward, then answered there. Ulik approached him and looked down into the deep, pitch-black abyss before him. Facing this huge abyss, Deti's seemingly huge body also became small. I can't believe there is a house under this cliff. Immediately Ulik's eyes opened wide and his magical feelings began to spread into that deep abyss. At that moment, Ulik really saw a building hidden in the dark mist of the abyss. Suddenly, a strong stream of air blew up from the bottom of the abyss, causing everyone to step back. The Deti patriarch was not surprised by this phenomenon, so he immediately explained to Ulik that once a year when the wind weakens, the Deti will go down there, but no one has ever been able to come back. Seeing Ulik pensive, the Demon King conjured a blow and flew to the side whispering provocatively, he has so much magic but can't even get a bit of it, now how are you going to get down there? Ulik stood next to the abyss, pensive like a statue and the warning of the Deti patriarch still echoed in the air. Many Deti had gone down but no one had been able to step up. That's right, it's really reckless with Ulik's skills right now. However, if you just stand here now, you won't be able to take another step forward. Besides, it seems that the ancestors want to see the skills of their descendants, Ulik said silently and slowly walked closer to the edge of the abyss in the surprised gaze of the Demon King. The Demon King just had time to ask what you were planning to do when he saw that Ulik let himself fall freely into the abyss without even using magic. I just saw him looking up at the sky, smiling and softly saying, if the ancestors want to see it, I have to satisfy them. Looking at the figure that had fallen below, the Demon King panicked and quickly followed and shouted, did this crazy guy just jump down like that? At first, Ulik was very confident, but quickly the feeling of losing gravity covered his mind and he had to close his eyes tightly because the wind here was much stronger than he thought. The Demon King immediately appeared right next to him and yelled at this crazy guy to concentrate or he will die. Ulik gritted his teeth, tried to open his eyes wide and tried to suppress the instinctive feeling of fear, so he fell until he saw the roof below, then he immediately cast magic to land. In that blink of an eye, mana energy gathered right at Ulik's feet, forming a barrier that he could use his strength to step on. Just like that, Ulik continuously jumped into the surrounding cliffs, making a loud noise, and stomped hard on the ground at the bottom of the abyss. This moving process seems simple, but it is very dangerous and requires extremely high magic control ability. At the same time, because Ulik's voice was too strong, some rocks also fell along with him. Now when the dust cleared, all I saw was Ulik standing there staring at the house in front of him. Suddenly he let out a breath and rolled on the ground, exclaiming. He really thought he was dead. Wait until the Demon King flies down and Ulik smiles at him, how can I do it? Is that right? Can you acknowledge that or not acknowledge me haha? Anyway, he finally landed, but this house looked so normal. After a moment of complacency, Ulik slowly stood up and walked closer to the house. The house looked like a hunter's hut made of leaves. Waiting until Ulik's hand touched the door, a layer of magical protection with bright rings of light appeared in front of it. This house seemed to be locked with ancient magic. Ulik touched his chin thoughtfully and signaled to the Demon King to try entering the mana spell. The Demon King was also curious and his head quietly read Mioving. It didn't work. Ulik touched the light curtain and continuously read out the words he thought he could unlock, famous demon hunter squirrel eat cake go eat dinosaur. But after a while of trial and error the door was still silent and there was nothing strange. Mana, is that okay? Can we use something similar to a key to open it? Suddenly Ulik was still waiting to think of something and maybe it was it. Immediately, without hesitation, he took out his family's strange pendant. Just as Ulik predicted, as soon as the pendant touched the shining protective layer, a strange phenomenon appeared with magical vortices. With a soft crack, the wooden door opened on its own without pushing and Ulik could step inside. As soon as he saw everything clearly inside the house, Ulik couldn't help but loudly exclaim that it was a lie, because it was unbelievable that a rickety wooden house looked from the outside but inside was lavishly large and filled with bookshelves. Ulik did not hesitate but walked to a nearby shelf and started reading. When he saw the titles of the books Ulik's voice filled with excitement shouting, "Oh my god, this is the basic teachings of magical doctrine. Oh, there is also the magic of goblins and monsters, there is also dark magic, I can't believe all kinds of books are present here." Seeing him running back and forth with a pile of precious books made the Demon King extremely uncomfortable, but he also looked around and commented that this seemed to be the residence of many great men. Hearing that, Ulick immediately popped his head out to ask what happened to the great man, but in front of the Demon King's curious eyes, he immediately closed his mouth and didn't say another word. Seeing his expression, Ulick thought to himself that the Demon King and the King of the Snowmen knew the family's ancestors, and it seemed like there was something hidden behind that, right at this moment right in the bookshelf he was leaning against. Discovered a book with an interesting title. This book is the history of the Mioving family with a distant appearance as if covered with a layer of time dust. Each page of the book has faded, but fortunately it is still readable. The Mioving family's mission is to destroy demons. Beginning to read this book, Ulick realized that the content in it was identical to the words he had heard in his previous dream. Suddenly, Ulick turned to a page with very strange lines of content and the characters in it seemed to want to jump. What's wrong? What's wrong with this place? There must be some conditions? Suddenly Ulick's mind became confused with each strange line in the book and his mouth began to mutter, the mission the sun gave Damon will be possible. Swallow ghosts and then swallow demons again if it can be digested properly. Whether there will be harmony with the new orbit or not, I don't know where the sound came from, it completely covered Ulick's mind and strange things happened. He slowly stood up and each line of text appeared around him, carrying the characteristic green color of the Mioving family. Eat the devil, swallow the devil and drink the medicine. Ulick's eyes shone brightly with a strange energy, and even the pendant he always wore on his chest began to crack and break, revealing its true appearance. The ancient whisper rang out again and the pendant radiated green light. All the demons will be contained within your body and just like that a new magician will appear, the Queen of Buttons the first devil and solved the arrangements and tests of the devil path. A new journey will officially begin from now on. Ulick's consciousness was swallowed by that green light until he opened his eyes and was lying on a large grassy field fragrant with the smell of fresh flowers. Ulick looked around in horror and asked where this was. Suddenly, from behind, the old voice of a stranger rang out. It seems like you are a queen in the distant future who is promised to accept our arrangements, right? Ulick immediately glanced behind and there was a man walking seriously. Standing against the light, Ulick had difficulty seeing his face until he stepped closer. It was a middle-aged man with a black beard and round glasses like an old professor. Who are you? Why am I here? The other man gently raised his hand to his chest, bowed and replied, I am Ottohan Mioving. The person who will lead and test the queen in this test can be called the instructor. Hundreds of years ago the Mioving family's demonic system was established. Among many generations, there were only a few ancestors who could make the family famous and he was one of them. Their family name was Ottohan Mioving. The gentleman looked at his junior and smiled. Looking at his expression, it seems like he knows me. Ulick stood up and bewilderedly asked if his ancestors were the great men. Hearing the familiar name Ottohan Mioving was a bit surprised and nodded, oh my god, the descendants of no one knows about this anonymous name, where did you hear it? That's what the Demon King Mephisto said, but where is this guy? Ulick pointed behind him but couldn't detect the figure of that noisy Demon King. Ottohan Mioving was once again surprised by him. Mephisto you say is the Demon King of original sin, yes that's true but he's just a stupid devil. Amused by his expression, Ottohan Miovinger walked up to Ulick and patted Ulick's shoulder, so it seems that the first demon to be swallowed by me was that Mephisto. My talented queen has really arrived, should I increase the difficulty of the arrangement? At the time when his ancestors and his descendants recognized each other in that wooden house, Mephisto suddenly felt a strange itching in his ears. Who dares to curse this king silently? I have to cut off all 4 limbs. Returning to the strange space, Ulick asked with a puzzled face, what about arrangements? What do you mean by guidance? Ottohan Mioving will use his warm hand to rub your golden hair. You are also curious about many things. You can write down comfortably and leave the rest for later. You're still young, so why do you want to write complicated things like that? Ulick was a little embarrassed by this intimate action, but he nodded. Suddenly Ottohan Mioving's hand will stretch out as streams of thunder begin to converge. In the blink of an eye an illusion of a spinning wheel appeared in his hand. We have prepared something similar to this magic wheel. And if you start spinning once, you won't be able to stop. In the blink of an eye, a powerful ray of light shoots out and then gradually fades out. That's why I can't just leave it to anyone arbitrarily, no matter how long it takes, I have to check the descendants carefully, and since you have passed my test, starting from here on is your choice. Now you have to choose whether to stop the magic wheel or let it spin. The reason is because Ulick has passed the test, so from now on he will have the right to choose. Stop the magic wheel or let it continue to spin. Ulick's whole soul seemed to be attracted by the spinning wheel in his hand, and his heart was extremely chaotic. He didn't know what the family's arrangements were, and if he took the wrong path, his life could disappear forever. Therefore, this was the last chance to escape, meaning Ulick grabbed the spinning wheel tightly in his hand and made it disappear. Autohan Miavenge nodded and spoke, "Okay, I respect your choice," but before he finished speaking, Ulick interrupted, "I will rebuild the family." Miavenge's car's one eye suddenly turned blue and he seemed a bit surprised. "I will continue the wishes of my ancestors and great heroes to leave my name on this land as a great magician. Forever engrave your name in the river of history like what your grandfather did." That was the dream that Ulick had cherished for a long time. With his voice echoing in the air, the magic wheel in his hand once again moved and shone brightly. Ulick's hand will hang down to let the wheel spin, then leave his hand and roll in this space. Following a strange trajectory, each dazzling ray of light was cherished and revealed by that spinning wheel. Although I didn't understand what happened, I only knew that perhaps the test had been started successfully. After a moment of bewilderment, Autohan Miavenger immediately cheered and patted Ulick's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain, very good, this audacity. Our descendants must be able to do it." After speaking, his hand gently waved out, causing the surrounding space to begin to shatter and change. By the time Ulick regained consciousness, he was placed in an icy mountain area with a fierce snowstorm. Bounce. Ulick coldly hugged his shoulders and trembled, then asked, This is the place where the family's first inspection and arrangements are received." The coldness penetrated into his skin, causing Ulick's teeth to click together, so here he would have to take an important test later. If so, I don't know if Ulick will become many times stronger than now. Thinking about that, the young man was so excited that he couldn't help but smile happily. Seeing this smile, Autohan Miavenge's tightly pursed lips also slightly raised. "Why are you smiling?" For a person about to take the test, this attitude is very good. So now look at that place. Having finished speaking, Autohan Miavenge pointed to the abyss in front of him, but Ulick followed and did not discover anything. "What are you telling me to look at?" "I don't see anything." "Look further, look deeper, follow Ulick's instructions, concentrate the mana in his magical eyes, stare into that dark space." Through the layers of dark fog, it seemed like he could see some creature hiding down there. What was that? Ulick's frightened voice burst out, and Autohan Mioving was also slow to respond. "That creature is the Snow Mountain King, the first and last character to unite the Snowman tribes. He is also the king who rules this regret and is the character with the ambition to drive the snowmen away." The demon race once again returned to the embrace of the demon race. But in the end he was swallowed whole by his own ambition and was left as a fallen ghoul. "This Snow Mountain King is the second demon you have to swallow, Ulick." The words of your senior made Ulick momentarily bewildered and then immediately panicked and asked again. "So does that mean I have to confront that thing, or rather I have to swallow it? Is that why I'm so scared?" "Now you will have to swallow demons and obtain their roots called sigils." Yesterday's words of Autohan Miavenge, another new concept appeared in Ulick's mind. "Makes you curious, what is the seal?" Primitive and dark emotions such as fear, depression and resentment are emitted by living beings, all of which are existences created by the ego that comes from the four thoughts, also known as the dark thoughts of the self, linked together to form the essence of the demon race. Therefore, each demon has its own dark thoughts, which is the nature of its class, and its symbol, the heart where that dark thought is stored, is called the seal. Now look at the hand of the devil. Ulick could see the imprint of Mephius' original sin. Following Autohan Miavenge's gaze, Ulick also stared at the mark on his hand, so this was the mark of the Demon King. Do you understand? From now on you will have to hunt the demon race and steal their original seal. Speaking of this, Autohan Miavenge stepped closer and placed his hand on Ulick's shoulder. If you swallow the demons, all their power will belong to you. The senior's words made Ulick's eyes widen and he couldn't regain his composure for a moment. He was wondering how strong he would become if he received the power of this formidable monster, and now deep in this abyss there was a demon waiting. First you have to try it to know if it is successful or not. Ulick immediately used magic to fly up and opened his weapon to cover his body. Without hesitation he rushed towards the abyss with the monster's black smoke and Autohan Miavenge's voice echoing again, remembering carefully that this was not a fight. Collapsed but swallowed. These words, like eating and swallowing, make Ulick extremely uncomfortable because he feels somehow disgusting. Instead of saying that, I can use the word devour to clean it up a bit. Thinking aimlessly, he got closer and closer to the monster's territory, and in that cloud of black smoke, the imprisoned creature also recognized his presence. Its fiery eyes stared at the light and silently said, "This magic power is the source of this magic power is Mioving's." Immediately the energy in the body of your king that had been quiet for many years, the snow exploded and he whispered something. Outside, at the same time, Ottohan Mioving also suddenly said the word, "Stop," with bright eyes as if restraining the snowman's about to violent energy. As if he had clearly understood his fate, the king of the snowmen suddenly looked towards the approaching Ulik and said, "Prove it, our marshal." Ulik was originally flying at high speed towards the abyss when he stopped because his path was blocked. Noisy screams rang out with ghostly shadows blocking the road ahead. I don't know if someone roared, "Kill them," and at the same time, many monsters with terrifying appearances holding weapons blocked the way and surrounded Ulik. Ulik stood there observing and quickly realized that they were warriors protecting the king. At first glance, he saw dozens of them. To some extent, they were different from the snowmen that Ulik had seen. Have faced each other before, especially that guy, a very prominent name among these demons. With his current ability, can he win? Ulik wondered. The mark on his hand slowly glowed, and if he only used the mark of the original sin, with the power of the demon king, he thought he could capture the king of the snowy mountains. But damn, if you don't know how to use it, it's no different than drawing random graffiti. Currently, Ulik still hasn't mastered using the energy of the seal and doesn't know if that's cheating or not. Of course, how could those monsters give him time to prepare? They immediately screamed and rushed to attack. Danger was imminent, countless thoughts jumped into Ulik's head, but this was the first test, so with the Demon King's ability, it wouldn't be called cheating, right? Without any further hesitation, his hand with the seal clenched tightly and his mouth uttered 3 explosive words. A terrible explosion immediately appeared, covering all the oncoming demons. But Ulik's special pupils suddenly shrank in extreme fear when he saw a sword point appearing right in front of him. Flash back a few seconds before the demon-faced monsters rushed in to attack. With the seal of the fund in Ulik's hand, he controls the dragon's mana in his body, combined with the seal's consciousness to use explosive magic. In that split second, a giant explosion surrounded the demon army, causing smoke and dust to fly everywhere. But for a moment Ulik's eyes were completely opened wide in surprise at what he had to witness. I only saw that from the explosion, the demons holding swords and spears were unharmed and stepped on the sea of fire to rush out to Ulik's side. Immediately, Ulik's nerves tightened, his eyebrows furrowed, his hands swayed, he performed magic that linked up and crashed, summoning a sharp, icy white wall. This series of operations can block the attacks of demons. A few of the leading monsters were destroyed into thin air when hit by the ice wall, but behind them there was still another army coming forward. Ulik stared at them with his scary eyes and spoke up. "I heard that you were once part of the demon race but were abandoned, so I'm sure you also know that when you're incompetent you'll be thrown away." Facing him were the glowing eyes of a demon-headed man hidden behind a mask with clenched teeth and a growl. As if talking to a demon, it was like talking to yourself. Ulik's voice echoed in the air and the cold wind around him began to blow strongly. "If I could be stronger, I would crush this kind of challenge 100 times if necessary." Ulik's eyes widened with the familiar emerald green color that symbolized the Mioving family. A giant ball of energy that Ulik began condensing. The energy it emitted caused the surrounding air to burn, and several monsters standing nearby were also blown away. But obviously among the soldiers blocking the way here, if there are weak people, there will certainly be strong ones, so Ulik was immediately counterattacked by those strong guys with a straight slash from above. Originally, Ulik had intended to fight fiercely, but he didn't expect to be blown away in just a moment, so it seemed like he couldn't believe it. Fresh blood began to spurt out from Ulik's mouth. This powerful attack caused Ulik to lose his balance and fly backwards. Looking at that afterglow, he glanced at the monster that attacked him and mentally cursed. His whole body was in pain as if it was about to break, and he fell onto the cold ice and snow for a while before he could move again. Looking at the monster Ulik, he thought to himself that if he continued like this, he would lose. "No, we can't just fall down like this here. This is just Yogurt's first challenge." Even though his body couldn't take it anymore, he had to do it. Ulik slowly stood up with difficulty, and from his body began to radiate strands of dark blue air that symbolized the energy in his body. Waiting until Ulik stood up, his whole body looked like it was on fire from that blue flame. Ulik's speed increased dramatically as in just a blink of an eye he approached the giant body of the demon monster. "Even though my body can't stand it anymore, I will draw more energy from the dragon's heart," Ulik said to himself, gritting his teeth and rushing forward. The monster with the part on his head also looked at him without hesitation. A sharp slash was thrown by him but only hit Ulick's afterimage and he promptly crouched down to avoid it. From deep within his eyes, the great energy source from the dragon's heart, guided by Ulick, began to explode. The energy in his body was pushed to an unprecedented level and he felt like his whole body was about to break, but at the same time, thanks to that, Ulick was able to promptly attack the monster when using spells to continuously expand and spread causes the monster to explode. As soon as he stopped, he tiredly sat down on the ice with his body shaking slightly. I don't know how much time passed before Ulick regained his strength, opened his eyes, looked around and whispered softly, "Is this real?" No matter how you look at it, the first round was too harsh. Damn, Ulick's heart feels like it's about to explode and the surrounding Foundation soldiers are starting to take shape again. What should I do? Where those demons were destroyed, strands of black smoke symbolized that their energy had quickly gathered together. Suddenly Ulick's arm rose without his own volition, making him panic. He only saw that there was some kind of light blue light flashing and then his remaining arm with the mark of the Demon King Mephisto as well as exploding in response to something. Is this a seal? Although it is fainter than the seal of the original sin of the Demon King Mephisto, a new seal has definitely been created. Ulick is not sure what's going on, but the energy of the dragon heart that was about to explode just now has stabilized. Ottohan Miaving's warning echoed in Ulick's mind. That was the reason the demons called their seals by their real names, and that's why if Ulick wanted to use them, their power forces them to know their true names. Ulick heard that and wondered how he could find out. There was no way they would tell him if their names had such terrible effects. Ottohan Miaving laughed. Then shook his head. Don't worry, when the time is right you will naturally feel it. That time was probably right at this moment when Ulick's eyes closed completely, ignoring what was happening around him. His hands were placed in front of his chest with strands of energy gathered right in the center, and the thoughts in Ulick's head were constantly jumping up and down. The snowman's real name is Evil, although Ulick cannot explain it and now he only knows how to use the seal. The boy's steadfast body was like a pillar supporting the sky in the middle of a cold snowstorm and in an unknown land. After a while, when he clearly felt and grasped each flash of light, Ulick's eyes slowly opened. It takes a long time to describe, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. In that instant, the monsters formed again after being destroyed and rushed to attack. A smile will appear on Ulick's lips and the question will resound, what is their real name? I wish you to be cold and cruel in this world, like the praise through the time frame when Ulick's hands wrapped around them, forming a magical vortex that swept the rocks and ice around. The bodies of the monsters that had just formed were beaten again until they were about to disappear, until finally a terrible explosion occurred that covered everything and waited until everything was dissolved. Ulick stood alone in the middle of the battle. Ice Star Field. His whole body was shaking as if he was about to collapse because the energy was a bit much, but is this the power of the seal? Ulick wondered and stared down at the ice surface where he was standing with his glowing snowflake symbol. Ulick originally wanted to stand up and prepare to destroy the few remaining animals, but for some reason, his eyes widened in disbelief and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Could it be that someone had attacked Ulick? Suddenly pulled his consciousness into the darkness of deep sleep. I don't know how much time passed. Ulick's weak consciousness woke up with a blinding light and he frantically hugged his neck and kept panting. The reason was because just now Ulick really felt it. His head was severed from his neck. The terrifying feeling of death was so overwhelming that Ulick still couldn't regain his senses when he had to curl up on the ground in a wooden house with bookshelves scattered next to him. Everything happened so realistically with strange feelings that for a moment Ulick couldn't distinguish whether this was real or a dream. He could only blurt out in confusion, "What just happened?" Demon King Mephisto appeared right next to him, smiling softly and saying, "It seems you have overcome quite a challenge, huh? I was hoping that the quest would be activated since you fell asleep when your pendant glowed and it doesn't seem that easy, huh?" Hearing the Demon King say those words, Ulick slowly pieced together everything and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, with such a mission, I didn't really die. Because I was too quick to believe in the seal, I must have passed out after absorbing all the mana. I judged the mask while reaching out to touch the tattoo on my hand. But actually, the power of the seal is much stronger than Ulick thought, and the power that Ulick just displayed was just an incomplete seal of evil. If the incomplete seal of evil is so strong, then how powerful can the seal of original sin be? But how should Ulick use them? The Demon King, with his extensive knowledge of countless thousands of years, quickly realized Ulick's strangeness and asked curiously, could it be a seal of evil? It seems that the wise comrade has come up with a rather strange plot. Hearing those words, Ulick immediately turned around to look at him and asked, "Mephisto, how do I use the evil seal?" The Demon King did not answer that question but asked Ulick in return. That, I guess he told you my real name. Did you think I would tell you the truth? No matter how you insult me you will never get anything from me. Ulick broke his head with his hand and sighed, making the Demon King turn his head away in discomfort. I'm just asking you, there's no need to be so cruel. Looking at the appearance of the Demon King, Ulick knew for sure that he would say that, because seals are the most important thing to demons. If Mephisto accepts him to use the seal of the original sin, it means that his most important thing has been stolen. This is an unfortunate thing, but for now Ulick will not touch the seal of original sin. Above all, the seal of the original sin is the seal of the Demon King. Now that he can't control the power of the snowman, there's no way he can control the power of the Demon King. Thinking clearly about everything, Ulick smiled slightly and asked again, Mephisto, you said you know the Snow Mountain King, right? Mephisto is confused why you suddenly asked me that. I know this is his grave and it seems I have to capture the Snow Mountain King. Ulick's words made Mephisto bewildered for a few seconds, then he shouted in surprise, Ottohan Miavenge, I know you're crazy, but he dares to do something wrong. Like you went to capture an entity recognized by me. Ulick nodded and smiled, causing the Demon King to give up. That's right, so do you know how to do that? Mephisto quickly flew away and shook his head. I don't know, come on, is he still part of the demon race? At least you can tell me that much. The Demon King was angry and shouted loudly. What are you talking about? Revealing the secret of the seal includes the secrets and weaknesses of their race, just like you said, but he didn't let him finish the sentence that Ulick had raised. 3 fingers and a promise of 3 days of no nonsense. The Demon King's eyebrows are furrowed with his eyes closed. Do you think you can subdue my pride that way? Ulick again held up 5 fingers for 5 days. Mephisto gritted his teeth and scolded you, but you continue to despise me. Ulick seemed okay and shrugged, so that's it. Immediately, Mephisto's attitude changed completely, shyly smiling, disdainful, but ahem, because my tolerance grows from the sea, this time I will let it go and tell you so. Listen carefully, with the seal you have in your hand right now, forget about completing the mission, you can't even get close to the Snow Mountain King anymore. What do you mean, Demon King? Not knowing what to think, the Demon King smiled boastfully. It's true that you can't complete the mission if you confront him directly, but that doesn't mean it's hopeless. So after receiving instructions from the Demon King, Ulick once again stepped into that space to meet the Snow Mountain King. This was the second time he entered here, but the cold feeling was deep in his soul. This made Ulick extremely disgusted. I don't want to step in here at all, but it seems I have to use the hint that Mephisto gave me. Looking at the demon soldiers starting to gather, Ulick sighed and immediately rushed in. Go up. Mephisto had told him what he needed to do was to improve his performance. The seals could be divided into regular, advanced, precious, unique and legendary based on their rarity. There is also something called level achievements that can lead to different power levels even within the same limit. The seal of evil is precious and certainly not a bad one, but Ulick's achievement level is only 1 star. On the other hand, the Snow Mountain King's seal has cultivated 10 stars with a huge source of energy. So Ulick was forced to upgrade his achievement level to 10 stars or upgrade his level to unique. Therefore, Ulick rushed into the demons, fighting left and right, constantly destroying them in the hope of improving his achievements. In this fierce battle, the method of using the dragon's mana along with controlling a bit of the evil seal's power became more proficient and smoother than the original battle. I don't know how much time passed and I don't know how many battles I had to go through with the soldiers. Ulick finally stepped in front of the Snow Mountain King, looking at the dark shadow in front of him. Ulick didn't know. I couldn't help but speak up and say hello. We finally met, Snow Mountain King. No matter how many warriors Ulick defeated, his achievement level was still stuck at 2 stars, in other words in this test he had to face the Snow Mountain King in order to increase his achievement level. Perhaps, even though he had prepared himself mentally in advance, when he saw the Snow Mountain King's muscular body up close and his giant black shadow, Ulick couldn't help but feel upset. Damn, that's not the same thing. The shadow is all the devil's energy, after all. What kind of entity was he when he was alive that he could be this strong? Remembering Ottohan Miavenge's untrustworthy face, Ulick wondered in bewilderment, are you really telling me to defeat that thing? Ottohan Miavenge is the founder. The respected fairy of our family, isn't he my mortal enemy? Time gradually passed without the Snow Mountain King saying a word or making any sound, only Ulick stood there in the middle of the ice. Finally, he made up his mind to suppress all the worries in his head and thought to himself. You should try it first to see if it works. It will be difficult, but if I try, I'm sure I will win. A confident smile and determined eyes going straight forward and not backing down appeared on the boy's face. Outside the wooden house, the Demon King Mephisto stared at Ulick with an expression that was hard to describe. I only saw him lying on the icy floor and then slowly opened his eyes in surprise. When he saw reality clearly, Ulick couldn't help but burst out laughing bitterly and somewhat satirizing himself. After collecting all the seals after working, he wanted to ejaculate without even moving at all and died straight away. The guy was defeated in the blink of an eye before he had time to react, and how could he win here? The Demon King flew to his side and smiled. Now you understand, just give up that difficult task. Ulick lay down and ignored him, muttering, I'm having a hard time, but if I win the title that entity's seal ha. After saying that, Ulick flashed his familiar dangerous smile that made the Demon King tremble. That bastard is like that again, my god. Oh right, Ulick suddenly sat up straight and asked a question. This is a bit sudden, but the Snow Mountain King is a woman, right? His question made the Demon King's soul suddenly stiffen and his face stiffen. His also became strange. Suddenly, the Demon King saw Ulick's curious expression, making him scream in panic. Why are you looking at me like this? What's wrong with your eyes? Don't think nonsense. Mephisto's violent reaction made Ulick's judgment in his heart even more certain. Haha, I understand that there is something difficult to say between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto, and I will take it slow. Found it, huh? Right now the more important thing is to swallow the Snow Mountain King, staring at the pendant in Ulick's hand and sighing. Even though he still doesn't know what to do right now. Then Ulick will find out if Ulick beats him up. So Ulick kept rushing into that world, attacking one after another without stopping. He rushed forward with all the energy he could use, but halfway there, he was completely frozen by the incoming icy breath, becoming an ice statue that was no longer sentient or lifeless. Ulick's head felt like it was about to explode as he had to experience countless types of death one after another. Every time he entered the world hoping to reach the Snow Mountain King, he had to receive a different type of death, like being chopped down. The head is cut in half and the body is frozen to death. Each time he died, came back to life, and entered the world again, everything was not meaningless when all of Ulick's magical skills became proficient quickly, and his body became stronger and stronger. Can endure even more energy from the dragon's heart. Gradually he got closer little by little and could finally see her face. The Snow Mountain King was like a crazy monster that had completely lost his mind with his fiery eyes. Me. Now Ulick saw the Snow Mountain King's cruel use of seals, although someone like him who had just acquired the seal would have difficulty surpassing someone who had used it skillfully for many years, but he was sure he would overcome it. The strong belief in Ulick's heart made him fearless and rush forward to confront that monster head-on. Ulick's hand was raised into a palm, aiming straight forward with an unnamed kind of momentum. Two hands, one big, one small, of a human and a demon crashed into each other. The powerful energy radiated between the two people's confrontation caused the surrounding air to feel like it was being torn apart. Whether it's a habit of acting or a theory, even if I have to steal everything from her, I still have to win. In the blink of an eye, the two were blown back by each other's energy, and right in the center was a terrible explosion. On a nearby cliff, Ottohan Miavinge stood quietly, observing the match and sighing. It wouldn't be strange if Ulick's ego would collapse if he continued to slowly die and live again like that. But when his body was destroyed, he was smiling. Not only did he have natural talent, he also had an unyielding will and an endless desire to improve himself. That's right, that strange child is the one who will never appear even in our family. He is a lunatic. The soul ego is about to disappear again. Ulick tries to settle down again, attacked back and successfully chopped off one of the Snow Mountain King's arms. Her arm fell from her body, continuously emitting the fun's energy, and then slowly disappeared into thin air. As soon as he successfully counterattacked, the energy level in Ulick's body was raised a notch, making him feel extremely comfortable and satisfied. He finally got 3 stars, oh my god. He had just smiled when the Snow Mountain King's axe was approaching, but fortunately, Ulick successfully dodged. He threw a punch and then quickly backed away without even forgetting to grit his teeth and curse. She didn't even give her time to breathe anymore, damn. With the weapon in his hand, the Snow Mountain King's face was gloomy and could not be seen clearly and kept fighting like a lifeless robot. She is truly a machine of war and destruction that makes others tremble in fear. Facing this attack, Ulick immediately summoned a magic wall to protect himself. His protective layers were shattered and extremely weak before the Snow Mountain King's attack. Endured the shock of power and flew back. Ulick gritted his teeth and wondered, damn, this is my limit. why is just stealing not enough? To defeat the Snow Mountain King, you must understand her. That's not right. Ulick immediately shook his head to deny it. Understanding her was no longer enough. It's better to become her, with a fearless heart and a will that can't give up. Ulick dragged his broken body towards the black smoke of the snow mountain in front of him. At that moment, for some reason, the devil's mark on Ulick's hand suddenly glowed and he felt like his whole body fell into a zero-gravity environment. Ulick only had time to wonder aloud and die suddenly. Again, he lost his senses. Waiting until Ulick's consciousness regained consciousness, he was horrified when he saw the familiar face and smile of the demon king Mephisis, who was flying in the red sky and said to Witness, "Show me. Please prove that you are worthy to become a part of our race, Snow Mountain King." Below the ground facing the Demon King is Snow Mountain King, but clearly the consciousness in that body is not you. I am Ulick. He didn't understand why he became the Snow Mountain King and where this place was, but he guessed this was a part of her memories. On the Snow Mountain King's arm, there was also a tattoo symbolizing some kind of mark, and the tattoo suddenly emitted a blinding light. Now when Ulick opened his eyes again he saw a few giants wearing devil masks. Everything was so blurry and chaotic that he was extremely confused and didn't understand what was going on. Go out. I just saw that monster wearing a demon mask holding Ulick's small body in his arms and starting to praise, "The devil has given us a prophet. Our queen is the leader of this frozen plateau." In that chant, the demon-masked man raised a child, or rather a child monster. "This mountain range will be ours if this child is the Snow Mountain King." The Snow Mountain King's confession and voice rang out, making Ulick realize that this was her past, born with a predestined fate as a king who would rule this snow mountain. However, I am the first person in the history of Snow Mountain to unite the tribes and cannot be satisfied with just Snow Mountain. With his powerful ability, the ambition in his heart also became burning. The Snow Mountain King vowed to restore the former glory of our race, so she gathered all the tribesmen and declared, "Listen to me, because we were once part of the almighty demon race, so once again we will return to our rightful place." So, under the guidance of the Snow Mountain King, the Snowman tribe and the demons mixed with monsters began to fight everywhere. Outside the snowy mountains, they have caused countless humans and demons to kneel at their feet, until in the end they became part of the demon race. And more than that, the Snow Mountain King tried to become a demon king, but events continuously happened that made things not go smoothly. And this is also the time when the misfortunes in the life of Snow Mountain King began. Members of the Snow Mountain King's army continuously fell and she had to face off against the first demon king, Mephisto, the source of the original sin. The wall bearing the almighty demon king was too high and the Snow Mountain King could only taste the bitter fruit of defeat. As happy as she was, she never stopped and did everything to perfect her title and strengthen her seal. She took baby steps and was just a little closer to receiving Mephis's recognition. But those people appeared and the blizzard of the Cloud King had to stop. They were mysterious and strong people with unimaginable power. Until finally the Snow Mountain King had to encounter a wall higher than the Demon King, causing her to almost despair. That wall, named after the Miavinge family, was more terrible and bigger than anything she had ever faced or fought before. Confronting the human army led by the Miavinge family, or, more precisely, by Ottohan Miavinge, the Snow Mountain King did not falter but ordered all his soldiers. Attack. But just as she finished speaking, a bodyguard standing next to her fell down in a pool of blood. Then, a succession of soldiers disappeared before the Snow Mountain King's close witness. She was almost crazy and couldn't believe that her powerful army was so easily defeated. I only saw that the human knight carrying an iron armor that covered his whole body rushed into the snowman's army. Humanity's unimaginable power destroyed all the pride and indomitable fighting will of the Snow Mountain King's army. There are constantly monster soldiers screaming in despair that "I don't want to die, I want to live, help me." But in exchange for the groans of these monsters, each powerful punch silenced them. At the most dangerous moment, the Snow Mountain King tribe promptly stood up to block humanity's fierce attack. With the stone axe with ancient patterns in his hand, the Snow Mountain King's momentum began to explode and he immediately shouted to his soldiers, "Let's all calm down, don't be afraid, we belong to the proud demon race. There's nothing we can't accomplish, let's show the enemies that stand in our way our awesomeness." As soon as she finished speaking, a pile of fresh blood splattered on the Snow Mountain King's bewildered face, making all her words suddenly become extremely small. Humanity used its own strength to tell the Snow Mountain King that this mountain was higher and there were other higher mountains. The Snowman army quickly disintegrated and was completely defeated. For the first time in her life, the Snow Mountain King felt that helplessness and despair, especially when she had to confront Ottohan Miavinge. So the Snow Mountain King's army lost the war against the humans he commanded and they were chased back to the Snow Mountain. Unable to accept this harsh truth, the Snow Mountain King became mad, screaming and questioning Ottohan Miavenge. Why do you humans already have what you want? What do you mean you won't let us have any? In those still angry emotions, her arm glowed with the ghostly pattern of a demon's mark. But suddenly that arm disappeared, causing the Snow Mountain King to be stunned and become calm. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed back to reality as Ulik stood in front of the Snow Mountain King after cutting off one of her arms. His eyes slowly opened from his coma and carried mixed emotions that were hard to describe in words. The black smoke that covered the Snow Mountain King's body also gradually disappeared and became blurred, revealing his true appearance. Ottohan Miavenge's voice echoed from the past straight into the present and into the future as he told the Snow Mountain King that this is your duty. Even if you are in despair, you must endure. I have to go through countless hardships in the dark abyss to regain the glory of your tribe. This is a great task. At this moment, Ulik's soul truly turned into a Snow Mountain King. And shed tears of pain with her. After being defeated by the human army, Ottohan Miavenge stayed in Snow Mountain to watch over the Snow Mountain King and the two had countless battles with each other. After many battles, they gradually came to respect each other and have been together for a long time as soul mates. But even so, the Snow Mountain King could not completely escape the temptation of his ambitions. He was eventually swallowed by his ambitions and became a crazy monster, reclaiming the glory of his tribe. Has become a burning obsession, that ambition burns even more. And finally Ottohan Miavenge stood up to suppress the Snow Mountain King. Although they became friends, Ottohan Miavenge could not release a crazy monster back into the human world. The fate of the Snow Mountain King ended in the hands of Ottohan Miavenge. Once again out of the cycle of recollection, Ulik opened his eyes wide in surprise when he heard the voice echoing in his ears. He was definitely a descendant in the very distant future. He told me that a long time ago. Snow Mountain King sat up with a calm face and smiled at Ulik. Seeing that he had destroyed part of my mana and even cut off one of my arms, it seemed he was not boasting. Ulik was bewildered and then said I'm sorry about her arm, but at that moment the Snow Mountain King's face turned dark and her whole body trembled. Snow Cloud King's laughter suddenly became strange and the evil energy surrounding her body became more and more intense. Ulik sat there stunned, listening to the words that the Snow Mountain King now uttered. Although in the end I became like this because I could not give up my ambition, I am a king and also a warrior commanding a race. I never need any pity for my enemies. The Snow Mountain King's eyes were dark with two bright red pupils. Now seems the time to end this long battle so that I can apologize to my people and honor their sacrifices. Why am I so greedy to join the demon race? Listening to those words, I don't know what emotions were aroused in Ulik's heart, causing his hand to clench and tremble slightly. Why are we greedy and ambitious? Just being happy with the people we love is enough. These somewhat sober words immediately disappeared and were replaced by a crazy Snow Mountain King howling when finished. Completely swallowed by demonic energy, Ulik stood still before the demonic aura she had just revealed. In the end, she was completely invaded by demonic energy and now what should Ulik do? It was so chaotic connecting the past and present that Ulik's head felt like it was about to explode. Finally, he let out a soft breath and looked at the Snow Mountain King with his calm eyes. Please calm down. Your opponent is the Snow Mountain King. I am the king who unified this giant snow mountain and the greatest warrior of the snow people. At the same time, she is also the enemy that Ulik must swallow. If he didn't use all his strength to defeat her now, it would be disrespectful to her. Thinking of this, Ulik's hands raised up and began to glow. His eyes glowed brightly and the devil's tattoo on his hand also became brighter. Using an unbelievable speed, almost like teleportation, Ulik approached the giant body of the Snow Mountain King and his voice also rang out, I will show you the great mission that you have set up. One person and one devil have entered their peak state and this is a vital battle that deserves to be recorded in the river of history. Ulik woke up from his coma and heard the words the Snow King was saying. She seemed conscious and temporarily freed from the control of the demonic weapon. And because Ulik had cut off part of her arm and destroyed part of her mana, the energy in the Snow Mountain King's soul was chaotic, keeping her awake for a few seconds. Ulik was bewildered and then said I'm sorry about her arm, but at that moment the Snow Mountain King's face turned dark and her body trembled. Ulik sat there stunned, listening to the words that the Snow Mountain King now uttered. Although in the end I became like this because I could not give up my ambition, I am a king and also a warrior commanding a race. I never need any pity for my enemies. The Snow Mountain King's eyes were dark with two bright red pupils. Now seems the time to end this long battle so that I can apologize to my people and honor their sacrifices. Why am I so greedy to join the demon race? Listening to those words, I don't know what emotions were aroused in Ulick's heart, causing his hand to clench and tremble slightly. Why are we greedy and ambitious? Just being happy with the people we love is enough. These somewhat sober words immediately disappeared and were replaced by a crazy Snow Mountain King howling when finished. Completely swallowed by demonic energy, Ulick stood still before the demonic aura she had just revealed. In the end, she was completely invaded by demonic energy, and now what should Ulick do? It was so chaotic connecting the past and present that Ulick's head felt like it was about to explode. Finally, he let out a soft breath and looked at the Snow Mountain King with his calm eyes. Please calm down. Your opponent is the Snow Mountain King. She is the king who unified this giant snow mountain and is the greatest warrior of the snow people. At the same time, she is also the enemy that Ulick must swallow. If he didn't use all his strength to defeat her now, it would be disrespectful to her. Thinking of this, Ulick's hands raised up and began to glow. His eyes glowed brightly and the devil's tattoo on his hand also became brighter. Using an unbelievable speed, almost like teleportation, Ulick approached the giant body of the Snow Mountain King and his voice also rang out, I will show you the great mission that you have set up. The terrible battle immediately broke out with a power that could destroy everything. Ulick had also tried to control as much mana energy as possible with the sole thought of becoming her again. His teeth clenched frantically and as if he had completely lost his mind, he could only think bury yourself in battle. One big, one small, one person, one ghost has completely forgotten everything around them, in their eyes now only the other person still exists. But the more he fought, the more strange Ulick felt because a certain joy kept appearing. The excitement caused all physical pain to be eased and Ulick's fighting spirit was burned and trained to become stronger than ever, as evidenced by the more energy he revealed. Becoming more and more powerful. Each swing of Ulick's fist caused the surrounding ice and ground to crack from the force of the impact. But facing him is a monster who is about to become a demon king leading an entire tribe like the Snow Mountain King, so for the time being the two of them only fight evenly. It can even be said that Ulick fell into a weak position when his combat experience was nothing compared to the long life of the Snow Mountain King. During this battle, Ulick was able to feel the happy days that the Snow Mountain King had with Ottohan Miavenge. The battle was earth-shattering until at some point Ulick and Snow Mountain King's egos began to sway and both of them reached their limits. So this battle will be decided by the final strike, the move that has caused countless races to kneel at the feet of the Snow Mountain King. Her red eyes performed the exclusive secret technique of the Snow Mountain King, and facing that, Ulick at the same time ignored everything and constantly mobilized the energy from the dragon's heart to increase it to a high level. Best. Immediately their two hands carrying great energy once again touched each other directly. At that moment, everything almost stopped and in just a split second, the shock exploded, causing the surrounding space to burst into higher dimensions. For a long time, every concussion sound was silent and the dust and smoke cleared to reveal the bodies of the two of them amidst the icy mountains. In a split second, Ulick's face flashed with surprise and complexity as the Snow Mountain King's ego suddenly became illusory and gradually disappeared before his eyes. In the end, Ulick might have won and suddenly the gentle voice of the Snow Mountain King resounded in his mind, causing Ulick's body to tremble with emotion. Finally, thank you very much. Ulick opened her eyes wide to look at the beautiful appearance and gentle smile of the Snow Mountain King. Perhaps after all these years of torment, she was finally freed from her insatiable ambition. Demon's power and return to his true self. Under the setting sun, with a loud bang, the giant figure of the Snow Mountain King collapsed and knelt down right in front of Ulick. The boy stood in front of the Snow Mountain King's unconscious body with his face bowed, not saying a word or moving. On Ulick's arm, the demon's mark appeared again as a sign that it was completely formed. On the ground nearby, a small flower tree suddenly bloomed and swayed in the wind. Ulick suddenly whispered, "Please rest in peace." So Ulick's first mission ended like that, and the flower tree, bathed in the warm sunlight, stretched out to welcome a new beginning like a great rebirth. When it was all over, Ottohan Miavenge's applause rang out and he walked up to praise, "You really devoured the Snow King, that was amazing." Seeing him, Ulick somehow felt uncomfortable and opened his mouth to complain. It seemed like this first test was too difficult from the beginning. Ottohan Miavenge immediately answered in such a matter-of-fact way that the veins in Ulick's forehead twitched. "Our family is invincible. If even something like this can't be overcome, then you can't call yourself a Miavenge family." Oh my god, Ulick wondered what this was all about. The reason why Shin called Miovinger's family a bunch of egotistical people, but it's true that I find it amazing that even if you have talent, I think it would take you at least 1 to 3 years, but a kid who has only learned magic for a few years can defeat Snow Mountain King in just 1 month. Ulick nodded and suddenly answered that it was exactly 1 month. Ottohan Mioving looked at him with some confusion and saw that it was exactly a month. Ulick bowed his head and counted his fingers and smiled. No, I mean I've only been learning magic for a month or so, about 1 to 2 months. Ottohan Mioving was bewildered and then burst out laughing, haha, joking like that, but Ulick remained silent and didn't say anything, which made him feel strange, so he asked again. Are you serious? Ulick firmly nodded yes. Hey, isn't this a Mioving-like arrogant joke? Ulick remained silent and quickly shook his head. After a moment of bewilderment, Ottohan Mioving suddenly smiled loudly, haha, I have a good eye for people. Ulick gave him a disdainful look and he finished speaking. Let me repeat exactly that, even if I have talent, that's it. This guy, ha. Maybe because Ulick's talent is really so terrible, it made Ottohan Mioving so upset that he couldn't stop laughing loudly and hugged him, making him scream because of his beard. His penis hurt so much when rubbed against it. After the two of them had calmed down, Ottohan Mioving looked at the snowy mountains in the distance and asked Ulick how her last moments of life were. She smiled very comfortably and with relief. Although he didn't show it, when he heard those words, it seemed that Ottohan Mioving was able to let go of something in his heart, so he nodded in response. If so, he would be very happy. After everything, Ulick turned and bowed to the senior of his family and said goodbye. Thank you for everything before, yes, take care on the way back, Junior. The guy raised his face and looked at the senior with his eyes. I'm sorry, but I probably won't be able to visit often. Ottohan Mioving heard this and smiled as if he knew and understood. I understand, after all, the position of head of the family is an extremely busy position. Okay, that's it. After speaking, Ulick turned and walked forward to leave this place and return to his world. But after walking for a while, he suddenly turned around, shyly reached out and scratched Ulick's cheek and asked, how can I get out? Hearing that, Ottohan Mioving burst out laughing and suddenly raised his hand, startling Ulick. You've been out countless times, don't you remember? That blink of an eye just as he was startled, a fierce ball of energy hit him right in the face. Waiting for Ulick to regain consciousness, he returned to the wooden house under the cliff of the real world. Ulick angrily shouted, fuck you, my ancestors deserve respect, my face, oh my god, my face, my handsome face. How dare he hit me there? When the Demon King saw him screaming, he flew to his side and smiled excitedly, haha, it seems that psychotic Ottohan Mioving has killed someone. Ulick was also angry, who wouldn't be guilty? What sentence did you say that killed someone like that? Have you devoured the Snow Mountain King yet? The Ghost King wondered. Ulick calmly pulled up his sleeve to reveal the evidence of the Snow Mountain King. Yes, it's done, it's just finished. The Demon King laughed and asked me to help everyone, haha. Yes, our great Demon King is #1. This guy really likes to turn everything black and white. Although the Demon King appeared calm on the outside, his heart was extremely chaotic. There was no way I could help in this matter. It was clear that I only had to tell him a few things and this guy had already overcome it. Beyond losing his genius, he's truly a little monster. Oh, I'm also curious about this. Didn't you previously have a rather special relationship with Snow Mountain King? Why didn't you let her be a ghost like that? Ulick's question made the Demon King sweat and quite surprised. How did you know? At the end I relied on the Snow Spear King's memory a little. Why did you do that? Demon King Mephisto pondered for a moment before awkwardly answering, I am a Demon King, she is a low-class demon race, no more or less, to be more precise, I was just a little bored at that time. And I heard someone in Snow Mountain shouting that he would definitely become a demon, so I went there to see what kind of person he was. Yes, she's a bit lacking in the city party committee, but her ambition and skills are also very commendable. If the person she met wasn't me, the true, good and beautiful Demon King, but someone like Adideo or Lilith, she would have been ground to dust. But anyway, I told her to come find me again when she's stronger and then left her there. After hearing Ulick's story, he suddenly approached and asked suspiciously, that's all, will you never see her again? The Demon King shouted in annoyance and somewhat hesitated, why did I do this? We meet her again. The Demon King's words were completely uncertain and no one knew whether he would return there or not. Surely if he returned and witnessed the Snow Mountain King happily living with Otto, what would Han Mioving be like? On the snowy mountains that year, there was a lonely person among the snowflakes. Although the Demon King didn't say anything else, Ulick suddenly clapped his hands and smiled. Oh, I understand, I understand. The Demon King curiously tilted his head and asked, why do you understand anything? Do you know the way those guys with no clean noses bullied his girl one-sidedly? He said and laughed while showing an all-knowing face, making the Demon King angry. Why can't catching mosquitoes be done alone, you bastard? That's the reason why after thousands of years you're still alone. How dare this bastard mock me like that? Haha, Mephisto is a forced dog, a forced dog. Ulick hugged his stomach and laughed and teased, making the Demon King mad and constantly cursing but couldn't do anything to him. The whole wooden house was made noisy by the two of them, and at the same time, in that strange space, Ottohan Mievenge, after making Ulick disappear, still maintained that position and felt, wow, he's such an interesting junior. Looking at each blade of grass moving in the warm wind, I don't understand why Ottohan Mievenge's face was not very happy. His eyes stared blankly into space as if penetrating through space and time back to a certain year. At the moment when the Snowman army was destroyed and when the Snow Mountain King was bewilderedly looking at the bodies of his clansmen, Ottohan Mievenge asked, "Are you not angry with me?" He also received a shaky and interrupted answer from the Snow Mountain King. "No, I'm not angry because it was my hand. It was my hand that made things turn out like this." She was completely dumbfounded by the tragedy. "My clan suffered and it was all caused by her ambition." At that time, Ottohan Mievenge came to the Snow Mountain King's side to accompany her and also to prevent her from completely losing control and falling into the demon world. But no matter what he did, that day would come, the day when the Snow Mountain King couldn't control himself and turned into a monster that only knew how to kill and thirst for blood. In the moment he could still be conscious, the Snow Mountain King tried to say his last words to Ottohan Mievenge, "Please, please kill me." Ottohan Mievenge stood dumbfounded as he watched his soulmate shed tears of blood filled with pain and torment. Finally, for the sake of humanity, he had to make a decision and quietly apologize. Therefore, Ottohan Mievenge himself killed this friend and gave her soul a mission. Out of his thoughts, Ottohan Mievenger slowly opened his eyes and said softly, "Sorry and thank you. Please throw away your regrets and responsibilities that you have had to endure for the past 1,000 years for that child and rest in peace. Let's meet again in the next life. I hope it will be better than now." Warm tears from the corners of the resilient man's eyes flowed down that cheek. Amidst the pile of books, the Demon King curiously asked what you were rummaging through. Ulick slowly replied, "I had to look for something." "What were you looking for? Just something that made you search all over the library up like that?" Ulick did not answer but took out something glowing from his pocket, making the Demon King a little surprised and immediately recognized it. "Wait, isn't that ice crystal?" Before Ulick left Ottohan Mievenge's space, he gave him this ice crystal and told him to go find the god Carmelite. "What did he just say?" "Give it to him." "Miola, you mean Camellia? Yes, that person will become your new guide." Ulick tilted his head wondering if this was a mission. Yes, it was a mission. If so, how long do I have to do this mission and is there any limit? If this keeps up, I'll become a hunchbacked old man. Ottohan Mievenge looked at him with solemn eyes before answering, "Until you reach the level of our ancestors, everything will be okay." Hearing the mystery in Mr. Ulick's words, he also looked back at his ancestors. "I can't explain much to you and you probably have a lot of questions, but they will all be willing to answer within a certain period of time. The predecessors have completed their tasks and leaving behind a lot of things on this land. We have prepared many missions to guide you to him, so all you need to do is diligently follow the path that has been laid out for you." Ulick's face darkened but he nodded and stuffed the ice crystal into his pocket. "Okay, I just want to make sure to take this egg with me," Ottohan Mievenge said softly. "I bow my head and apologize for putting this burden on your shoulders. Only Mr. Ulick Mioving, Lord of Miovinger, can go on these roads, and you should go. Let's go and perfect winter." Returning to the library in Ulick's cabin, he looked at the ice crystal and explained, "Well, it's just that I was told to bring this ice crystal to the god Carmelite." The Demon King suddenly covered his face and laughed, "Ha, the god Miola, I guess he is trying to create winter. Do you know what it means in winter?" "Of course, those disgusting four-season people. They have always haunted demon lords like me." Looking into the Demon King's deep eyes, Ulick suddenly felt curious and stood up. "Please tell me in more detail. Why do I have to tell? What about 4 days off? What do you think those 4 days off will do?" Too curious, Ulick clenched his teeth and lowered his hand. Okay, then I'll just leave it as a tribute, it can't be any more than that." Having achieved the desired price, the Demon King nodded and smiled. "Very well, listen carefully. There are 4 subordinates to support their predecessors to create the foundation of the Mioving family, and because their personalities and characteristics are suitable for each season, we demons often call them four. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. One of them, Otohan Miavange, corresponds to the cold winter. In any case, it is true that someone remains to direct such tasks. It means he is trying to pass on the power he possesses to others. Otohan Miavange's words made Ulik momentarily silent. So if this mission is completed, you can also receive missions from other people of the four seasons? Ulik wondered. If he had the power of the four seasons, it would mean that Ulik could have the same power as the human ancestors they would support. Above all, if Ulik can continue to devour seals as strong as the seal of cruelty or even stronger than that, then, with everything gathered in his body, it was very likely that he could rebuild the glory of his family. The more he thought about it, the clearer the path and future ahead became, and Ulik was also full of enthusiasm. To manage this journey. Then he looked down at the ice crystal in his hand and asked, then how important is this ice crystal to the god Kamiola that he needs it so much? The ice crystal is the essence of winter that is only formed from the depths of snow mountains covered in eternal white snow, or in other words it is an egg, a condensation of the divine. Since the advent of the camellia, a winter-blooming flower, there has been no better flower pot than the ice crystal. The story was quite obscure, making Ulik understand everything, but the most important thing was where he had to go to meet the god Kamiola. The demon king thought and answered that it was probably in the flower temple. Somewhere south. When I heard about the Ulik flower temple, I was startled and exclaimed, the flower temple, I've only heard about it in legends, but it really exists. The demon king nodded yes, that noisy bastard must be is in charge of this temple. Suddenly the demon king asked what he said, making Ulik a bit suspicious and silently thinking, from this moment he could guarantee that after looking through the records in the royal library. But isn't this demon king becoming too friendly? What plan is he planning this time? And his soul form became stronger, right? Blinking his eyes in concentration, Ulik suddenly realized that the demon king's aura was no longer as weak as before. The demon king also smiled and whispered to himself, this boy seemed to have noticed that his strength had returned a bit, but even if he noticed my strength, you can't do anything either. You will have no choice but to perform quests to become stronger. Ulik looked down with his own thoughts. Yes, now he must carry out the mission to become stronger, and at the same time the powers he received can also make Mephisto become stronger. Should be stronger. Ulik can receive a great demon king that has the ability to plunge the entire world into misery. Looking at the demon king's lowered face, he happily shouted in his heart, ha ha ha, that's a face full of pain, of course you have to be afraid. Although the demon king felt uncomfortable with having to leave a Mioving just to become stronger, he couldn't help it. The demon king's recovery process needed to be a priority. Thinking about that, he suddenly withdrew. My smile stopped when I saw Ulik's strange expression. What is this bastard laughing again? What's wrong with this guy? Has he gone from being scared to losing his mind? The demon king's soul in front of Ulik felt like he was looking at a delicious dish because he realized that he would most likely be able to absorb all of Mephisto's power. After all, let him restore your strength and escape from Ulik. Ulik needs to become stronger. Even though he felt that this thought was very wild and like he was losing his mind, Ulik could not help but feel the pleasure rising in his heart. Okay, now we have completed everything that needs to be done at the bottom of this abyss. Do we need to go back? Without hesitating too long, he easily flew to the edge of the abyss. If a month ago, it would have been very difficult to return to the ground, but now it was as easy as pie. The demon king walked towards him. After being annoyed and cold, you are really too arrogant. Looking at the white snowy mountains around him, Ulik immediately launched himself into the sky and rushed to somewhere. Now that he had a guide, should he go straight to the tribe of people? Red-eyed Snow no. Ulik wasn't sure if it was because he had been in a war with the snowmen for a long time, or maybe it was because he had swallowed the demon king's seal, but here he wanted to see those snowmen. Carrying the joy of gliding quickly between the rolling mountains, until standing in front of the Yeti tribe, Ulik's face was completely dark, cold and somewhat shocked. Sleeping in bewilderment, looking at the scene of the tribe's devastation and the pools of bright red blood soaked on the extremely prominent white snow background, what in the world has happened here? The demon king looked at the tragic state of the snowman deaths around him and commented, it seemed like they were slowly tortured without being killed instantly, so they must have been killed. Used for entertainment purposes. We don't know who the killer is, but they have a much more cruel nature than most demons. Demons will kill their prey but don't have time to torture them like that. Listening to every word of the demon king, Ulik stood still and contemplated, then suddenly exclaimed, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Step by step on the snow, his thoughts spread. They were snowmen and bloodthirsty monsters, so they could die at any time. Even before that, Ulick didn't know him. How many snowmen have you killed? But he would never consider them as toys to be tortured like that. This unpleasant feeling is probably because Ulick swallowed the seal and took on the mission of the Snow Mountain King. His whole body trembled slightly, then he let out a tired breath to calm himself. Calm down. I'm not the Snow Mountain King. I have no right to pity these snow people. But when Ulick walked to another nearby area, his eyes widened and he cringed again because he witnessed something. In front of Ulick are now frozen human bodies with their heads stuck straight into the snow like pillars holding up the sky. He quickly ran closer to a pile of snow nearby. Ulick tried to dig up the pile of snow with his hands as if looking for something. His teeth were clenched tightly to restrain himself until Ulick dug up a familiar person. That was the boy who guided Ulick a month ago. The Demon King also stood quietly behind Ulick, looking at his pensive back. Then Ulick glanced at the surrounding corpses and asked in a cold voice with no clear emotions, "This is what those bastards did, right?" The Demon King felt for a moment and then slowly nodded. Head is right. So aren't they making us feel more uncomfortable? The scene moves to a certain area in the vast snowy mountains. The group of people of the blue-haired girl that Ulick met last time are running away with their bodies full of injuries. Her breathing was very rapid and it seemed like she was about to reach her physical limit, but she still stubbornly rushed forward, not daring to stop. It wasn't until he collapsed on the snow that the remaining 2 guards behind him rushed forward in panic. "Mistress, are you okay?" Being supported by 2 bodyguards, the blue-haired girl stubbornly nodded. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. We don't know when the assassins will return, so let's focus on finding that cemetery, guard." She's extremely worried, but she should rest now. "No, or as a child of the Blue Lion, I don't want to be everyone's burden again." Looking at that determined gaze and the bodyguard's weak body, the bodyguard was in chaos and heartbroken, but there was no other way. Trying to walk step by step with a roll of goat skin in her hand, the coldness of the snowy mountain made her physically tired, but the assassins chasing behind her killed many people. With their sacrifices, she couldn't fall here. It's been a month since her group of people searched the cemetery for a month, but without finding any trace. Where in this terrible world is that cemetery? The girl wondered helplessly. Looking up at the white sky, she softly called out her father's name. Yeah, she is the only daughter of the Blue Lion of the Quio family, the Great Lion family, but she can't even swing her sword properly. If we consider based on the rules that have been announced that lions only follow strong people, then miss, that's what everyone talks about behind the girl's back when she doesn't possess the appropriate ability. With your identity. The girl knows and has heard a lot of similar words, but the only thing left to do is ignore it and try on her own. In order not to humiliate her family and to not have to listen to the gossip of outsiders, she practiced hard day and night in the hope that this hard work would somehow make up for her weak talent. Just like that, she practiced and practiced until at one point her spirit almost collapsed in helplessness. Why can't I have any talent? The comments of others echoed in her soul, an unlucky child of the family with an uncertain future and a flower without fragrance. Why is the family's beloved child such a useless daughter, and what do we expect from such a weak woman? Why do you dare to call yourself the child of the Green Lion? In a panic and confusion, suddenly your father's gentle and warm voice rang out and called to you, Isabo. The girl looked bewildered at the gentle father in front of her and replied softly, "He is the Green Lion who drives this family by the name of Herman Quio." Sitting next to each other watching the full moonlight in the night sky, the father sighed softly and spoke, "I'm sorry for letting you carry this burden on your shoulders." Isabo slowly shook his head without saying anything. "I'm just not good enough. Daughter, you don't have to follow my path and become a Green Lion. I'm not a natural fighter, but I'm still a proud member of the Quio family." Dad's every word somehow soothed her chaotic heart, but her eyes still didn't hide it. Let go of worry. As if understanding his daughter's worries, Homan Quio laughed out loud and showed off his muscles. "What are you worried about? I'm still as strong as an ox. Haha, try touching these tough muscles. Isabo is powerless. That's the armor, father. Don't worry about this Blue Lion, Herman Quio, just live your own life." The old father's caring words touched the girl deeply, but she herself also had her own thoughts. She said to herself that she would continue to pursue her dream of becoming the best swordsman in the continent. Land. No matter how painful and difficult it is, the road to the top is still a journey worth enjoying, right? Time passed like that until one day, in this palace, Isabo's panicked voice was heard asking why his father never woke up. So the family doctor pondered and then slowly answered, he had symptoms similar to obstructive disease. His health has deteriorated due to the careless use of too much spiritual energy. If we don't treat it soon, his muscles will atrophy. The problem will be solved if we can restore his vitality, but that is almost impossible with human ability, just because he has lost so much vitality in his body. At this point I won't have any other option than depending on some magic to help if at all. Her father's poor health and condition became a sharp sword hanging over Isabeo's head, forcing her to make a choice. She had to save her father herself. Because normal items were completely ineffective in treating his father, Isabeo decided to risk his life to get advanced magic tools possessed by the Magic Tower or the Academy. But maybe things aren't that easy. Their mysterious magic tools were also useless. After all her efforts, Isabeo could not find anything that could treat her father's illness, until one day she accidentally came to this town deep in the icy plateau and heard a conversation. Stories of people in pubs. They were talking about a cemetery ruled by the Snow Mountain King in the Snowy Mountains. If it's the King's cemetery, that place will definitely be filled with treasures and many magical tools that humans can't have. Their conversation and the glimpses of news made someone as desperate as Isabel see a new door. So Isabeo immediately clung to that hope with all she could. God does not disappoint. After trying her best to find countless information about that cemetery, she also learned that that cemetery really existed in the world and she believed she could find it. Where? But there was a flaw, and a fatal incident happened during this process. The flaw was that this plan had reached the uncle's ears. Because of that uncle's intervention, everything became extremely chaotic and dangerous. Of Isabeo with the name Baoquio, who was waiting for the opportunity to usurp the throne of the Lion Khan, sent assassins to kill Isabeo because she was the legitimate heir. That's why everything has led to this moment, the weak girl overcoming many obstacles, holding the map in her hand and groping through the icy forest. Thinking about so many things, Isabeo couldn't help but feel trembling and wondered how cruel that uncle was to be able to kill his children and grandchildren like that. Suddenly, the bodyguard seemed to feel something and panicked, signaling her to quickly run away. Just when Isabeo was still bewildered and didn't understand what was going on, the remaining bodyguard grabbed her hand tightly and pulled her to hide behind a large rock. At this moment, the voices of mysterious people rang out. I had to search everywhere to find you and we wondered where you were hiding. Anyway, here you are. Since you are still members of the Quio family, at least I will let you go peacefully. These mysterious guys are the Blue Wolf Army and the leader is the 6th Blue Wolf Elite Knight. Secretly sent by Uncle Baoquio, the 6th Blue Wolf stopped and discovered that there was only one soldier blocking the way, so he laughed and said even louder, since you are here, surely your mistress must be nearby too, right? The soldier immediately shouted angrily, nonsense, you will pay for the death of my 2 comrades with your own life. While trying to attract the Blue Wolf's attention, the soldier whispered. Screaming in my heart, mistress, please run and don't look back. Behind the rock, Isabeo panicked and wanted to step out to face them, but was stopped by the old soldier. We alone couldn't stop them from going out, but we had to go or else we would get in the way. Die. Boss, calm down, quickly risk his 9 lives in exchange for giving us time to run. Are you trying to let him die in vain? Isabeo gritted her teeth and was extremely hesitant, unable to abandon her friend. At this moment, the loud call of the Blue Wolf made Isabeo stop. Your loyal servant's master will have to prepare for that death, so you just leave him here. In the blink of an eye, the loyal soldier was defeated and lying on the ground in a pool of fresh blood, but he still gritted his teeth and protested. Refute, this idiot mistress has gone a long way. As he finished speaking, the cold blade stabbed straight into his back, causing him to be silent in pain. Said Green Number 6, revealing its sinister smile behind its cloak, she must have abandoned her loyal knight, she is quite heartless, isn't she? Then I will cut your head off now. He immediately swung his sharp blade out and aimed straight at the head of the knight lying on the ground. At that moment, Isabeo's voice rang out, causing the sword to stop in midair. She slowly walked out to face the assassins. Are you aiming for me? Then just kill me and let my knights leave. The words were earnest in tears, but the Blue Wolf's next reaction made her bewildered. Mistress, I'm sorry but I won't do that. We have decided to kill everyone involved or have witnessed this incident to preserve the secret. His cold murderous aura makes Isabeo completely hopeless. What's with that expression of hers? If she hadn't run away, everyone would have survived and lived happily with their families. Let me tell you the truth, the people who followed you have all died. Even those innocent drug pickers who didn't know anything died without a whole body. What can I say? it's truly a pity. Isabeo's face is now pale before the harsh truth and her mental state is at the brink of collapse. Even innocent people died because of a useless person like me. As soon as Isabeo lost consciousness, Blue Wolf number 6 didn't want to wait too long, so he swung his sword, aimed straight at her and said softly, "Let's end this matter for too long." "I see," but suddenly a sound rang out somewhere, causing him to stop, panic, look around and scream, "Someone is nearby." The sound echoed in the forest. Ulick immediately used teleportation magic to stand on a dry tree branch and stared at the assassins with a ghostly smile. "I'm just a demon passing by here." "Never mind." Looking up at the top of the tree, Green Wolf number 6 angrily shouted, "Who are you, this bastard?" The Blue Wolf suddenly burst into laughter. "What kind of idiot are you to meddle in my affairs? Are you a demon worshipper? It's a pity that if you hadn't passed by here, maybe you could have survived." I was talking, but suddenly Ulick, standing on a tree branch, completely disappeared. The Blue Wolf's eyes flashed with surprise and the sound of tearing the wind approached right next to him. In the blink of an eye, Ulick approached at an unbelievable speed, causing that guy to panic and scream that it was magic. Then he quickly backed away to avoid Ulick and questioned, "Who the hell are you?" Ulick's gentle voice rang out. "Is everyone okay?" Isabeo and the soldier looked at him with surprised eyes and nodded a bit strangely. "It was okay, but..." "I'm okay, but are you okay too?" Sitting on the ground, Ulick sadly nodded of course. On the other side, the group of green werewolves were curiously discussing among themselves, "Does the magician usually land like that? It's not like he just fell, but it's so humiliating, why doesn't he get up?" Under their gaze, Ike slowly stood up and he was embarrassed because if it weren't for the slippery snow, he would have made a cool impression on them. And at the same time, Isabel also saw Ulick's face, so her eyes opened wide in surprise. "Isn't that person the person who disappeared a month ago? I couldn't let him fight on his own like that." Without hesitation, she shouted loudly at Ulick, "Run away, he can't win against them." Ulick hadn't said anything yet but the Green Wolf had already stolen the words. "Mistress, didn't I tell you that my friend would not leave any witnesses? So everyone please listen to my command to destroy that demon for me." As soon as the command sounded, the assassins of the Green Wolf army rushed forward to surround Ulick and did not give him any way to retreat. Isabel witnessed this scene and screamed helplessly, but Ulick still stood still and he also spoke up, "That's right, the mercy given to bastards like you is truly wasteful." His eyes opened wide, flashing a magical green light and magic was summoned at the same time. The cursed consciousness and the mana energy from the dragon's heart combined together again, allowing Ulick to use storm magic to create powerful and evolving winds. His hands glowed brightly along with those beautiful eyes. In that moment all the oncoming assassins were swallowed by the storm and the screams echoed in the forest until everything ended with a fatal punch. Ulick's terrifying consecutive attacks caused the leading men to be smashed into severed pieces that fell scattered on the ground, extremely horrifyingly. The old soldier hastily helped his comrade stand up, and the owner, witnessing this horrifying scene, could not close his mouth in surprise. The green gravel leader of the assassins also stood still for a few seconds before asking, "What the hell just happened?" Then he immediately screamed at the remaining survivors, "What are you doing? Kill him quickly, don't give him a chance to attack." The attack was launched again with the surviving assassins and now except for the Blue Wolf leader, all of them rushed forward without showing any mercy. Facing the swords from all directions to the east, Ulick easily dodged with his eyes shining and his hand outstretched to use penetrating magic. Without blinking, a familiar scene appeared again with sharp blades gathered from the surrounding icy energy forming a rain of swords shooting towards the group of people. Painful screams rang out and blood splattered as they were stabbed by those blades. They used all their strength to try to defend themselves, but the sounds they could make were only helpless cries for help. The battlefield is now just fresh blood dyeing the white snow red and stimulating the eyes of others more than ever. When everything calmed down again, Ulick stood silently in the middle of the battlefield and all the assassins were destroyed like a rain of meat falling from the sky. The leader of the Green Wolf number 6 opened his mouth and gasped, then hesitantly asked, "Who the hell are you?" "You already know who we are, right?" Facing him, Ulick smiled harmlessly, "What's wrong? I don't care who you are, so why don't you kneel before me?" Somewhat frightened by Ulick's strange ability, but the Blue Wolf still gritted his teeth and cursed, "I will definitely kill you." On this side, Isabeo, along with 2 of her soldiers, dodged to the far side to observe the battle and she became more and more surprised. Who was that man? He really defeated the group of green wolves. Easy, no, now is not the time to talk about that issue. Surely he is a powerful magician, but it seems very dangerous if she gets too close. With her status, contact with strangers is something ISABO needs to do. Consider. This side fought again with the first attack from the blue wolf. His eyes glowed like a demon's eyes and his voice filled with magic. At least I can kill you, you bastard. His temperature suddenly increased so surprisingly that Ulick was startled. When danger was near, Isabel, standing in the distance, immediately shouted to Ulick to keep her distance from him and not let him approach. Ulick immediately used magic to strengthen the weapon. Then he quickly retreated back to avoid that attack. Ulick's desk continued to glow and the two words ice wind were uttered by him. At that moment, the words came from a series of sharp ice pillars rising from the ground and forming a long line straight towards the assassin. Defense. The blue wolf assassin is not ordinary either. He immediately reacted by jumping on those icicles and smiling. Do you really think you can stop me with this kind of magic? Then, with his cold breath, he got closer and closer to Ulick and his fierce murderous aura broke out. You're dead, you bastard. As he finished speaking, the dazzling light of the sharp blade in the assassin's hand covered everything and absorbed everyone's minds. Ulick stood still in place without dodging, and until the blade was about to touch his skin, he uttered the words ice pillar and summoned a thick layer of ice to cover his body and turn it into a painting. Stone statue. The sharp blade hit the icicle but did not cause injury to Ulick's body. Behind the thick layer of ice Ulick smiled dangerously. Do you know what is more important than that? That's your head about to be buried underground. The layer of ice cracked and melted away, revealing Ulick's handsome face and a wicked smile. After fighting all this time, the blue wolf had been frightened, so his voice also became panicked and faltering. What is this guy? But before he could finish his words, the sharp icy light emitted by Ulick crashed into his body, causing his consciousness to sink into darkness. The blue wolf no longer had any vitality left and fell to the ground along with the fate of the people he killed. In the distance, ISABO's group of people stared at Ulick's cold back and exclaimed, unable to believe that he defeated the group of green wolves in an instant, not thinking that there would be such a powerful magician is on this hill. ISABO was completely attracted by that back figure and surprise welled up in her heart because he didn't seem to be the same age as her but. How can he be so strong? At such a young age he is already so strong and can completely compete with the people in the new constellation, so how come I don't know who he is? Is a mystic. At this time, Ulick did not pay attention to them, but he gently looked up at the sky and then slowly closed his eyes. The pent-up unpleasant emotions were somewhat relieved after killing the culprit who caused all that tragedy. Ulick remembered the child who had guided them along with the current leader of the Yeti tribe. His eyes slowly opened to look up at the sky and silently said, "Please rest in peace everyone." The Demon King stood nearby for a while and finally couldn't help but called out, "Hey, they keep looking at you, why don't you say anything to them? They're looking so much that it gives me chills." Hearing Mr. Ulick's words, he stiffened and sweated because he forgot to introduce himself. Under the panicked and somewhat fearful gaze of the other group, Ulick slowly turned his head. Then he gave a friendly smile, saying hello, "It's been a while since we've seen each other." Standing in front of that smile, the soldier who had just been knocked down woke up and held his sword tightly in anticipation. Even if this man had helped them, he was still a complete stranger and did not know what to do. To be caught off guard so soon. If he had any other motive, he would be just as dangerous as the assassins just now. Suddenly, ISABO slowly took a few steps forward and knelt down and bowed her head successfully. Glasses. Thank our savior. The two bodyguards around were very panicked, not understanding why the mistress knelt down like that. Even Ulick was bewildered and quickly shook his head. "You don't have to do that." ISABO loudly shouted the names of the two defenders and they understood what they meant and both knelt down on one knee and said, "Thank you to our savior." Ulick stood in front of this whole audience, extremely confused, so he spoke up to explain, no matter who it was, they would do the same thing as me, so everyone please stand up. The ghost of the Demon King appeared next to him. The way she complimented it looked like she knew how to behave unlike those bastards from before. Ulick kept talking before ISABO raised his head and stared at him with earnest eyes. "It may sound rude but can I ask my savior a favor, Ulick?" He quickly nodded yes. "Where do I have to go?" "It's not that I want to delegate to you," she said loudly while holding Ulick's hand tightly, making him even more confused. Suddenly he saw something that made Ulick's eyes move. After a conversation, Ulick agreed to their mission and sat with them on a horse-drawn carriage between the icy mountains. He sat silently and suddenly smiled, making the two of them still. Back in the car, I felt panicked. The Demon King sitting next to him is breathing heavily, I can see you smirking, you bastard, cover it up if you're preparing something. Ulick also knew how scary his smile was, but he couldn't control his excitement because it was exactly what he expected, because he was given something extremely valuable. Just now, Elizabeth put a gold coin in Ulick's hand. Is this gold? Not only that, but is it also a green lion? Are you the young lady of the Quio family? Ulich looked at the gold coin, then looked up at the girl in front of him and asked, making her nod awkwardly, "Oh yes, but I'm so ashamed of this feeling of mine." After receiving the confirmation and looking at that beautiful face, Ulich understood why she was so beautiful. The scentless flower Isabo Quio is her title. Even when her stunning beauty made the prince infatuated and wanted to propose to her, she was still abandoned because she was a scentless flower, someone born without any talent. If a fierce lion did not have fangs and sharp teeth, what would their fate be like? Would they still be worthy of the word majestic lion? Ulich heard that after her marriage broke up, she lived alone in her own land. Thinking carefully, he smiled at her and introduced, "My name is Rich. It's an honor to meet the only daughter of the Green Lion." Isabo awkwardly shook his head. Why was it such an honor? Nice to meet someone like me. Ulich suddenly burst out laughing. You should be proud of yourself because from what I see, your persistence is not something embarrassing for that prestigious Green Lion. The unexpected compliment from a strange guy made Isabo so shy that her face turned red and she awkwardly said thank you. Oh yes, you said something about the mandate, right? What is that? Oh yes, I don't have anything right now, but can you escort us to the capital? When the guard behind heard that, he immediately panicked. Miss, we haven't found that place yet. Isabo turned his head back to look at his bodyguard with earnest eyes. I don't want to lose you just because of my greed. First of all, I have to go see my uncle to negotiate the matter. Satisfied. Hearing her mention Uncle Ulich, he turned his head to look at the guy he had just killed and made a guess. These knights were probably also part of the Quio family, maybe they were hidden in the family. Why? Ulich had also heard that the Blue Lion was suffering from a disease that was quite difficult to treat and that she was looking for a cure for her father, but I forgot Sin had told Ulich before. Wait, isn't Ulich able to make the Green Lion grateful to him? The guy suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity to pave the way for a great future. If the Meovenger family was rebuilt and had gratitude to the Green Lion, it would be a beautiful scene, wouldn't it? Ulich wondered and began to fantasize. Then his bad habits showed up with my dangerous smile. Haha, I'm really smart and always keep a cool head. At this time, Isabel spoke up again and said to Ulich, it's true that we can hardly get your help, so I will give you twice as much as what I just gave you. Consider it a reward after completing the mandate. These words made Ulich look at the gold coin and then say no more, making Elizabeth a little worried. I guess it's impossible, right? Then she sighed sadly and tried to reach out to take back the gold coin. It would be a shame for my family if that were the case. But before she could finish her sentence, Ulich's strong hand grabbed her soft hand and he couldn't help but smile. What is it? I will escort you safely, my lady. That's why there's a situation in the carriage right now. In the middle of the dark night, Ulich leans his back against the window frame and looks at the starry sky outside while the Demon King sits next to him and talks. There was a bunch of treasure in the Dragon King's nest last time, so why do you still need money? Ulich answered him telepathically while looking at the scene. I've already calculated it all, and besides, don't say that if you've been hungry and cold before. His words made the Demon King momentarily confused, so he raised his eyebrows in question. Now what am I going to do when I don't have a penny on my person? Maybe it's not important to you because you're a tongue-in-cheek ghost, but people need money to eat and sleep, you think. Do you understand this scene of deprivation? However, after scolding him for a while, Ulich couldn't help but exclaim that this telepathy was quite convenient. With just a little bit of energy he could talk to his target. He wanted without being discovered by others. Looking at this amused appearance of the Demon King, he coldly snorted and then sarcastically said, who taught you? Just because I feel very uncomfortable every time someone is around and you become speechless. Forget it, are you going to sit still like that for the rest of the journey? Why do you look more hideous than what you thought? What should I do now? I'm so bored. Oh my god, the Demon King keeps nagging in Ulich's ear. Meanwhile, Isabo showed a worried face. Looking at Ulich, who had been pensive all this time, I wondered if he didn't say anything because I authorized him, right? But now I really need his help. Thinking of this, she tiredly gritted her teeth and couldn't help but worry in her heart. If you send even stronger assassins, there's no way the three of us could get past them. At the same time, in some cold castle somewhere in the kingdom, a tall man sat on a throne blending into the darkness with guards standing guard around him. His hand tightened on the throne and he asked the person kneeling below, had Team 6 been destroyed? That guard's cloak covered his whole body but could not hide his trembling voice and the fear emanating from his soul. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The man sat on the throne for an hour, then he stood up, walked closer to the kneeling soldier and drew his sword. If you say sorry now, then you shouldn't have done anything in the first place that would result in you having to apologize or apologize. After saying that, the blade swung out, causing blood to splatter. After cutting off the head of the man with a wolf head on his shoulder, he asked, Hu Tan, where do you think Isabo will go? Fresh blood from the headless body continued to drip and from the darkness someone's footsteps rang out and at the same time there was a sound answering the question, because her traces left her memory. Unfortunately we have confirmed. So we guessed that she was most likely returning to the capital. Hearing Hu Tan's answer, the man continued, if she was returning to the capital, does that mean she wanted to negotiate with me? Hu Tan, captain of Blue Wolf Team No. 1, nodded in agreement. What a stupid child after such a talentless girl dares to negotiate with me. This guy is the uncle in Isabo's words named Bao Kuyo. Immediately he called Hu Tan loudly and in the blink of an eye, a series of soldiers appeared from the darkness, lining up in 2 long rows respectfully before the man. Hu Tan, now you only have one chance. Only. I don't know how much time passed, the sun came out and the carriage stopped in front of a town. The guard hastily announced that we have arrived at Lexenti, miss. Isabo patted her back and smiled with relief. I was tired but we arrived in just 2 days of non-stop travel. In the carriage, the Demon King also shook his body slightly and lamented that my whole body hurts. His appearance made Ulick sitting next to him unable to help but burst out laughing. What a flying monkey like you. Don't you know that correct posture relaxes the nerves and why were you upside down the whole way? But even here, we couldn't relax because right in front of the city gate, there were many soldiers in blue cloaks standing there, examining each person one by one. Are they the same guys as the assassins who chased Isabel? Some time before receiving the order, Hu Tan, captain of the first team, immediately summoned Blue Wolf No. 2 and this also made the members of the Blue Wolf team a bit confused. Why is it necessary to mobilize the strongest team to handle such a trivial matter? Your return to the capital means accepting surrender. As soon as he finished wondering, his head was chopped off by the No. 1 Blue Wolf Hu Tan. A hunting dog must behave according to his position, but you're talking too much. Fresh blood splattered on this Hu Tan's terrifying face. She would definitely have to pass Lexenti if she wanted to go from the snowy mountains to the imperial capital. At this time, Ulick also looked in surprise through the window of the official carriage to detect the situation. Therefore, make that place their grave. Isabo had anticipated that the trip would not be easy because the Lord was ruling this place, but he did not expect it to be this strict. The guard worriedly asked if we should go back, lady. Looking out the window, she shook her head no. Now that we've attracted their attention, turning around will only make them more suspicious. Here we have to leave this car behind and secretly escape and find another place. Before she could finish her words, Ulick sitting next to her said no need. His words made everyone in the carriage confused, but before he could speak, Ulick immediately used disguise magic, causing a magical light to cover everyone. So a miracle happened when the carriage calmly passed by the Blue Wolf team. Sitting in the car, Isabo held his breath and did not dare to make a loud noise, while outside, sharp eyes were constantly investigating. It wasn't until the carriage entered the city gate that she breathed a sigh of relief. Beyond the dark and dangerous city gate is a well-lit citadel bustling with passers-by and it must be quite a prosperous place. Safely out of the carriage, Isabo curiously asked Ulick what magic he had just used. It was nothing but a simple illusion magic that made his appearance become It's no different than a type of hypnosis that can be broken with just a slight shock, so we need to be careful. Isabo once again bowed his head before Ulick and thanks to him, we were able to safely enter the city. I am truly grateful to him from the bottom of my heart. Ulick smiled and nodded, thinking about the night here. I'll come back after taking care of some things. On the street, the Demon King lurked behind Ulick and wondered why he had to use genjutsu when he could completely kill them all. Ulick used a telepathic knife to answer him that he did not want to cause trouble. Fight without knowing anything about the enemy and moreover, you need to save mana for emergencies. The Demon King then glanced disdainfully, what do you think oaths and soul contracts are for? It's not because you're too lazy. Anyway, you need to hurry to the academy or something like that, right? Ulick nodded yes, but I need to find out something. Thinking of this, his lips curled into a dangerous smile and he wondered to himself, a while has passed, but surely you still remember that guy, right? We need to know his situation to prepare to eliminate him." Looking at this scary smile, the Demon King Ulik sighed in panic even though he didn't know who it was, but it was unlucky to be killed. A madman like Ulik aimed. At this moment, the laughter of the children nearby attracted the Demon King's attention and he curiously asked again, "I have a question, I sensed something like mana from those kids." "So what is it?" Ulik followed his gaze towards the children and smiled, "Oh, I guess in your time there were no spiritual chains yet. Very simply, mana is a blessing to shamans, but over time even martial arts masters can develop methods to use mana on the body. If the magician casts a spell by creating a magic circle in the heart, the martial artist will strengthen the body by accumulating a string of spiritual energy around the field, and that is where the energy converges. Similar to the division of ranks of magicians, 6 rounds of magic are called magicians, 7 rounds of magic are called great magicians and 8 rounds are called sages. Martial arts masters are also divided into levels, respectively, an introductory series, 2 beginner series, 3 master series, 4 powerhouse series and 5 martial arts series. To make it easier for you to understand, Lady Isas Night Leopard is at about the introductory level. So there are only 5 levels. Yes, that's usually the case, but there is the only exception where a person can cycle through more than 5 chains. The Demon King immediately asked curiously who it was. Ulik pondered for a moment before answering in a solemn tone that he was the Golden Lion, recognized as the strongest person on the continent. What an arrogant nickname, but I guess by human standards. Upon hearing those words, Ulik immediately shook his head in denial. "This time no other, he can fight evenly with my grandfather, one of the strongest people in Miavinj history." At this moment, Ulik arrived at his destination and the Demon King stood quietly behind. "I see, I'm looking forward to meeting him," the Demon King said softly, smiling with excitement. Hearing what he said, Ulik secretly thought that this old man was stubborn again, but there was no need to pay attention to him. The more important thing was to find out what happened while he was absent. Walking up to Fam newspaper, Ulik smiled and said loudly, "Can I buy all the newspapers within this month?" At this time at Udon Academy, the voice of Principal Barak rang out, "Is the matter still not resolved?" Revi knelt on one knee and replied, asking forgiveness from Nemet's group who were guarding the hospital like an unassailable fortress. Hearing those words, the fat enemy Barak angrily gritted his teeth. "Shin Nemet's teeth, that ungrateful bastard. But thanks to your achievements in discovering the dragon's den, you have an advantage over other candidates in the competition for the position of principal." Barak nodded but couldn't predict what would happen if we didn't win. "I have the right to excavate the dragon's cave and I want an overwhelming victory." Revi immediately understood and asked him to give an order. Barak suddenly smiled with his fat face and put more pressure on those Nemets. At this time, in his room, Ulik was quietly sitting at the table with his face down. "Young master, the transfer of rights to excavate the dragon's cave by High Frequency Academy and the press is under too much pressure. Not only that, the situation this time is no different from stabbing senior professors from High Frequency Academy in the back. Are very angry." Ulik sat in one place and began to tremble and suddenly burst out laughing, making the butler not understand anything. By the time he looked up, tears of pain were already flowing down his cheeks. "My sister came to torture me every day and that bastard Ulik never contacted me even once. But I have already warned myself, and will definitely continue to endure until Ulik returns." Looking at the series of articles and letters scattered on the table, Ulik gave a confident smile. At this time, in a certain room in Lexenti, Ulik, after reading a series of articles this month, also chuckled softly and praised, "That director is still as cunning as ever and Shin is because of me. Are facing hell. It's true that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. You know how to use public opinion, old man Barak." Ulik's hand on the table clenched into a fist and he said to himself, "Just keep climbing, old man, it will only make my debut more flashy. Anyway, I feel a little sorry for Sin. Is there anything I can do for him?" Ulik raised his hand to his chin and wondered. At this moment, from outside the window, a blinding light suddenly appeared, followed by a red flame that almost covered the entire city. Both Ulik and the Demon King glanced bewilderedly through the window and in their hands the screams of everyone around them continuously rang out, "Fire, fire, quickly bring water here, it's burning. Mom, it's so hot, someone save us." Each scream of pain continuously resounded, causing the whole citadel to be engulfed in a color of mourning and utter chaos. Unable to believe it, Ulik quickly opened the door and rushed outside. And he couldn't help but blurt out what the hell was happening when he saw the entire citadel being consumed by fire. Going back in time a moment ago, right when Ulick left with the Demon King, the bodyguard couldn't help but ask his mistress, "Mistress, do you really trust that man named Rich?" In the rented room, Asabo nodded that he was the one who saved us. Yes, although he was not Baoquio's subordinate, maybe he was an assassin sent by the other 7 masters to kill us. What about capturing the main estate? I'm not sure about this yet, but we should still take precautions first. Isabo listens to every word his subordinates say, and she also understands Chen's concern, but it seems like it's been since the snow. Maybe he's just overprotective of her. Putting aside the thoughts in her head, Isabo turned around and said, "I understand what you are trying to say. However, don't say that anymore. If you doubt, that means doubting my decision." The boss's blunt and fierce words made the 2 subordinates momentarily bewildered. Isabo believed that person as soon as she saw that expression, because that was the expression only upright people could show. The bodyguard nodded in panic but still stubbornly continued, "I understand, but isn't he just a mercenary who loves money?" Those words made Isabo laugh and shake his head. "No, he really wants to help us. Even though he wasn't paid, he still helped us, which proves that even if we asked, he wouldn't help us." But his expression changed as soon as he discovered we were Quio family. He considered that our family's reputation might decline, so he intentionally lowered himself like that. The old guard woke up and smiled. I understood that he did it to maintain the reputation of the Green Lion. The guy standing next to him also smiled bitterly. Seeing that they had listened to what she said, Isabo nodded, and she was about to continue, "So we..." But before her voice could be uttered, a fierce fire exploded and covered the surrounding area. At this moment, viewed from high in the sky, the entire citadel was covered with a sea of fire, causing an area of sky to be lit up bright red. From this angle, someone's voice could be heard exclaiming that the fire was burning brightly. "It's so brilliant. The magic scroll containing the magic of the 4th circle of the initial heat line is indeed valuable." The guy speaking is the captain of the 3rd team of the Blue Wolf, and the guy next to him is the captain of the 2nd team. "It's already like this. Can you still laugh, Simonon? Hey, didn't you agree with my decision just now? Why are you suddenly so serious now? You also know how much I've spent on this," he said while gently waving his hand. The parchment was burning in his hand. Looking at his face, the captain of Team 2 of the Blue Wolves thought to himself, "I really can't think of a better way. With the owner's personality, no matter what she encounters, she will try her best. Just overcome to help people, so attacking everyone in the city is also something you should consider. What should we do now? Do we burn more? Team 6 has been wiped out. According to Hugh Tan's calculations, at least our enemy still has 3 or more people left. He said that among them there may be magicians, so we have to be careful." Feeling that the captain of team number 2 was being too careful, the captain of team number 3 smiled politely, "Come on, even if it's a bad team, I just need to close my eyes and burn them all, you and Hugh. I keep worrying too much. Besides, it took a lot of effort to get here, so I hope they will be strong enough for me to play with. If so, let's get started." Then, under the guidance and orders of the 2 captains, all members of the Blue Wolf team began to spread out and look for her. Except for the head girl, the rest were killed. In the rented house that had been blown up, Isabo lay on the ground and the bodyguard's voice rang out from nowhere. The owner quickly ran away. If it was done by the Blue Wolves, their target would be you. Isabo tried to stand up and frantically called out the names of his 2 bodyguards. "How are you 2? Are you okay? What the heck is going on here?" In front of Isabo, people's cries for help and screams continuously sounded. Until you clearly see everything going on in this citadel, your eyes are completely blank. "My store, save me, run away quickly." All the people were injured by the explosions and burned by the fire. The screams and tragedies of the people made Isabeo's weak soul feel like it was about to break. At this moment, the bodyguard's voice rang out telling the mistress to be careful, making Isabeo bewildered. I only saw a terrible explosion suddenly happen nearby, causing her to be blown away. But Isabeo still tried to stand up amid the screams of the bodyguard. "Please run away." Isabeo's consciousness was extremely tired and her teeth kept clenching together, but her eyes never left the sword on the ground. His body was filled with helplessness, but he still struggled to hold the sword in his hand. Trying to resist and stand up, Isabeo's consciousness kept screaming, "I wanted to do my best to cope with this to save everyone, but I don't have enough strength or talent to stop them. Everyone, innocent people, are in trouble because of me. I don't want to run away. I don't want to live such a humiliating and useless life." At this moment, Rich's words and face appeared in her mind again. Yes, she wanted to become someone like him. Suddenly, from afar, a bright light caught Isabeo's attention and it seemed like something was coming. She did not hesitate to hold her sword and prepare to defend. She could not back down because she was a member of the family that protected the Kwio Empire. Even if she had to die, she still had to fight to the end. Her eyes were as bright as a burning fire. Around her, a cold voice rang out. Even if we have to sacrifice, we still have to fight until our last breath. In the blink of an eye, that ray of light also struck, causing an explosion even more terrible than the previous explosions. Instinctively, Isabeo's eyes closed tightly. After a while, the impact force in her imagination did not appear, so she inexplicably slowly opened her eyes and looked forward. I only saw that the bright fire and the surrounding heat had completely disappeared, replaced by cold, icy light. Isabeo wondered aloud what was going on until she saw someone standing in front of her. From that person's body, strands of cold energy began to radiate around and penetrate every corner of this citadel in the hope of extinguishing the fire. Snow and ice covered everything and the cheers of the survivors also rang out. The fire was being extinguished and we were saved and cheered. The situation changed suddenly, leaving Isabeo completely bewildered and unable to believe his eyes. Her eyes were filled with tears from despair. That figure was very familiar and she recognized who it was. Isabeo softly called Rich's name and she couldn't help but engrave that image in her mind. She didn't know how long it would take or maybe it wouldn't be possible. But if possible, she hopes that one day she can confidently stand next to him and be strong enough to protect the people she wants. As for Ulick, he had no time to worry about Isabel and immediately rushed forward with clenched teeth full of anger. As a knight protecting the kingdom, he kills innocent civilians. The demon king who followed behind was interested in seeing Rich's expression because strong people are often very good at suppressing their anger, but once it flares up, it's difficult to extinguish. This is something the demon king himself knows very well because he has confronted the Mioving family in the past. In contrast to normal people who always make mistakes when losing their reason, the Mioving people, this guy is calmer, crueler, and becomes even stronger. Standing at the top of the high tower, the Demon King looked down at the people of the Blue Wolf team below and exclaimed, "It seems that compared to the last time they met, they are more numerous and stronger. Do you think you can win?" At the same time, Ulick also looked down on the poor civilians from above and replied, "It will probably be difficult. I don't know how long I can maintain my energy, but now I can't freely use magic. It's okay to act like this in front of civilians." The Demon King wondered even more, "Why didn't you run away?" Ulick calmed down as the energy began to cover his whole body. "There is a saying in our family that people with strength must have the obligation to carry out their responsibilities. That's why the strong are always the leaders in every battle." The green werewolves stood on the ground looking up at the mysterious mage on that high tower and kept complaining, "The scrolls I bought with my hard-earned money should have been magic circles. Saturday. Where did a guy like that come from? Did he come out of the magic tower? What should we do if we're dead? We can't touch the magic tower." Hearing my friend's panicked voice, the captain of Blue Wolf Team Number 3 shook his head. "I knew all the magicians in the magic tower but I didn't recognize him. No matter what, I had to be careful. Above all, we just need to right the missus and retreat, so what if that magician interferes? Then kill him, what else?" The soldiers in the Green Wolf army rushed towards the young lady and their speed was terrible even though they were not magicians. Facing the onslaught of the Isabeo knights, their arms and legs were weak and they no longer had the strength to move or dodge. At that moment, a figure appeared right next to the young lady and held her hand. Ulick appeared like a god and used his calm eyes to calm Isabeo's chaotic heart. Looking at the face of the boy in front of her, Isabeo regained her courage and looked at him steadfastly before nodding. In an instant, Ulick, carrying Isabeo, turned into a beam of light and rushed quickly into the night. Immediately, the army of Green Wolves shouted after them. They were running away. "Team Number 3, come with me, quickly chase after me." Together with Isabeo Ulich, he used magic to quickly hide and appear in the night through every small neighborhood and still not forgetting to judge the force of the assassins behind. If he saw correctly, they could more than 40 names. This time Ulick must lure them to a place where there are no people so he can freely perform his magic. Partly, Ulick intentionally revealed his movements to lure them, partly because there were quite a few of them, so he was quickly blocked and surrounded, so he was forced to stop and land on the ground. But it seemed that this place was still not suitable for fighting, so in that moment, Ulick almost teleported and disappeared in front of the Green Wolf army and appeared right behind them. He continuously turned into a few more alleys until he finally stopped at a large square and was surrounded by green wolf knights. From among those people, the captain's playful and not at all serious voice rang out, "I see you, little mouse." The first time hunting a magician was a bit exciting, haha. He was laughing, but suddenly his smile stiffened and he shouted angrily when he saw Ulick clearly in front of him, "Where have you hidden the young lady?" "Huh." Ulick shrugged and also smiled in response, "You think I will answer you? You guys are really stupid. Of course you must not know where the young lady is because all of you can only chase after me like a pack of stupid dogs." Ulick's contemptuous words made the captain's veins burst with anger. "Roar, you guys want to die. Everyone, please take his head for me. Listen to the orders. The surrounding knights have prepared to attack. As for Ulick himself, you have spent a lot of mana to extinguish the fires throughout the city just now. Even though the dragon heart's mana had increased a lot after absorbing the seal, Ulick's body wouldn't be able to withstand it like last time if he crossed the limit again. At that time, Ulick still had a chance to start over after his body exploded or died, but now everything will be lost if he dies even once. There were 30 of them, not exactly 40. After Ulick had heard that they would all go out even if they only had to deal with one person, perhaps it was just like what Isabel said. Immediately, the axe that looked like the weapon of the Snow Mountain King was summoned and held by Ulick, and he immediately rushed towards the leader among the knights. The most appropriate choice at this time was to kill the commander. There's first. For some reason, Ulick was very confident at first, but when he moved closer to them, his steps became chaotic and somewhat unbalanced, making everyone who witnessed them surprised, or even Ulick himself. Panicking, he wondered if his body wasn't moving as well as it did when fighting the Snow Mountain King. The Demon King appeared next to him, curious if you were sure you could defeat the Snow Mountain King. Ulick dodged each sharp blade and answered with telepathy. "I'm sure my body moved at that time." "Move exactly as you wish." Hearing that, the Demon King laughed and then scornfully cursed you for being stupid. At the same time, the leader of the wolf pack also attacked with his sword in an extremely terrifying blow, piercing straight into the wall, dragging Ulick along with him. Waiting for the blindness to dissipate, the blade was already close to Ulick's ear and in just a moment he would have lost his head. "You idiot, you think about the game on the chessboard that Otto Han Mioving showing it to you will be similar to reality." Because his subordinates kept fighting but could not hit Ulick, the leader personally went into battle and Ulick could only block each of his attacks with difficulty. Seeing this leader became even more angry. Crazy and excited. What magician is stupid enough to fight in close combat like this? Why don't you use your almighty magic? His words made Ulick angry and immediately summoned ice magic with a series of sharp ice rocks towards the other guy. But maybe this attack won't do any harm and will only make him more excited. "That's all you can do, you brat." Ulick's eyebrows furrowed in solemnity when faced with a formidable opponent. Feeling that this magician was not as strong as he thought, the captain of the Blue Wolf team became even more crazy, his sharp blade constantly swinging in the dark night, "To entertain me a little more. Damn magician." The two people's battle took place extremely fiercely, suddenly appearing and disappearing in the dark night, making it difficult for others to see clearly, until finally, right in the center of that battle, a terrible energy explosion occurred when the two of them collide. As the dust and smoke cleared away, Ulick's silhouette appeared standing there, and around him he was surrounded to the point where there was no place to go. "You ran away like a mouse, now you're a trapped mouse." The captain laughed when he saw that his knights had successfully cornered Ulick. "So let's end it." He had just finished speaking and was about to end everything by killing Ulick, but suddenly from behind the blue wolves a firework suddenly shot up, illuminating the whole sky. "Night." The captain, startled, turned his head and looked back, annoyed, and asked, "What the hell is this?" As soon as their attention was distracted by the fireworks, Ulick immediately had a smile on his face and his brooding voice rang out, "You guys are all here, right?" The blue wolves looked back in panic and didn't know when the ground around the square had been covered by a giant magic circle. The leader angrily shouted to stop playing tricks, but immediately his eyes became frightened when he looked at Ulick's appearance. Those were a pair of terrifying eyes with an indescribable aura of horror that made the leader's entire body tingle. How could a human have those eyes? He wondered in horror. Immediately hurriedly shouted to the surrounding subordinates to kill it before it activated its magic. Ulick looked at the guys rushing closer and laughed with the magic circle constantly glowing. "Do you guys really want to kill me?" In that blink of an eye, ice covered the blue wolf's vision and sharp ice suddenly rose from the ground. Ulick calmly smiled at his results and praised, "The magic circle is truly a very good place to store energy, isn't it?" The situation suddenly changed when the Blue Wolf army was all held tightly by ice and frozen to death. Only the captain remained bewildered and could not believe his eyes. Ulik walked closer and smiled stupidly. "How can I not see you drawing a magic circle?" His hand got closer and closer, he panicked and screamed to get away. Just when Ulik wanted to brutally end his life, he suddenly withdrew his hand. A slash appeared right in the middle and was successfully dodged by Ulik, but at the same time he was unable to finish off the captain. The cold voice and scary face of the remaining captain of the Blue Wolf army rang out right next to Ulik. "It's not bad, but your luck is running out." This guy's terrifying aura and skillful moves made Ulik's eyes widen and he quickly backed away. The second formation was used by them, and from afar, other knights appeared one after another. The captain who had just arrived stared at Ulik and wondered. He had lured us closer to kill us all with a magic circle. He had to be confident and have a thorough calculation to do it. He's smiling. How does he know we're secretly watching him? Ulik's calm smile makes the green wolves confused and somewhat panicked. As soon as he made a guess, this captain immediately shook his head to deny it. "That's not true. There's no way he knew we were here. If he knew, he wouldn't have used the magic circle." Then he opened his mouth and said to Ulik, "I will spare your life if you hand over the lady." Those words made Ulik laugh and reply, "That's good, but the problem is, I have no intention of letting you live." Ulik's murderous voice sent chills down the Blue Wolf's spine. Opposite him was a mysterious young man who was constantly emitting cold breaths of ice and snow. Those eyes and smile kept staring at the Green Wolf army and whispered softly like a verdict, "You shouldn't have done that. Corrupt knights will not be lenient." Immediately unable to wait, the captain rushed forward to attack and ordered the remaining soldiers to protect their bodies with aura and maintain the formation. Ulik's one hand will reach out to use blunting magic on the Blue Wolf's sharp sword, but that blade still did not stop for a moment, causing Ulik to bend down to avoid it. Clearly the rust curse had no effect. The Blue Wolf's face was hidden deep in his cloak, revealing only bright eyes like a wolf's. The first group did not have any effect, so Ulik tried to continue using magic to blow away and summon strong winds. This time the other guy was still unharmed, but Ulik, on the other hand, was almost hit. The power of the hurricane is also much weaker and has no obvious effect. While fighting Ulik, he pondered whether it was because of the sealing curse that all non-ice type magic became weaker. If so, then Ulik had to get a seal of the same type to use them. Assuming that's the case, would it be easy to use the ice magic sealing curse here? On the contrary, it would be extremely difficult. Because unlike the ice mountain filled with icy energy that helps magic quickly recover, in the middle of this city, Ulik cannot release his full power because he consumes too much mana. But there is still a way, Ulik silently said, and at the same time cast some magic that combined with ice to form an ice blade that hit the other guy's sword with an extremely powerful blow, causing that sword to fault. Ulik's hands clasped together, combining the purple energy with the blue energy of ice. A great mage must adapt to all terrains and areas. Right now, the icy breath carrying destructive power continuously rushed towards the Blue Wolves. They were quickly pushed back and drew their swords to defend. Let's all block his attack. Although the captain's sword was broken in half, he was still able to use it and continuously sent out sharp blasts of sword energy. His eyes widened and he completely entered the most powerful fighting state. On this side, Ulik's icy breath becomes more and more intense and sharper, ready to cut everything it passes through. His eyes glowed and then he suddenly snapped his fingers, causing each icy breath to freeze into sharp ice blocks from all four directions, covering the army of green wolves. The captain alone did not move forward to attack Ulik, but at the same time, Ulik's voice echoed from unknown direction like a grim reaper pronouncing a death sentence on the enemy. "Enough playing. I don't have time to play with you guys, so I'll end it here by killing all of you." Those words stunned the captain and he immediately turned his head to look behind in surprise. He exclaimed in surprise when he saw that all his soldiers had turned into frozen ice statues. "What happened?" Ulik's voice burst out laughing. "Just touching the ice poison made him freeze instantly. Your mistake was blocking them instead of attacking them." At the same time, pieces of ice began to appear and gradually devour that captain. "I have never heard of such a curse." His eyes widened with blood and looked terrified, unable to believe he would fail like this. Ulik appeared in front of him and smiled dangerously. "What are you surprised about? I just added a curse to the ice magic." His body was frozen and gradually lost consciousness. The captain laughed loudly in a crazy way. "Haha, the captain of the first team is really the stupidest guy. He shouldn't have sent only us here. I admit that you are very good, but you will soon regret daring to touch us Blue Wolves." You will soon die at the captain's hands, haha. His threat did not make Ulick gradually calm down but made him reveal his killing intent more strongly than ever. So who was he who plotted all of this? Rest assured that on your way to hell you will no longer be alone. Because I will soon send that guy down with you. Ulick's eyes glowed like a devil's eyes as he looked at the ice statue in front of him, and the other guy's face was terrified until the moment he died. At this time, looking back at the square from afar, I could only see that the entire square was covered with ice and the fighting had stopped. It was also here that the blue wolf who almost died was giving his people something. This is a scroll containing a level 6 fire magic circle. We escaped him thanks to the captain of Team 3 who maintained victory, but our blue wolf team are the swordsmen of Lord Pao Kuio who will be the next green lion. We can't just run away like that, we can. So run and run until your feet are blistered, light a fire, and if that's not enough, burn yourself and run away like a living torch. Now it doesn't matter whether the young lady dies or not. Use your lives to burn this city down, he said, holding the flaming scroll in his hand and smiling madly. A few minutes ago, after finishing dealing with the blue wolves on the battlefield, Ulick immediately discovered the 3 men who had escaped earlier, and a premonition welled up in his heart, so Ulick performed it. Teleportation magic chased the other guy's breath. On this side, just as the captain was about to activate the magic scroll to summon fire, a soft figure escaped from hiding and suddenly appeared right next to him with a long sword. With a loud snap, the captain's arm holding the scroll was severed and he still glared without having time to react. At the same time fresh blood was splashing out, Ulick also rushed to be present at the scene. He looked up at the captain who had just had his hand chopped off and smiled. On the snowy mountain, I would have thought that she was truly fearless. It turned out that the person who had just cut off that guy's hand was Isabo, and her cold voice rang out and said to the Blue Wolf captain, "Dare to take off my things and give them to you to run away like that? My skill in crafting grade A secrets is worth it. Entering the silent secret book allows you to hide yourself very effectively." Isabo's sharp eyes looked straight ahead when sensing danger. After all, that bastard was the captain of the Blue Wolf team, so he suppressed the pain and quickly decided to use the dagger to attack Isabella. Ulick observed the situation and then cast ice magic that covered him, making him unable to move anymore. He slowly walked closer and opened his mouth sarcastically. It seemed like he was trying, but he wouldn't die trying so hard. What's with that attitude? He just cut an arm, so why bother? Already ugly, now even more ugly. I'm tired, so let's end it. Ulick's eyes slowly lit up and he slowly reached out his hand, but the other guy still stubbornly looked at him with hateful eyes and said, "I thought that was the end?" Ulick's hand immediately stopped and his cold eyes looked at him, wondering what he said. The captain sadly smiled happily, almost going crazy. "Have you forgotten the other 2? While you're still here with me, my subordinates will already be ready. Even though I have lost to you now, our blue wolves, the Lord's trump card, will never lose like that. You witches are too careless. This place will soon become a hell filled with resentment because of the fire of our anger." Faced with his story, Ulick was bewildered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you that I stopped them." Your smile was like a sledgehammer hitting the other guy's nerves, making him tremble. "What was that just now? You thought I hadn't discovered the whereabouts of the 2 of them?" With a powerful source of magic, Ulick can almost sense every magical movement in this city, so he can easily recognize the enemy's direction. When he somehow guessed that their crazy intention was to burn down this whole citadel again, the anger caused Ulick to explode. But the first fire was due to his lack of preparation that made them successful, but this time it was different. The ice magic split in half was used to fire 2 ice bullets that ran in 2 directions, chasing after the other 2. So all of them as they were moving were assassinated by Ulick without even knowing it. Even the villain of your cards is gone, Team Blue Wolf. This terrifying truth almost made the captain collapse. It can't be a farce, it must be a farce. He helplessly screamed in panic and then panicked when he discovered his current situation, so he immediately looked towards Isabo. "But beg, mistress, please listen to me. If you let me live, I will definitely speak well of you to Mr. Pao Kuio. I was just planning to scare you a little and then accompany you to that place. I'm the captain of the 3rd team of the Blue Wolf, I'm sure that day I'll listen to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Isabo swung his sword again, causing his other arm to spew blood, and her cold voice rang out, "Don't tarnish the reputation of the Kuio family any longer." Again. After silencing him, she looked at Ulick and smiled apologetically and said sorry for being too impatient. Ulick shook his head and said it was okay because he had originally intended to entrust him to her. Most importantly, is she in pain anywhere? Isabo's whole body trembled from the exertion, but she still stubbornly smiled and said that she was fine. Her body was probably in shock, she just needed to wait a little longer. Ulick's hand reached out and used his mana energy to soothe the fatigue on her body. "Ulick, can you spare the life of a green wolf?" she suddenly asked. Isabo herself couldn't believe that the knights came from a family that never wanted to have anything to do with an incompetent person like her. Even if they respected her, that respect was only because she was the daughter of the Blue Lion, and that was it. Sometimes the Blue Wolf Army still respects her, but in other cases, they don't. They always stared at Isabo with cold eyes, but in those eyes there was only contempt. But right now Isabo wanted to spare the life of the captain of Team 3. Blue Wolf. Lying on the ground, he wondered why he let me live. Isabo looked at him coldly and answered because she wanted to leave one child behind as a message. "Go back to the castle and tell my uncle that he will never be able to become the Green Lion." Isabel's heart was in turmoil because those who once despised her like these green wolves were now afraid of her. Of course, it's more accurate to say that they are terrified of the person who has shattered their pride. Looking at the tottering back of the Blue Wolf captain, Isabo sighed and wondered, if now I also have strength. And if you have the same ability, things will be much better than they are now, right? Her white hands were clenched so tightly that they trembled and constantly reassured her heart. If not, what's the use in having to be strong and complain about her fate, to gain strength? I have to get rid of this weak nature. Standing in the middle of the icy battlefield, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Ulick asked where she was going now. "I will go to the canoe where my father is planning his future there." Hearing that, Ulick immediately guessed her intentions and asked her if she wanted to expand her power. Isabo nodded yes. "I will ask the old people who once owed my father for help. This is truly a wise decision. No one dares to go to the place of the Green Lion." Her brother's words were very agreeable, but she became thoughtful. That's right, they were scared because there was a Green Lion there. But if her father doesn't wake up now, it will be a tough battle. In this plight, Isabo once thought that if she had the help of Rick, she would be very lucky, but the lion would not be able to. Spells involving witches. Moreover, she already owed this man too much and she didn't want to rely on him anymore, so she said goodbye. While she was thinking, Ulick suddenly took out a card from his pocket. Stack of papers and gave it to her. Taking it and holding it in her hand, she curiously asked what this was. "Is it a document?" Ulick nodded and explained, "Sorry for being so sudden. I heard that Mr. Blue Lion was suffering from a disease similar to obstructive disease. I didn't know if this document would be of any help, but it is a cure and it will work." In a ruined house, 2 knights, after hearing what Ulick had said, were surprised and exclaimed, "What do you mean? How can you cure congestion?" Ulick was still calmly using magic to treat the wounds of the 2 knights. Then he slowly smiled. "Let me introduce myself first." His words made the other 3 bewildered, but before they could react, cracks began to appear on Ulick's body. "My name is Ulick Mioving. At the same time, I am a member of the Mioving clan and I can also be called the clan leader." The bright light did not hide the extreme surprise in the eyes of the witnesses when they saw the appearance of Lich is changing. In that blink of an eye, he returned to his true appearance with outstanding blonde hair. Ulick Mioving, the prince's official. That star light is the title bestowed upon King Udon Mioving of the Star Knight Dharma, the title bestowed upon him after his great victory over the demon race. It is a symbol of Udon Mioving's brilliant heroism in battle. Although his title is just a title, his name alone is enough to create an emblem. Represents glory. After a moment of bewildered silence, Isabo quickly asked again, "Do you mean the person who is still in a coma in the Royal Magic Hospital, but I heard that person has died?" Before she could finish, Ulick smiled and nodded. "I'm sorry I can't tell you the whole story, but it's true that I once suffered from a magical blockage and now, as you can see, what you are holding in your hand is the medicine to help me recover from my illness. The Blue Lion's illness seems similar to this illness and it will certainly help him somewhat. Didn't you want to repay the old grudge? It would be a pity if Mr. Green Lion couldn't witness that scene." Isabo stood there without any reaction when she heard these words, but then a warm tear rolled down her soft cheek. Isabo's voice became trembling. "How can I repay this kindness?" Ulick smiled and reached out to gently pat her head. "It's okay, I'll ask you to return the favor later." Under the warm light of dawn, the silhouettes of the 2 of them naturally became beautiful. After calming down and recovering his emotions, Isabo suddenly smiled mischievously and said to Ulick, "So that I can repay some of your kindness this time, I will help you." "Mr. Rich or Mr. Ulick, do you want me to help you become a hero?" Early this morning after the fire and the great battle yesterday, people on the street started helping each other with the treatment. Quickly get out of the way of the patient, come here and lend a hand. Standing in the middle of a crowded crowd, the Demon King wondered if it was okay to reveal his identity like this. His question also made Ulick angry, but that guy named Pao would use any means to find you. Ulick has killed many of his Blue Wolf subordinates and he is definitely a person who absolutely hates losing. Furthermore, Ulick's magic is very special and once he turns the academy upside down, he will definitely turn the academy upside down. Your identity will be revealed. The Demon King seemed to have guessed Ulick's thoughts, so I smiled and reminded him, so you should prepare the scene because it will be exposed anyway, right? Because Ulick had helped the Green Lion and that would be a good step for the revival of the Mievenge family in the future, looking at the people smiling and waving goodbye. Uncle Ulick also felt happy and raised his hand to say hello. The Demon King looked at this warm scene and couldn't help but exclaim, not only did you create an incredible reputation, but you also created a solid path in the future. I thought you were only good at magic. Get in there. There are a few strangers here who are close to Ulick's help and want him to stay in the city for a few more days, but Ulick just smiles and shakes his head. I've been bothering everyone for too long and it's time for me. Must return to my life. The mother hugged the child tightly in her arms and smiled gratefully to Ulick. Thank you very much, mage. If it weren't for you destroying those bad guys, we probably would have died. Waiting until Ulick escaped from the warmth of the people around him, a person walked up to him with an apologetic face. Mr. Ulick has worked hard and I don't know how to repay him. Ulick looked at that person with many eyes and replied, why does your face look so guilty? I told you I was just doing my duty. In Ulick's eyes, the knight who always tried to protect Isabo put his hand on his chest and said in the most earnest tone, I am the knight of Quio who will never forget this kindness of his. Sir. Reluctantly, Ulick sighed softly and said there was no need to do that, but the Demon King next to him laughed sarcastically, this guy only did that for money in the future. Ignoring the Demon King's nonsense, Ulick looked at the knight and asked what he was going to do from now on. The knight pondered and replied that even though the one who was wrong and caused everything was Pao Quio, but even it's also the Quio family's sin. So I vow to help the people here until the end and then I will go to the canoe to meet the owner later. Hearing these words, the Demon King seemed to understand people's hearts and exclaimed softly, so they wanted to capture the public's attention and at the same time amplify Pao Quio's reputation. They didn't expect that girl to look so innocent and use tricks. Boundless, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Ulick immediately responded telepathically. It was not a trick but it was a responsibility, more specifically, the responsibility of an aristocrat. Watching the earnest farewell eyes of the people of Ulick under the warm sunlight, turned around and left and continued on their path. His words just now made the Demon King think about something, but in the end he grimaced and stuck out his tongue. The monkey's responsibility was just an excuse. Anyway, everyone has their own thoughts, sometimes white isn't white and black isn't black, this world is full of gray, that doesn't matter anymore, come see Ba, just a sprinkle, right? The scene shifts to the Udon Magic Academy where teacher Barak is the headmaster. In the office Revan was trembling and finally met someone who seemed scared of the teacher and he pointed straight at him and angrily scolded him. I told you to go get the right to excavate for me, but even if that Nemet family gets in the way, what the hell have you done? I'm sorry, the apology you just said was drowned out by his loud voice. Sin Nemet, why did he dare to get in the way of the guide? I swear I will never let him enter the academy again. We must at all costs to get it, even if we have to buy press releases or bribe superiors, we must find a way for us. After being scolded, Revan was kicked out of the room and he was extremely angry and slammed the door. Sitting on his desk and glancing down at the scattered newspapers, Principal Barak angrily whispered, damn it. There are 3 days left until the principal election, and by then, if we don't have the right to exhume, we'll surely be dead. His anger caused his magic to burst out and burn those newspapers. I don't know when a mysterious person appeared in the dean's room. The dean turned his back to that person and said, could you repeat what you just said? Hearing the dean say that, the mysterious man had a dangerous smile on his face. You finally want to cooperate with me. In the capital of this empire, a spacious and luxurious city nestled against a high mountain range, recently the people in the capital were discussing with each other about a news that had just arrived. They told each other that in the small city of Lexenti, the Blue Lion family caused a terrible mess. It was probably an internal fight between the family because of the violence of those lions. It is not uncommon to openly show force without regard for civilians. But this time was unusual because many people died and many houses were burned to ashes, which was truly a cruel and condemnable act. But then a magician appeared and destroyed all those bastards. When they heard this news, the people in the capital were very surprised, not expecting such a wonderful magician to exist. According to rumors, the magician was a quite handsome young man, and they also heard that from now on the magician would be called the hero of Lexenti. The noise was loud. The surroundings that entered the litigant's ears were Ulick, making him confused. The demon king's soul is like a dried fish lying on the table smiling. Since entering the capital, we have only heard about you. You guys are really crazy about those 3 heroes. Ulick smiled helplessly. I also wanted to fill my stomach because it had been a long time since I returned to the capital, but why are you talking like that, Mephisto? At that time I also told her to force this matter is over, but she still wants to let everyone know. Then Isabel asked Ulick if he wanted her to make him a hero, and there was nothing better than having such a beautiful heroic story to increase the sympathy of the people. Isabel said that this will definitely help Ulick a lot because that fame will be a very good stepping stone for the future. Of course, thanks to that, Isabio will also create a solid foothold to put pressure on his uncle Pao Quio, which can be said to be a double win, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The rumor obviously went viral when people started talking about the mysterious judge's relationship with the Blue Lion's daughter and her engagement with the Crown Prince. Could it be that this is a love triangle full of difficulties? The more he listened to them talk, the more he felt his ears ringing and wanted to leave this place. Oh my God, is this helping me, miss? They're turning a hero story into a love story, but she's really good at reviewing opportunity and create a stage, whether it's a heroic story or a romantic story. It's all good for promoting Ulick's name. Something as invisible as fame in this world can become real power. Ulick stood up and stretched, thinking that it would be great if he were as talented as Isabel in reviving his family. I don't know if she got there safely or not. He was so absorbed in thinking that he didn't notice that someone had approached him until Ulick turned around and called out to the Demon King, "Wake up, Mephisto, let's go somewhere else." Before the words could fully escape, a fist carrying red magic approached in the blink of an eye, making Ulick momentarily unable to react. The sudden turn of events caused Ulick to only have time to jump back and try to avoid the fist. Most especially, the residual energy from the attack created strong air currents that swept across this pub, shocking everyone. Everyone stood up in surprise, covered their eyes with their hands and started shouting in panic. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Ulick was the one who was attacked and he was extremely panicked and thought to himself, does that guy Pao Quio still dare to cause trouble in the capital? Immediately Ulick shouted loudly at everyone in the bar to stay back. The smoke and dust in the middle of the battle slowly cleared away, revealing 2 silhouettes. Anxiety welled up in his heart because Ulick was afraid it would affect innocent people, but suddenly his thoughts turned to shock when he felt a familiar source of mana. Facing Ulick was a face hidden deep in the darkness, revealing only bright red eyes and a cold questioning voice. Do you also dare to avoid my attack? Ulick suddenly smiled and replied, it's been a while since I've seen you, but it seems like you're pushing the joke a bit too far. Hearing these words, the mysterious person's hands were like a fire burning in magic. Do you know how many miserable things I had to go through because of you? If you still had a conscience, you would have come to the rescue. Do reconcile and then get punched at least once. Don't you think so? Why is that miserable traitor called you? The sunlight shines on the face of the mysterious person, the 3rd son of the Nemeth family and the one who wants to bring punishment to Ulick for his ungratefulness in leaving his friend alone. He is Sin Nemeth. Very quickly, people around recognized Sin's identity and Ulick quickly raised his hand to reassure everyone and then smiled bitterly at his friend, my wonderful and lovely friend, Sin. After a moment of chaos, the 2 of them sat down at the table and Sin kept grumbling and complaining. After having to wipe the ass of a guy like you, what can I expect from someone whose morals are no longer salvageable? Ulick laughed. If I can't save it, why don't you buy me a beer? Oh my God, this is the last time I'll treat you, you damned man. What is your relationship with the Blue Lion's daughter? Ulick quickly stopped me. I'm just joking, no need to treat, it's not the kind of relationship you're thinking. Sin finally had to stand up to order and pay under Ulick's shy smile. Up until now, Sin had not asked a single question about Ulick's condition, causing Ulick to suddenly smile and accept. Go out. This bastard must have felt my different breath, but he didn't ask any questions. He was probably waiting for me to confess. Looking at the small smile that appeared on Ulick Sin's lips, he mumbled gruffly. Bow. Why are you making such a serious face? It's not like you at all. It's so disgusting. Please don't do that again. Please eat the food before it gets cold. The Demon King happily flew to Sin's side and followed. Teased Ulick, he was right, his expression looked really disgusting. The sound of two beer glasses colliding together was like a greeting after a while of not seeing the two of them. What do you mean when you say disgusting? Don't you know I've been complimented on how handsome I am lately? Sin listened and laughed. What a handsome man, you still haven't paid me your debt. Well, other than that, the play is being prepared according to your instructions in the letter. That play is really okay, right? What if you lose everything because of this? Hearing the concern and worry in Sin Ulick's question, he smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, there are only two important things to me right now. One is dragging that guy Barak who tried to kill me into hell. What remains is the strong revival of the Mioving family. And now I will do both at the same time. Looking at Ulick Sin's confident face, I also laughed. Okay, if that's the case, then I will still continue to prepare the things you asked for. By the way, the spokesman of my Canaanite family was also extremely miserable because of that. Having said this, Sin suddenly thought of something and his whole body trembled in panic. Damn, that's really bad. You must have heard about those rumors about that witch. Ulich thought for a moment and nodded. Do you mean Taase? Sin's voice became trembling because he imagined his sister's scary appearance. That's right, after hearing the rumors, that crazy thing must have gone crazy. Oh my god, if that's the case, then what's the plan? Our plan will be ruined. At night at the mansion where Sin's dragon-mad sister lives, she just hurriedly walked down the hallway wearing dragon-shaped slippers and asked uneasily if the promotion order had been transferred to the academy. Yes, transferred to Barak of the Institute of Elemental Magic. How could he let this happen? Get ready to go to the hospital right away, the angry sister screamed, causing the assistant next to her to startle in panic. And this Hanabi gave me a brief report that yesterday in the newspaper there was nothing but self-indulgence with that crazy guy, but now it's different. The Hanabi assistant quickly nodded and started talking about the content of the story. Newspapers. Barak, who received the promotion order, regained his wings with the postponement of the appointment of the academy principal. News of the Nemet family's announcement about the promotion order and the pressure is predicted to fall on the clan of the Hexarum family. The dragon-crazy girl Taase thought and muttered softly, even if the Hexarum family puts pressure on us, father will not ignore it. What about my younger brother Sin? The young lady didn't have any specific response. The assistant's answer made the older sister's steps sway in anger. What, after making such a fuss about how he was his friend, that guy is now silent? If so, then I will change our destination a bit. As I said that, the fierce magical flames enveloped her body, burning her pajamas and turning it into a beautiful red tuxedo. You still don't understand, that promotion order is neither from our family nor from the academy anymore, so how dare they lie to me? Should we go meet those cunning, scheming bastards? Today is a special day at this Udon magic school. Although the principal of Udon Academy seems like just a normal head position of a magic academy, in fact that position has great significance and is very powerful. Not only is it on the same level as a marquis, this title also has great influence in the academic and political world, being able to compete with the master of a magic tower or the head of a magic knight empire and many other titles. The Wizard of the Stars holds an honorary position for the descendants of Udon Miovinger, and today is the day of selection for the much-coveted position of headmaster, which is why, from early morning, many high-ranking figures in the empire appeared at this school. In the middle of the large hall of the academy, Principal Barak stood on the podium and was giving a speech, thanking everyone who had traveled so far to come here for the future of our academy. As you all know, the discovery of the Jade Dragon's lair will likely not happen again, and I, Barak, was present at the center of this historical event. If you choose me, I will establish a system that could allow us to continue to make such extraordinary discoveries. Listening to the boring and false speech, Sin sighed in disdain. He quit the academy and it was already in his hands. The other candidates haven't arrived yet but have already started. But Eulich, can he do this alone? Thinking about Sin while remembering the last conversation the two of them had at the bar. Eulich, Director Barak's approval rate is far exceeding that. I know you have a meticulous plan, but the supporters are bribed so it won't be of any use to them, so it's tomorrow. That was a worrying thing, but Eulich just smiled slightly and shook his head. Well, let them go and do whatever they like. Returning to the auditorium where he sat, the mysterious man who belonged to the group that was in the principal's room last time came to his side, smiled and said, "Congratulations, what a great speech." "That's the principal. Haha, I haven't been chosen yet, so why are you lifting me up like that? Don't worry, I will do what you want even if you don't behave like this, so don't worry. The other candidates are speaking, so let's talk later." Hearing these words, the mysterious man still kept a smile on his face and nodded, then I will believe him. On the surface, he smiles happily and makes hundreds of promises, but in the heart of this fat principal, he is full of conspiracies. That's right, I, who will become the principal, will not have to worry about anything, and I don't even have any intention. Help me from the beginning. I will soon be able to rub shoulders with the owner of the magic tower. Why do you think I'm going to help a group with no background like you, Sieta? Crushing you all must be as easy as turning my hand when I become principal. This old man was about to cross the bridge to escape, but he didn't know that from an angle where he couldn't see the mysterious man was also flashed a cunning smile. That smile is showing a plot aimed at someone. After a period of chaotic speeches, the host also stepped up to the podium and announced that the speeches of the 7 candidates were over and the election would begin soon, so everyone should settle down. Looking at the panoramic view around Sin, he silently called Ulick's name. Sin then turned his eyes to the empty chair right in the center of the conference with the great and glorious magic circle symbolizing the noble status of the chair's owner. Suddenly, Sin's afterglow caught sight of a figure that startled him and made him cry out loud. "You're my older sister, why are you here?" The person who just entered the hall was the witch Taise with striking red hair. Her appearance made a few elders feel uncomfortable. "Don't you know where this is, lady of the Nemeth family? This is not an insane asylum. The voting seats are only for the leaders of the Hexerum family." Taise, ignoring those people, roughly sat down on her family's chair and uttered harsh words that made the guys around her tremble in silence. "After the day off, I didn't know I knew that, right? Because I'm participating on behalf of the head of the Nemeth family. I believe that I am the one who understands best what will happen." Her strength makes everyone afraid, and the one who is most worried is Sin when she sees her sister's dangerous smile. At this moment, the host Revan on stage spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. "Please keep your attention. I want to announce the election before the election begins. I ask everyone to sit down and keep quiet. Everyone should have received this magic stone in their hands, and you can see the candidate's information through the power of this stone. Next, vote for one of the 7 candidates and the results will be announced as soon as everyone has voted." Listening to every word Revan told one of the 7 candidates, Principal Barak couldn't help but think. Fourth, after a long wait. I've been waiting for this day when my promise could attract the attention of anyone related to the Academy, and could also give me the opportunity to cooperate with the Magic Tower and the royal family. Not only that, I talked to all the casting agents and promised them good places, so everything was decided. Just like what Mr. Barak calculated, many voters used magic on the ball to move to the image of Old Man Barak and decided to vote for him. After a while of everyone voting, the face of the chairperson Revan looked worried, but he loudly announced, "Now I will announce the results except for the election of the Miovigna family who was not present. Then the person with the most votes is." The nervous moment had come. The director held his nerves tight but had a firm grip and silently said in his heart, "Please call my name." The name was half-rhymed by the host, but suddenly someone's sound echoed throughout the auditorium, causing the host to stop. "Wait a minute." In that blink of an eye, a mysterious person with a cape fluttering in the wind walked into the hall facing everyone's surprised eyes. Everyone was stunned and began to make noises of wonder. "What's going on? Who dares to interrupt the sacred selection ceremony?" The witch Taise looked at the figure that had just appeared in the hall without much surprise, just let out a small scream. The most calm and even agitated person right now is Sin. "Come on, let's go, my Ulick." The mysterious person walked step by step into the hall revealing a very special pendant on his chest, and his voice also echoed, "I am the head of the Mioving Iulich Mio family." Verge, hearing this familiar voice and name, the dean, who was already sure of victory, suddenly had a bad premonition arising in his heart, causing his face to darken. "As the Duke's eunuch and elected representative, I have come here to exercise my small but important right to vote." The hood he took off to reveal his beautiful face and smile. Smile confidently. When seeing Ulick's identity clearly, many guests, candidates as well as voters burst out calling Ulick Mioving's name. "Oh my God, what a disgrace to a noble magic family. What's going on? Why is he here? Isn't he in a coma?" Even Revan was somewhat startled when he saw the figure in front of him clearly. The sounds of chatter and scolding began to appear, and Ulick slowly walked to his own position under the glimmering but bright sunlight. This is a moment that Ulick has probably been waiting for a long time. Looking at his confident face, Principal Barak was so angry that he screamed and wondered in his heart how this bastard got here. The stupid people of the aristocracy looked around at the ceremony and saw Ulick appear, then they became indignant and started screaming, "What is the meaning of trainee Ulick after such a trivial internship? dare to be disruptive at the principal selection ceremony. Regardless of what they said, Ulick still continued to step forward and use magic to remove the cloak on his chest. You guys have disregarded the Empire's laws. Right now I'm not an intern. Student at the Academy. Listen clearly, you foolish people. I am a Duke of the Empire and a chosen representative. The empty seat in the middle is the seat of Mioving's family, so is Mioving's owner not? Is it allowed to congratulate the new principal? As he said that, the robe disappeared to reveal a beautiful white suit and a mysterious tattoo on his hand, making Ulick even more noble and gorgeous. This situation made Mr. Barak a bit worried, but he also spoke up to reassure everyone and questioned Ulick. Although I was very happy that Master Miovigna's health had improved, but I wonder why you acted like that when the election was over. Unfortunately, the election had ended and the final results were out. Upon hearing these words, Ulick immediately burst into laughter and glanced at the host, Revan, on the other stage. According to Udon Academy's selection law, about Article 2, when doubts about a candidate are discovered before the end of the selection ceremony, then a re-election may take place if a majority of the members agree. Looking at his silhouette, the dean's cunning eyes narrowed slightly but did not say a word. At this time, Ulick had stepped onto the podium, passed by Riven and patted him on the shoulder. Today, here, in the name of Duke Ulick Mioving's elite officer, I will expose the candidate. Principal Barak. Every word he said along with the strong and confident aura he radiated made those around him feel like they were dreaming. He was ineligible to be a candidate due to suspicions that he had fabricated important documents. Most importantly, there was a plot to harm the Duke's starlight. Looking at the sunken face of old man Ulick, smiling and saying all the words that needed to be said, created shocking news. Everything is going out of control with the appearance of Ulick, so the director Barak cannot sit still and speak out. It seems that Mr. Ulick does not understand the seriousness of the problem just now. Okay, can you prove that I am a criminal? Since you participate in the election as a representative of a prestigious magic family, we must follow the procedures as you said. My dear members, will you listen to the unsubstantiated words of the owner Miovinger? After saying that, he glanced at all the people in those elected positions and at the same time thought to himself. Looking at his appearance, Ulick Mioving looks like he's hiding something, but no matter what you do, the result won't change. How dare you touch me, you brat? I will show you what real politics is like. Seeing that I've been asking for a while but no one in the election positions has answered, this fat, bald old man turned around and looked at Ulick and smiled, so I don't think anyone agrees with him. What will you do now? Ulick smiled and looked at him. Why are you so hasty? It's not too late to decide everything after hearing what I said. Huh, you still insist on spewing out those dirty words in the middle of a sacred election. Barak was about to drink and sell, but his words suddenly fell silent and his eyes opened wide in shock when he heard his own familiar voice ringing from the front. The speaker was real. Is there a dragon nest there? If that doesn't work, we have to deal with Ulick as planned. Keep his magic necklace as a souvenir. Open your eyes and look at the magic ball in Ulick's hand and see yourself as well as hear. Hearing the sound of his voice, the director turned to stone. Is that voice from that time? After showing the notes in the magic ball, Ulick smiled and spoke up. Unlike what the public knows about Director Barak, he did not help the great discovery of Director Nemet and me. On the contrary, he wanted to destroy me and steal the family heirloom of the Mioving family. Looking at the pale face of Rector Ulick, he smiled and asked loudly, so now, who still thinks that my words are baseless excuses? Everything is becoming more and more chaotic, he and Barak replied in their somewhat trembling voices. Give back. No, he's blaming me. How dare you deceive everyone with deceitful magic? Ulick tilted his head and wondered what deception means. How could I deceive you, a magician with the 7th magic circle? Could it be? What you mean is that I belong to the next 8th magic circle. That's right, how could a common deceitful magic deceive everyone here? Moreover, a patient with a magical blockage ceiling disease could have the ability of the 8th magic circle, which is still funny and difficult. Believe more. So did the dean really intentionally kill Duke Tin Kwong and take the credit? Enduring the curious and scrutinizing eyes of everyone around him, Director Barak felt like the world was about to collapse and began to wonder. That crystal ball was showing me giving orders to Riven. Killed Ulick, so why does he now have that orb? As if suddenly realizing the truth too late, Barak immediately turned his head to look at Revan in the middle of the room and silently cursed that bastard. At this time, Revan responded again to inform everyone, ladies and gentlemen, because members of the election board are having an important conversation, I ask you to keep quiet, damn Revan, why? You dare betray me. The other day at the pub, while chatting, Sin absent-mindedly mentioned catching a suspicious person wandering around the hospital the night before, and that person was Revan. Ulich listened but didn't pay much attention. If he really answered, that bastard Barak would have ordered him to do something again, so pitiful. Sin slowly shook his head and spoke in a serious voice. Not this time. It seemed like he had something to say. He kept emphasizing that his wife wanted to give it to him, so he would wait until he woke up. Also, a few days before today's election, that was the day that Mr. Barak angrily scolded Revan in his office. Find a way to take it away. Even if you have to use the press or bribe high-level people, you still have to find a way. Revan was scolded until his mind was in chaos, and he walked out of the room, and at the same time he heard the scolding echoing from inside the room. Those bastards kept bothering me, including that bastard Revan too. It's really useless. Every cruel word of the dean and his self-contempt made Revan so angry that he gritted his teeth. That's why I met Ulich later and gave him the magic ball. Fortunately, Riven kept such an important piece of evidence safe and secret. Of course, the evidence that Ulich has is enough to destroy Barak, but this magic ball makes it easier, thinking about Ulich while waving and smiling at Rhyme. But why did Revan record his conversation with him at that time? Was it just in case? Maybe saving him in the dragon's cave was also a right and worthy action. The headmaster was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say, but Ulich continued to speak. This is not all, because according to the law, ownership of the dungeon as a dragon's lair belongs to the person who found it. But Director Barak took over the right to exploit it without my consent. Therefore, he was not only convicted of plotting to assassinate Duke Tin Quang, but he also tried to take away the Miavinch family heirloom and gain the right to exploit the dragon's lair. So not only do I demand that Director Barak be removed as a candidate, I also firmly demand that he be punished for his crimes. Ulich's sharp words and clear evidence made those in the election council momentarily unsure of what to do. What else could they do if they didn't have the right to exploit it? Director Ba sprinkles have no value anymore. The old man, the oldest among the people, looked towards Ulich and asked him, "But Ulich, I sense the source of mana from within your body. Didn't you suffer from sealing and blockage? Magic or something? I also heard that he was in a coma, but he seemed okay." Someone also looked at Taisei and asked. The representative of the Nemet family looked like he knew something after all. "What's happening?" Seeing them mentioning her, the beautiful girl just happily whistled and shook her head. "I don't know anything. The person who is related to the representative of the Mioving family is my younger brother, and most of all that it's not important right now, is it? Things are getting worse and worse," but Director Barak still tries to defend himself. "No, I'm sure that the crystal ball has been edited. I'm sure when I analyze it, then everything will be revealed." The more he talked, the tighter his teeth became to the point of breaking. "Damn, if this keeps up, the principal's chair will disappear along with my head, so just deny it and ask for help." Etieta has. Thinking of the mysterious person he had met in the room the day before, a glimmer of hope flashed in the dean's heart, but it suddenly died and he panicked when he saw that person had appeared in the stands. The headmaster screamed in horror and wondered why that person was standing next to Sin. Then his eyes widened in panic and anger when he saw the smile and true appearance of that mysterious person. "I only saw that person slowly pull out a pair of glasses, put them on his face and tie his hair back. That bastard is Sin's accomplice." This is a late truth and was a very painful blow that made Mr. Barak feel like he wanted to collapse, and to talk about this matter, we have to return to the pub the day before. Again, that day Sin told Ulich that his butler Catanite was entertaining himself by playing with Barak, and anyway Catanite was very miserable because of it. Stringing everything together, a terrifying grid of glass has been set up for who knows when and just waiting for Mr. Barak to fall, and so he can't believe it. "You damn Ulich, you've planned it. Plan everything from the beginning." Looking at the old man's helpless face for a moment, Ulich turned around to face everyone in the hall. "Dear elected members, it seemed like everything had been handled already, huh? We can re-elect, but who wants to buy the principal position?" Everything was clear, so the election was held again, and very quickly they chose a person to be the principal, and now that person is speaking on the podium, thanking me for giving me this noble position. Principal of Udon Academy. Ulich sat on his noble chair while the Demon King hovered next to him and kept exclaiming, "I was speechless. I didn't expect you to be such a blatant deceiver. Are you brave or are you crazy?" Ulich smiled and replied, "If not for times like these, how would we get our share?" The Demon King glanced at Barak, who was in the distance, and asked, "And you still intend to leave that human like that? Why does he look so humiliated?" Ulick moved his eyes towards him and laughed. "Are you talking about that bald old guy?" At this time, Principal Barak, after a failed attempt to defend himself, was in a daze and wanted to leave the hall, but suddenly he stopped when he heard Ulick's laughter echoing in his head. "Oh my God, I'm sorry. Did you receive my audio transmission? I didn't mean to send it to you. I'm sorry, you're still in the 7th magic circle even though you're bald. It's always great to hear my sound transmission, but why don't you say anything? You can use sound transmission, right?" "Yes, I'm sure being able to listen to it is already very good." "Oh, I see, you can hear it not because of talent or because of magic, but the sound can get into your head because you don't have hair, right?" Using a telepathic knife to send insults to Mr. Ulick's head, he confidently smiled provocatively. Of course, his dagger-filled words touched the bald old man's pain, causing his rage to explode to its peak. The spell he uttered madly in Ba's purple magic. Rak immediately rushed forward to cover Ulick. He angrily shouted like a monster coming out of hell, "You brazen brat, how dare you mock me?" This incident caused everyone around to panic and loudly ask, "What's wrong, Director Barak?" And when they saw him using magic to attack Ulick, everyone immediately shouted and ran away. The noisy sound around him did not slow him down, but made Barak's reason disappear. He now had only one intention in his mind: to kill the boy in front of him. Sitting in his honored chair, Ulick used calm eyes to witness the powerful attack of a level 7 magician. That terrible energy made the whole hall vibrate and an explosion immediately occurred. The danger surrounding the magic and the devil's mark on Ulick's hand immediately burned up. In an instant, an icy shield appeared, covering the entire defense and blocking the other guy's attack. Everyone looked up at the ceiling in horror and was shocked. This was a level 5 magic circle. Who stopped it? On this side, after the first attack failed, the headmaster was still mad and rushed forward without stopping with resounding incantations. Confronting him was every cold breath carrying the energy of winter that Ulick released. The old man looked bewildered at this scene and then exclaimed, "Could that be the hero from Lexendi City who can block the 6th level lightning magic circle?" But he wasn't the only one who was startled. Everyone else gasped at the miracle that was happening. "Oh my God, is this person the scoundrel of a ruined family? How could someone like him who was judged to be disabled with a magic-blocked egg be able to use such powerful magic?" Down here, after using his magic to confront the fat Dean Ulick, he grinned and couldn't help but exclaim. He thought he was old so he would be a little easier to deal with, but after all, he was a level 7 magician. If Ulick wants to deal with him now, it will take a bit of time. However, you don't need to act because perhaps you have forgotten where you are standing, Barak. Looking at each lightning bolt being released by that crazy man, Ulick smiled slightly. Right at this moment, a white hand with a bright red outfit gently flicked and summoned sparks. In that blink of an eye, the brilliant fire carrying destructive power destroyed the principal's attack and successfully protected Ulick. Look at those burning flames, and that's exactly what Ulick judged, because if this old man keeps acting like this and makes others uncomfortable, there will be people who will hate him and eliminate him. Typically, the phoenix appears right in the middle of this auditorium. The fire phoenix is a phoenix that has just been summoned from magical energy. The witch Taise slowly walked forward in everyone's gasps of surprise. Perhaps this is also the first time Ulick faced this woman face to face. She is the youngest level 7 mage capable of summoning a fire phoenix. Ulick didn't know if that sister named Taise was involved in this or not, but the war would start right now. Things had gone beyond the limit, so the soldiers of the magic tower along with the elders could no longer hold back and stood in front of Ulick and loudly told Barak that from now on all of his actions will be considered an act of terrorism and will be punished. "Barak, please stop." At this time, Ulick stood behind everyone, who was still intact and undamaged, suddenly fell to the ground and burst out screaming, startling everyone, "Oh, 6 great families, and you are now the owners of Mio. Ving has been attacked, quickly capture Barak." Looking at the boy acting on the ground, the Demon King was also silenced and sighed, "Oh my God, I don't know if it's right to be called the Demon King. Truly, if you were born as a devil, you would definitely become the new Devil King of this cunning team." Lying on the ground pretending to be seriously injured, Ulick suddenly smiled and asked in his heart, "Don't you realize it? This is the end for those who dared to stand in our way." After that day, this news could not be hidden from everyone and was quickly spread out. Everyone started talking to each other about the hot news about what had happened at the Udon Academy and also about Ulick Miovinger who was in a coma. And when the common people learned some truths about Ulick's true identity and abilities, they were all surprised beyond belief, and at the same time they also knew that he was the man. Hero saved the city destroyed by the Blue Wolf Army. As for Barak, he was expelled from the academy and then arrested and charged with murder. Ulick Miavenge was the grandson of Udon Miavenge, a magician who was declared useless due to magical blockage, so how could he cure the supposed diseases? That's impossible. Maybe he found out some secret when he went into the dragon's cave. And in a place unknown to everyone, the Green Lion also woke up after months of unconsciousness due to congestion. The Mioving family is gradually regaining its honor. A hero has appeared even though many people laughed at him. Sin sat by the hospital bed reading the newspaper and then screamed in annoyance and grumbled. But, why do I have to read these things to you? Ulick comfortably lay on his hospital bed and asked his friend to read it for him because he was lazy. I'm a patient and the place where Mr. Barak hit me still hurts a lot. Damn it, you're just a guy who's good at pretending to be a hero. Don't you see the soldiers who hate my family are suffering? I have to endure so much suffering in front of reporters. Those journalists should know the truth about a scammer like you. You were just playing tricks but have now become a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn these dirty tricks? Huh. Ulick stretched and slowly got out of bed and smiled. You think I disappeared in the past few months just to hang out? Do you know that in that burned city, Miss Big Lion's family? Speaking here, as if thinking of something, Ulick suddenly stopped and did not continue to speak. Then, under Sin Urick's curious and angry gaze, he said he didn't need to know any more. By the way, you don't intend to cause any more trouble. Ulick shook his head. I don't know yet. Seeing that, Sin turned serious. I don't know what you're doing or what your plans are, but let's leave it later because my father wants to have dinner with you. Sin's father is one of the 9th-level magicians and a great magician with great magic power, and is also the owner of the Nemeth family at the top of the magic tower. Even Ulick's grandfather wanted to accept him as a disciple. This man was a genius among geniuses in this world and this place was his residence. When they got to their destination, both Ulick and the Demon King stood still and gasped, "What the hell, you're such a bastard. I know you're very rich, but if I had known it was like this, I would have stolen all your money a long time ago." What a prince with a golden spoon in his mouth, Ulick exclaimed with regret. Is this a house? This should be a whole citadel, but this place is actually the main house of the Nemeth family called the Misty Hill. Looking up at the mysterious and spacious magic gate in front of him, somehow the fire of passion in Ulick's heart burned fiercely. It turned out that this was the Nemeth family with its magic tower. This is a place that I have to pass one day, with a relaxed smile on Ulick's lips, slowly walking on the path leading to the castle-like building. But Ulick did not expect that on this misty hill he would have a strange encounter. Then the mysterious man's voice rang out and wondered what would happen next. Going back to the day of the election for the position of principal of the Ulick Academy, Miavenge returned in glory, and he appeared lavishly under the grand name of Mioving. Not only that, he also received an invitation from the Nemeth family, a family that represents Hexagam, one of the 6 families leading the magic tower. On the path leading to Sin's house, ahead of him suddenly said that Ulick's sister was also here, causing Ulick to almost slip and fall. What did you say? Why are you only now telling me about this? Hearing that, Sin immediately got upset and gave Ulick a letter and complained, "Do you know how busy I've been lately because of you? You should have contacted her sooner, right?" Ulick panicked and opened the letter and there was a flash of fear when he read my message. My dear brother Ulick, I heard that you are planning to go to the Nemeth family's territory. Remember not to cause trouble for them until I get there and prepare yourself mentally. If you run again, you'll die, little brother. Ulick's face was pale and sweating and he felt like the whole world was against him and about to collapse. I'm dead, oh my god. Seeing this expression of the Demon King, he curiously spoke up. It seems like among the Mioving members there is another king that I don't know, because that person is making you who are worse than Satan tremble in fear. Looking at Ulick Sin's gloomy appearance next to him, he felt extremely funny. If he hadn't caused trouble, she would have been like an angel. He had forgotten that she had worked until she was about to die. Let me let you go to the academy. Ulick disagreed and countered, of course I'm extremely grateful to her, but if you saw her true nature you wouldn't dare say things like that. Before Ulick could finish his sentence, Sin passed by and smiled. Come on, your sister is better than my sister. Do you think that damn old woman is suddenly called a witch? Haha, her personality is perfect. It all became a mess after everyone hailed her as a genius. You can't even consider her a person, Sin said and smiled confidently but didn't know that her sister's face was next to her with a smile, Oh my god, I just believe that she once said she had to give me a gift. The beating has ended, hasn't it, my poor brother? If you wanted to be beaten that much, you should have told me right away. As soon as she finished speaking, a painful pop sounded in Sin's panicked eyes. Yulich laughed at his friend's pain and said thank you to the sister walking in front, thanking her for helping in the last principal election. Taisei smiled and replied, no. You should be able to take care of everything yourself, right? But why would someone as stubborn as you do such a thing? Are you ever interested in Yulich? Taisei glanced at her as she called out her blow and smiled. The blow just now was too light, right? Male. Oh my god, are you really just planning on behaving like this in front of your friends? What is it? Who is the one who lied to me first? The two of them are like fire and water, constantly arguing with each other, and Yulich reluctantly listened. Suddenly Yulich stopped as the road under his feet emitted wisps of smoke. The other two sisters were still walking forward without realizing it, but they were still talking back to warn them. Once we pass through this palace, we can go to where our father is staying. Yulich, this place has installed the organ, so don't let down your guard and carefully follow us. This place is very difficult to escape even for a magician who has reached the 6th magic circle, Taisei said as he looked up at Yulich behind him. But now there was not a single person behind them, making the two sisters silent and bewildered. As for Yulich, he now stepped into some strange space that he did not know about. Panicked, I looked around but couldn't find the figures of the two sisters. What was that? Sin and Taisei, where did you two go? He hurriedly ran a few times around to search, but all around was an unknown space, causing Yulich to panic. Moreover, the strange Mephisto had run off somewhere, surely within a few moments. In this case, he won't be able to do anything. Suddenly, in front of Yulich, something sparkling and giant appeared, constantly moving like a tornado. The energy emitted by this mysterious place made Yulich's mind completely shaken. The Nemeth family is so strong with magic that reaches this level. Oh my god, all the elements are filling the space here. Some elements are strong and sharp, some elements are soft like water, some elements are sharp and full of murderous intent, and some elements are hard and heavy as the ground. It seems like they are all different magical elements because they have nothing in common, but they all come together at the same point thanks to the star wind element. Yulich's eyes widened and he didn't know where this was, but he felt that as long as he did research, he could make this knowledge his own. Suddenly the surrounding energy flow became chaotic as if something had just awakened and a person's old voice echoed in the mysterious space, "You're looking at something quite interesting, kid." Yulich immediately panicked and turned around to look behind him but didn't find anything. Was someone following him? In a place where he couldn't see, the voice came through space. Do you know what you're looking at, or don't you know what it is but still trying to see? The strange situation really left Yulich at a loss for what to do. It was true that he seemed to have lost his way, but peeping at someone's magic without permission was a crime worthy of death. If the mysterious person was to control this space, one must at least be a great magician who has reached the 7th magic circle. What should I do? Haha kid, you didn't hear what I said. I'm sure you reacted, but you didn't hear me, kid. After a moment, Yulich tried to stay calm and organize his thoughts. Objectively speaking, this was the Nemeth sisters' fault for not showing Yulich the way carefully. So you have no reason to be questioned and you will pretend that you don't know anything. The most important thing is to get out of this maze. Seeing Yulich for a long time without answering, the voice became serious again. Oh ho, are you planning to ignore this old man and run away? I can hear the gears in your head slowly turning. There. Regardless of what he said, Yulich did not hesitate and cast his concealment magic. At the same time, in the feeling of that mysterious man, Yulich had completely disappeared and this situation made him a bit startled. What is it? I can't see inside the maze, maybe he took advantage of it. It's my fog to hide my body. Not knowing what to think, the old voice of this mysterious person softly exclaimed, Yudon, you died too early, but it seems you left behind a quite interesting child. After hiding himself, Yulich walked in a strange space and kept thinking, if it wasn't for that mysterious elder, he might have decoded the mystery of the energy combination just now, but unfortunately, he might get into bigger trouble if he stayed here any longer. Suddenly something happened that made Yulich's eyes flash with panic. And just when he couldn't react, he was blown away somewhere by a gust of wind along with the other person's voice. Things started to get interesting and he was already planning to leave, because he wanted to. It's something that doesn't belong to you, so you have to pay the price, right? Outside the mysterious space on the magic path, Sin panicked and asked his sister, what should we do now? We have to tell Dad. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out behind him. There was no need for the blue mist true palace to open. In the end, what the hell happened? This man with long hair and thick glasses is the head of the Nemeth family named Guy Nemeth. The head of the family walked up to his two children and asked if you wouldn't show him the way properly. Yes, he disappeared before we even stepped through the entrance. Hearing that, homeowner Guy Nemeth mumbled thoughtfully. He disappeared before even entering the palace. If that's the case, then it seems like the uncle had a hand in this matter. Hearing that, Sin panicked. Why did he stop? But before he could finish talking, homeowner Guy Nemeth sighed that his illness must have gotten worse. No, we can't just stand here and watch like that. He's a guest to the Nemeth family in the name of Lord Mioving. If something bad happens, looking at this strange appearance of Taisei's younger brother, standing next to him, laughing and praising him, it's really cute. Yet he makes my younger brother, who is even indifferent to his own family members, worry this much. The Starlight Duke of this generation is even more curious now. Looking at his sister Sin's smile, he suddenly feels awkward and shy. Who the hell is worried? The homeowner, Guy Nemeth, standing in front, also nodded. At the same time, I was also curious. That the new Lord of Mioving, a prestigious family of magicians whose position is equivalent to how good he is at magic. In a mysterious space, the mysterious old man was contemplating his thoughts when he saw Ulick disappear. This blue mist true palace is the result of his long research process. But Ulick not only deciphered it, but also broke the magic circle and reused it. Udon, you passed away early, leaving behind many regrets. But it seems you left behind quite an interesting child. Is this kid the new Mioving? If so, then go as crazy as you want. Seeing the beam of light attacking Ulich in the blue fog of the true palace, he immediately cast magic to block it and gritted his teeth and silently cursed. Mephisto and Ottohan Mioving and this mysterious old man, why are all the old people around us crazy? The magical light created countless protective shields connected together. Fortunately, that destructive ray of light was still under control and Ulick could withstand it. The most important thing is to calm down now and first determine what the situation is. Not only does it protect itself from the Ulick's magic vortex, but it also calculates and analyzes. The mana in this space not only has one attribute, but the characteristic of the Nemeth family is the attribute of wind. In other words, the mysterious person is just using the wind attribute to shape the other attributes mixed in. The hot wind carrying the fire attribute was turning the moisture into steam, and the light wind brought them together in one place to create fog. Then when the cold wind carrying the ice attribute freezes the fog, the sharp, strong wind will creep in to stop the movement of the fog. If that old man is so strong that he can control the wind to that extent, then creating a storm will be nothing to him. Although he did not intend to hurt Ulick and Ulick did not feel the killing intent, because he provoked him first, he decided to decode the mystery that he had not completed before. Falling into difficult circumstances made the will in Ulick's mind burn fiercely. The last time he fought with the blue wolves in that city, Ulick realized that except for his ice magic, every other magic of yours is very weak. Now he decided to use the method that the mysterious old man in this place used to change the flow of mana and control the winds in this place, everything he would do with Ma himself. Na and his ice magic. Furthermore, if he could go deeper to rearrange the connecting mana flow, soul speed, and sealing to reduce mana wastage, then wouldn't Ulick be able to use other attributes with magic? What about my ice method? Past battles reappeared in Ulick's mind and became powerful sources of inspiration. The terrible opponents he met and the times he used his ice magic. All of those experiences are gradually blending in Ulick's person and begin to intermingle and combine and turn into a single thing in common. Ulick was now almost in a state of enlightenment with countless wonderful thoughts jumping into his head. Some kind of nameless energy was unconsciously cherished by him and then began to explode, tearing apart the surrounding mana flow of this strange place. The infinity symbol with great magic suddenly appeared, covering Ulick's small body. The surrounding atmosphere became sacred and solemn, along with the devil's mark on his hand glowing. Ulick was doing something that was difficult to put into words and also difficult to witness. Until everything calmed down, Ulick appeared behind the Nemeth sisters. They were originally planning to find a way to rescue Ulick from the palace, but they didn't expect him to appear again in such a mysterious way. Oh my god, a sixth magic circle magician needs at least 24 hours to get out of there. And even Taisei needs 4 hours and 52 minutes but Ulick only needs 46 minutes, this achievement is amazing. Made the two sisters gasp. But the Demon King was the one who was more surprised than anyone else because it wasn't just that simple. The level of the evil seal Ulick possessed had increased to 5 stars. Faintly sensing the powerful magic in the blue mist of the true palace, the Demon King became even more panicked. It was a high-level magic that impressed even the Demon King, but Ulick not only decoded it but also stole it. Took it and developed it to this level. Ulick slowly walked closer and smiled. Why was everyone so panicked? Why didn't anyone ask if I was okay after almost dying? At this moment, Guy Nemet's voice rang out from behind. That's great, and I should have gone to the principal election. I only heard a few days ago that your congestion has improved. Out. But I did not expect that you were already a magician possessing the 6th magic circle. In his trusting eyes, the great magician Guy Nemet recognized Ulick's power at the level of any. Ulick felt a bit helpless when his powers were stripped away, and the other 2 sisters were shocked once again. The 6th magic circle, really, Ulick? My God, record-breaking. My record was broken by my brother's friend. Ignoring the 2 of them, Ulick walked over and shook hands with the uncle in front of him. Sorry for the delay in introducing myself as the owner of Mioving Ulich Miovinger. Haha, it's okay, I am the homeowner of Nemet, Guy Nemet. And I also ask you to forgive me for what you just went through just now. I'm sorry that you suddenly encountered such an unfortunate incident. Ulick smiled and shook his head. No need to apologize. It was a good experience for me. Thank you for understanding. Even though it's a bit messy, welcome to the Nemet family's residence. The 3 of them walked in front and Sin said back, let's go. Oh, everyone at the castle is waiting for us, including your sister. Looking at the silhouettes of the 3 of them, Ulick pondered and then smiled slightly. Is that a family? Ulick said so softly that no one could hear, only his eyes were filled with gentleness and warmth, as if remembering some beautiful past in the past. Feeling this side of Ulick's story again in another faraway place with the fluttering flag that is the symbol of the Blue Lion family. In the dimly lit room, Asabo called out his father's name in surprise when he saw that he had woken up. Then she rushed forward and hugged her father's neck, shedding happy tears. Haha, why is a grown lady like you acting like a child like this, daughter? But why did you wake me up? The doctors can't cure my illness, he gently asked, patting the head of the Green Lion's daughter. Isabio cried and answered, Lord Ulick would have helped me if it weren't for him. At first, he was a little surprised, but after hearing his daughter tell everything, the Green Lion, who just woke up, burst out laughing. What a prestigious magic family. That's right, the Mioving family is the light that illuminates the darkness. Then, without resting for too long, just a few days later, the Green Lion was preparing to depart somewhere, making Isabio worried. Suddenly, where did the torture go? Dad, you have to rest more, right? How can I prioritize my health right now? If he has such talent, I have to find him even if I have to go to the end of the continent. Because in this broken world, there is such a righteous child. As he spoke, the Green Lion put on his familiar armor. This rotten world has a child like that, isn't that the reason why I have to go? In the blink of an eye, the scene once again shifted to some dark place, and this place is where the evil Uncle Pao Quio resides. He sat on the throne, constantly muttering the news he heard, the news about the death in that citadel of the Blue Wolf army and the escape of Isabel. The earnest brother was cured and woke up. Only one captain of team number 3 of the Blue Wolf returned alive and then exploded right in front of Pao Quio. Was it all caused by a magician named Ulick Mioving? As he spoke, he moved his eyes to look ahead at the place where the explosion of icy energy had just occurred. A mysterious person knelt on the ground and made his guess. The magician Ulick must have cast a spell on the Blue Wolf's body to make him explode. Pao Quio continued asking, what about my brother? That Green Lion was traveling with the Blue Eagle, and it seemed that day he was trying to contact Ulick Mioving, who was currently staying at the Nemet family's residence. Listening to the report, Pao Quio became even angrier and immediately gave an order. Lamb Eagle, he did not come to attack me immediately but summoned his sworn brother first. Then perhaps that Blue Lion must have become weaker. Saying that, Pao Quio looked at the person kneeling in front of him and slowly reminded, Hiu Tan, you and that damn Mioving must not meet, and kill him as soon as he leaves the house. Nemet. And don't forget that the reason I haven't killed you yet is because of that trick you have. Hearing this, Hiu Tan's fists clenched slightly in the shape of fiery bird wings like blood that was constantly burning.